Chapter 101. The 104th Harvest. The unknown island in the Kingdom of Water. The entire island seemed to have been attacked by the shock wave of the god turtle and the magic-piercing light-killing cannon. Almost no part of the entire island was intact, especially in the middle. A huge hole where you can directly see the sea water. Even the barrier that protects the entire island has become fragmented. If there is another ordinary attack, the entire barrier will be shattered. You must know that this is a super barrier whose defense is not inferior to the 4 red sun formation, but now it has become tattered. It is difficult to imagine the extent of the fighting that took place on this small island. Is this the blood power of the Otsutsuki clan? Is it really incredible power? I feel like my body is full of power. Miruem squeezed his hands with an incredulous expression on his face. I didn't expect that the body that I thought had reached a level of perfection could actually improve. It seems that the so-called perfect body before is actually not perfect and can move to a higher level. Close your eyes and feel the power of life flowing in your body. Miruem sighed again. The first Hokage Senjo Hashirama, the man known as the god of ninjutsu, and of course the reincarnation of Ajura, the son of the sage of 6 paths. The blood power of the Otsutsuki clan also flows in his body, but now this power has been taken away by Miruem. Gently raising his right hand, the 5 elements of chakra continued to gather in Miruem's palm, gathering together to fuse and repel each other, and then merged with the yin and yang escape technique. 2 colors of chakra, 1 grey and 1 white, also began to gather towards the 5-color ball. With the addition of 2 chakras, 1 white and 1 grey, the 7 colors of chakra finally turned into a small black ball. The ball slowly floated up, finally escaped from Miruem's hand, spun around Miruem, and finally stopped at Miruem's side. The ultimate collection of the 5 elements yin and yang escape techniques, Kyudeo-yu, also known as blood succession snare, finally appeared. Hehe, after getting this power, the so-called blood successor snare, one of the strongest blood succession abilities in the Naruto world, is nothing more than that. It's actually very simple. Then several more black ones gathered in Miruem's palm. Seeking the Deo Jade, 12 small black balls eventually formed around Miruem himself. However, in order to avoid trouble, Miruem compressed these 12 small balls until they were almost invisible. However, if there was a battle, Miruem could summon them again at any time. As for the Zen staff or something called the Black Staff, Miruem has not yet produced it, but if you want to use it in combat, it is not difficult to get it. Once you understand the principle of something and do it once, it will be very easy the second time. Especially for some people who are already super geniuses. The ability of the Deo Jade or Blood Successor Snare has appeared many times in the final battle in the world of Naruto, and it is owned by different people. For example, the 6-path sage brothers, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and Uzumaki Naruto. But this does not mean that this ability is popular. On the contrary, this ability is quite powerful. With the Kyudeo Jade, in the entire Naruto world, except for Kaguya, it can completely suppress all the remaining ninjas and all blood successor abilities. Including the sage eyes of the Uchiha clan and the sage body of the Senjo clan, unless the Sharingan can evolve to its final form, or the sage body can be fully developed. Of course, if you can reach that level of power, you won't be far from Kaguya's strength. With such a powerful ability coupled with Miruem's now enhanced perfect body and the sage mode that can also enhance his strength, it is impossible to imagine just how strong Miruem is now. If I can absorb Kaguya and add the power of the sacred tree, how far will I grow? Ha ha ha, it's really exciting. Miruem murmured to himself while looking at his fist full of explosive power. Said. It is actually not difficult to obtain the Jade of Seeking Deo, as long as the above 2 conditions are met. The first is that he has mastered the changes in the 5 elements and yin and yang attributes to the extreme, and the second is that he possesses the bloodline power of the Otsutsuki clan. But the difficult part is not cultivating the 5 elements and yin and yang attributes to the extreme. On the contrary, it is having the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. There has never been a shortage of geniuses in the ninja world. Many people have reached the point of cultivating the changes in the 5 elements and yin and yang attributes to the extreme. Take a recent example. The 3rd generation Hokage, known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, has reached this level, followed by the 2nd generation Hokage Senjo Tobirama. Even though Senjo Hashirama is called the god of ninjutsu, this guy didn't practice the yin attribute chakra to the extreme until his death. There is no way anyone allowed him to obtain the body of an immortal, and he was born with almost no way to practice yin attribute chakra changes. Unless some special means are used, such as being called the Ten Tails Jinhyuriki. Isn't this how Madara obtained the Jade of Seeking Dao? No matter how thin a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat. The three of you will become the nourishment for my growth. Looking down at the three Hokages who were almost on the verge of drowning, Miruem showed a cruel and excited expression. I'm going to start. The damn monster's body can't move at all. It's too seriously injured. What kind of monster is this? It can actually kill the first generation. Compared with the second and third generations, the injuries of the fourth generation Hokage Namikaze Minato are slightly lighter, but even if as a result, his body was already on the verge of collapse. Due to excessive use of senjutsu, part of the lower body was completely turned into stone. The right arm was also empty. At least 50% of the bones in the whole body were shattered. Not only that, multiple internal organs in the body were damaged. Now it's a miracle that he survived and didn't die. It's not like Orochimaru used some software transformation technique. This was due to Namikaze Minato's astonishing talent in space-time ninjutsu. Without space-time ninjutsu, Minato would have been killed by Miruem's first wave of attacks. Well, is this the power of the second Hokage? Compared with the power of the first generation, there are too few things to gain. But I did get a few good ninjutsu. Forget it, it's better than nothing. You can't expect everyone to be able to do it. It can bring a qualitative leap in my strength like the first generation. Miruem continued to comment after absorbing the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. Just like commenting on the food after dining in a restaurant, Senju Tobirama's strength is indeed far behind compared to the first generation. In other words, the strength of the first generation is no longer what ordinary ninjas can imagine. If the first generation wants to kill the second generation, even if 10 second generations come together, they will not be the opponent of the first generation. It's no wonder that the first generation was able to look down upon the ninja world and was called the god of ninjutsu. Damn it! The appearance of such a monster will be a disaster for the entire ninja world, and this news must be passed on. Fortunately, there is still a little chakra left, and I can still use the chakra I didn't expect to keep just in case. This thing turned out to be the key to saving his life. As long as his arm regains some strength, Minato said secretly as he watched Miruem absorb the second generation and walk towards the third generation, but he was too seriously injured. Again, it's a miracle that he didn't die. Well, compared to the second Hokage, the third Hokage can bring me more improvement. I really deserve the title of Doctor of Ninjutsu, hehe. Although it has not qualitatively improved my strength, it has made me I am more comfortable with ninjutsu. How about I fight with pure ninjutsu next time? I still prefer warriors to mobile turrets like mages. I should be regarded as a pure warrior. Fighting to the flesh is my pursuit. After taking away the life of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Miruem made some comments again. The next thing is Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Just when Miruem turned his attention to the fourth Hokage, the last Hokage in Konoha's history, Minato finally gathered enough power to release the last ninjutsu. After a golden flash, Minato's figure disappeared from Miruem's eyes. The strange thing was that Miruem didn't feel upset about Minato's disappearance. Instead, he looked at the place where Minato disappeared and showed a strange smile. Ha ha ha, I finally found it. Hi, you guys are really cruel. In order to prevent me from finding it, you even made Jiraiya not show up for 3 years. It's really hidden deep enough, but so what? Now I might as well have discovered it. Miyama Mountain, the first of the 3 spiritual holy places. Let me tell you, Fukazaku Sennin, how long will the Great Toad Sennin let me stay here? I have no way to create my works. In Miyama Mountain, one of the spiritual holy places, a man with a long hair, the middle-aged man with a forehead protector with the word grey on his hair and a forehead protection, said to an old-looking toad. Little Jiraiya, this is a prophecy made by the Lord. Once you leave Mt Mayaboku, you will definitely die. The fate of the child of destiny has been changed by someone unknown, and the entire ninja world may be threatened. No, to be precise, judging from your previous predictions, even our Miyama Mountain may be destroyed in one day. The old toad said in an angry tone. This old toad is the immortal of Miyama Mountain except the big toad sage, Fukazaku sage. What will happen to the ninja world? Even Myo-Musen is here. It's not good, Fukazaku-sama. In the woods outside Mount Miyaboku, Toad and Shrimp found Lord Minato, who had practiced in Mount Miyaboku. Lord Minato was seriously injured, and part of his body had been petrified. It seems like the magic has been overused. At this moment, a little toad ran in panic from outside. What? How is that possible? Minato. Chapter 102. Miyama Mountain. There are many roads. This is Miyama Mountain. It is indeed better than a cold and humid place like Longdi Cave. The environment here is not much better. In the Miyama Mountain, where the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, there is an uninvited person. Visitors. Haha, although the 4th generation's Flying Thunder God technique is indeed powerful, how could I not detect the spatial fluctuations of that level? Hehe, I can also fly the Thunder God technique. And the space ability I possess, more than you. Yes, Miru deliberately let the 4th generation escape, which is different from the kind of absorption of the 1st generation that can bring a qualitative improvement to Miru's strength. The 2nd, 3rd and 4th generations actually don't have a particularly big effect on improving Miru's strength. It won't make it any weaker if it's not absorbed, and it won't make it any stronger if it's absorbed. But unlike the 2nd and 3rd generations, the 4th generation Hokage is currently the only person in the ninja world besides Jiraiya who can find the existence of MT Miyaboku. Although the psychic holy land of the Monkey Demon clan is not bad, Miru still looks down upon that place. The leader of Miyama Mountain, you must know that the Great Toad Sage is probably the psychic beast of the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. Even if it wasn't, it didn't matter. Unlike the White Snake Immortal of Ryokai Cave, Miru was still very interested in the power of the Great Toad Immortal of MT Miyamu. Absorbing it must still be able to enhance one's strength, and the old toad who can predict, especially the prediction is extremely accurate, is really troublesome. Although the ninja world is known as the 3 major spiritual holy places, MT Miyamu is actually the first of the 3 major spiritual holy places. Miru had experienced the power of the White Snake Sage, and although it was pretty good, it was not much worse than the tailed beast. But it will never be able to have a significant impact on the entire ninja world. Miru feels that White Snake Sage may be better than Fukazaku and Shima, the 2 elders of MT Miyaboku, but there is still some distance compared to the Great Toad Sage. That guy is an old toad who has lived for thousands of years. As for the Wetbone Forest, it is said that there is only one slug in that place. Miru has not been there, so he can't comment. However, it is estimated that he cannot be older than the Great Toad Immortal of MT Miyaboku. It is not as simple as it seems to be able to obtain such a place like a paradise where birds sing and the flowers smell like a paradise. In the original work, Agama Bunta once had a 50-50 fight with an Ichibai Shikaku. But there are several toads with the same power as Bunta in Miyama Mountain, and there is only one 10,000 snakes in Ryoji Cave. In terms of background, the 2 sides are very different. Minato, it's really Minato. How are you? Are you feeling better? When Minato Namikaze opened his eyes again, he saw a middle-aged man with long white hair. That was his master. According to legend, Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. Master Jiraiya, Minato said with difficulty after taking a breath. His body was really injured too much. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such a serious injury. Minato. Didn't you die 15 years ago? How could it be possible? How could you appear in MT Miyaboku? And you were so seriously injured. Seeing Minato come to his senses, Jiraiya kept talking like a string of words. Out of the doubts in my heart. But Minato really didn't have any energy to speak anymore. The previous Flying Thunder God technique had exhausted all Minato's energy. It's been really weird lately. The Big Toad Sage's prophecy, the originally dead Minato, and the fate of the son of the prophecy have changed. What changes have happened to the ninja world? Little Jiraiya's first goal right now is to heal little Minato's injuries. If you have any questions, just ask after little Minato is healed. Who is little Minato fighting with? He was so seriously injured. There's no reason, even if Kyuubi appears again, it's impossible for Minato to be so seriously injured that he drowns. Shima Sennin, who was standing on Jiraiya's left shoulder, frowned and looked at Minato, who was on the verge of drowning. Jiraiya thought the same thing and could only hand Minato over to the medical toad in Miyama Mountain. Although his medical skills are not as powerful as Tsunade's, they are not much better than other medical ninjas in the ninja world. This Mayama mountain is not only twice as big as Ryokai Cave, but it also has some strange barriers that can actually interfere with my circle. Miru M, who was wandering aimlessly in Mayama mountain, said to himself, talk to yourself. I thought that even though it was larger than the area where Ryokai Cave was located, it would not be much bigger. I never expected that Mayama mountain would be so vast. Not only that, but there were also many inexplicable barriers in Mayama mountain. The circle range that suppresses Miru M. What happened? Isn't MT Mayama the territory of toads? Why haven't I found a trace of a toad yet? For Mayu M, who came to MT Mayama for the first time, it was very unfortunate that he found he is lost. Who are you? Why did you appear in Mount Mayamu? Just when Mayu M's patience was about to run out, a voice suddenly came from under his feet. When he lowered his head, he saw that it was a little toad. Minato, how are you? He was indeed the strongest medical toad in MT Mayamu. After a period of treatment, although Minato was not revived at full strength, his life was no longer in danger. But the medical toad said that it could only express regret for the fact that Minato's bones were shattered and his lower body was turned into stone. All it could do was save Minato's life. Much better, Master Jiraiya. Minato said, his voice sounded much better than before, and he seemed to have some strength. Master Jiraiya, I have something important to report to you. This is why I am here and why I was so seriously injured. After speaking politely, Minato's tone became serious. It's not just me who has been resurrected. Even the first, second, and third generation adults have been resurrected. Minato slowly told Jiraiya what had happened. Minato, you didn't lie to me, did you? I didn't expect that even the first generation lord. Jiraiya couldn't accept the fact that Minato said for a while. The first Hokage Senjo Hashirama, known as the god of ninjutsu, was actually resurrected and killed with his own hands. How can this be? It's not good. Fukazaku-sama, Shima-sama, Miyoki-san was suddenly attacked by an unknown enemy. Unta-sama, Ken-sama, and everyone are fighting the enemy. At this moment, a half-human-sized toad appeared. He ran in hurriedly. What? How is it possible? How can other people find the existence of Mayama Mountain? There is a barrier here set up by the Sage of Six Paths himself. Sage Shima exclaimed. At this time, Minato's face became extremely ugly. If it was really that monster, I was probably the one who led him here, damn it. Did you three trash come here to die? Although Miru M looked so small in front of these three-tailed beast-sized toads. But those trembling on the side were the three toads as big as tailed beasts. Where the hell did this monster come from? Why? Why do I feel scarier than the Kyuubi? The speaker was Gamabuntat, the current leader of the Myabokuyama clan, who was once summoned by the fourth Hokage to confront the Kyuubi. So I have a deep impression of the strength of the nine-tailed beasts. If it was said that Kyuubi was still capable of fighting, but for the seemingly short human in front of him, he felt absolutely invincible. Even Wenta herself didn't know why she had such an idea. It's like an innate feeling. Although I am very clumsy, I will never let you pass here. Although he was extremely nervous, Toad Ken still performed his duties very well and held the huge steel fork aside to stop Mei. The way to go. Since you are looking for death, then I will help you. 10 seconds. No, I can kill you in just 5 seconds. Miru M stretched out a palm towards the three big toads. When Jiraiya and the two immortals arrived, the scene was very bloody. There were corpses of toads of different sizes everywhere, all of them were killed without exception. And in the center lay the corpses of 3 giant toads. The Toad clan of MT Myaboku, which had remained unharmed even in the final battle, was now more than half dead and wounded, and their vitality was severely damaged. Son. Seeing his son's body, Shima Senin, as a mother, first reacted with sadness, and then unconsciously wanted to go over and see what was going on. But its body was tightly held by Fukazaku Senin, because Fukazaku could see clearly that there was a figure of a person in the center of the battlefield. Everything done here was probably done by that figure. Excuse me, where is the location of the Great Toad Immortal of Mount Mayamu? Can you tell me? If you don't want to become like them. 1 second, he was very far away from himself and others, and the next second, he suddenly appearing in front of Jiraiya and the two immortals. This was Miru M's speed. This speed made Jiraiya and the two immortals unable to react. Did you do all of this? It was very rare. Jiraiya, who had been laughing and joking in the original work, also showed a ferocious expression. He stared at Meilum and did not dare to let down his guard. The opponent's strength was really too strong. After a short time, even the three toads including Wenta were killed. Yes, I don't want to say it a third time, where is the Great Toad Immortal? Meruem said without denying it. The Great Toad Immortal is here. Senfa Gomen. Magic the Toad sings. Chapter 103. Immortal of Six Paths. What kind of unpleasant sound is this? Meruem was trapped by a loud and extremely unpleasant sound after blocking the oil fire technique performed by Senbo Gomen. Could it be that this move is one of the ultimate illusions that Jiraiya uses against Nagato in the original work? It is indeed a move that is not inferior to the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is really a headache. The body feels like something has been hit. Trapped in a strange barrier. Four strange giant toads wearing samurai armor and holding big swords also appeared outside the barrier. Haha, a good move. It can actually trap me for a while. Meruem, who was standing in the barrier, looked at Jiraiya below without any panic. At this time, Jiraiya's entire face was colorfully painted as if he were singing a Peking opera, and his teeth had become sharp teeth. The most important thing was that Jiraiya's nose became extremely large and very red. Genjutsu is indeed a very powerful move, and I do know 9 out of 10 and none at all regarding Genjutsu. However, in the face of absolute power, you want to kill me with just a mere Genjutsu? Even the ultimate Sharingan don't even try to restrain me with Tsukuyomi. Just use your mere voice illusion. 100 Demons Night Parade, Lord of Demons and Demons. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Jiraiya and others, easily blocking the big sword in Jiraiya's hand. Jiraiya actually wanted to kill Meruem while he was restrained by the illusion. It must be said that he was too naive. What kind of ninjutsu is this? No. This is not a ninjutsu. How is it possible? How could such a move exist in this world? Fukazaku Sennin cried out after seeing the image behind Meruem, although ordinary trash ninjas can't see neon beasts. But for powerful ninjas, especially creatures with natural energy, it is not difficult to see the neon beast. Although it is different from chakra, after all, Nen is also a type of life energy. Super large jade rays Non. The huge chakra ball gathered in Jiraiya's hand and pounced hard on Meruem. Hehe. It's better than nothing. You, Jiraiya, and everything you have from the two great immortals of MT Mayaboku, I'll accept. Meruem looked at the oncoming Jiraiya without fear, revealing a bloodthirsty look. Smile. It's a pity, Yondaime. You were able to escape from my hands only because I let you go deliberately. Your master Jiraiya has been killed by me. You are next. You will die badly. Minato looked at Meruem and squeezed out a few words from his mouth angrily. I'm sorry, I've already died once. By the way, let me tell you, you irresponsible father. Your son, Uzumaki Naruto, is also under my control now. Since you don't want to be a good person, father, let me educate Naruto on your behalf. Don't worry, Naruto has grown into a qualified ninja, but he has always been obsessed with you. Turn it into nourishment for my growth. After absorbing the power of Minato, Jiraiya, and the two great immortals, Meruem's strength increased slightly. Minato's talent for space ninjutsu, Jiraiya's power, and the mastery of natural energy by the two elders of MT Mayaboku, Fukazaku and Shima. Old Toad, you are the only one left in Miyama Mountain now. Meruem said, looking at the dark brown old toad on the high platform. You are here, the destroyer of the order of this world. It is very rare that the great toad immortal is not half asleep, but looks very awake. It opened its cloudy eyes and stared at Meruem. Destroyer of order? What kind of nonsense title is this? As he spoke, Meruem walked towards the great toad sage step by step. No, it's you who deserve to die. Leave this world. The great toad immortal launched a fierce attack on Meruem. It was hard to imagine that such an old toad could burst out at such a fast speed. The immortal returned to another world. The old toad slapped the ground hard, and a large amount of smoke appeared inexplicably on the entire ground. Meruem was secretly on guard. After all, he was the leader of Miyama Mountain and an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Who knew if the other party had any tricks that could defeat the enemy? But when the smoke cleared, nothing happened. Old Toad, are you blind? No. Who is he? He is hiding in front of me. Maluem shouted towards the empty place. I didn't expect you to realize that, just as Tomomaru said, your existence has threatened the entire ninja world. Holding a Zen staff, a man with a face as pale as paper and two horns on his head, something, with a long beard on his chin, and an eye-like pattern on his forehead like Erlang Shen. The most important thing is that there are several black Tao-seeking jade floating on the soles of his feet. Reincarnation I? And with this face, are you the immortal of 6 paths? Unexpectedly, even the immortal of 6 paths came out. This old toad really has a close relationship with the immortal of 6 paths. But what if you are the immortal of 6 paths? That's right, you're really me. If you leave this world, your existence will have destroyed the order of this world. Otherwise. He pointed towards Miruem with the Zen staff in his hand. Oh? That's ridiculous. Why do you say that my existence has destroyed the order of this world? Is this order established by you, the immortal of 6 paths? Otherwise? Otherwise, what can you do to me? Several weapons also appeared behind Miruem. The path-seeking jade echoes the path-seeking jade of the Sage of 6 Paths, and Miruem also confronts the Sage of 6 Paths. Otherwise I can only erase you from this world. If you are not from our clan, your heart must be different. Sure enough, the claims that the immortals of 6 paths are the god of benevolence and are propagandized by the outside world are just nonsense. If he was the god of benevolence, how could he seal his mother? How could he, a god of love, watch his sons kill each other? Kill me? Then it depends on whether you are capable or not. Deo did not agree with each other. If we can't reach an agreement, let's fight. Anyway, Miruem has already been prepared to fight with him. The Sage of 6 Paths is the founder of the chakra in the Naruto world, and he is also the strongest person that Miruem has ever encountered in the Naruto world. Of course, it is impossible for Miruem to show up with any remaining strength like he did against Hashirama. Condition: you must go all out from the beginning. The strength of the Sage of 6 Paths is not much weaker than that of his mother Kaguya at Satsuki. The pattern of Sage mode instantly appeared on Maluem's face. Immortal technique, all things heavenly induction. A huge suction force came out from the palm of the 6 Paths immortal. Even Miruem, who was as powerful as him, could not withstand this level of suction force for a while. This is definitely not on the same level as Nagato's Samsara Eye. Since you can't resist, then it suits my purpose. You actually chose to fight me in close combat. Miruem's body quickly flew back towards the Sage of 6 Paths, but Miruem in the air decisively adjusted his position. Ready to attack the 6 Paths immortal at any time. Punch me! Miruem waved his fist and faced the Sage of 6 Paths. Immortal technique, Shinra Tianzheng. A huge repulsive force once again emanated from the body of the 6 Paths Sage, not only resisting the power of Maluem's fist, but also instantly ejecting Maluem's body. Repulsion, gravity. It is indeed the move of the Samsara Eye, so it seems that this guy can also fully master the ability to absorb all ninjutsu, the hungry ghost path. As expected of the Sage of 6 Paths, this series of ninjutsu is longer in his hands. The door is not a little bit stronger, and the magic is really extraordinary. It seems that it will be difficult to fight with it at close range. But, look at me, the immortal magic and the iron flower tree realm has arrived. Huge trees emerged from the ground one by one, and huge vines attacked the 6 Paths immortal. At the same time, a strange pollen was emitted in the surrounding air. This is an improved version made by Miruem based on the first Hokage's advent of the flower and tree world. Each tree is made of the hardest hardwood and is more powerful than the original version of the flower and tree world's advent. The most important point is that this is magic. Moreover, the surrounding pollen will not only have a paralyzing effect, but also have hypnotic and poisonous effects. Senpo Gomen. The raging fire mixed with oil was poured into the dense woods in an attempt to burn it down. How could a mere Gomen destroy my secret technique, the secret technique of immortal technique, Iron Tree Blossom? The dense forest was not affected by the fire at all, but stretched out its roots to absorb it. Then a huge flower bone appeared on the top of the largest tree in the forest, as if it was pregnant with something, and the immortal of 6 Paths felt that the vitality of all living things on the earth was decreasing as the flower bone was absorbed. This is a ninjutsu specially prepared by Miruem for Kaguya, and its power is self-evident. Immortal Technique, Super Shinra Tianzheng. Sensing the threat posed by Huguduo, the Six Paths Immortal flew out of the air, emitting a huge repulsive force like a god or demon, and all the trees wherever he went were destroyed, even within a second. The time is not blocked. As expected of the Sage of Six Paths, he is indeed the ancestor of ninjutsu. However, the blooming of my iron tree is not so easy to destroy. Miruem pointed to the location of the forest before. Although the whole thing had become shabby and crumbling, the bud actually got bigger. Humph, Six Paths Earth Explosion Star. A small black sphere appeared at the location of the iron tree bud, and like a small black hole, an extremely powerful source of power appeared, tearing everything around it in. As expected, it's the Earth Explosion Star. Although the time is a bit short, I don't care about that much anymore. Look at me. Six Paths Sage, let's feel the malice of the world. Abyss Manzushiwa. Chapter 104. Manzushiwa. Abyss Manzushiwa. This is a move designed by Miruem based on the Rose nuclear bomb in Hunter World. In other words, it is more powerful than the Rose nuclear bomb. It is not just destructive. If the Rose nuclear bomb in Hunter World is just malicious from human beings, then Miruem's Abyss Manjusawa is the evil of the entire world. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the evil in this world in the Fate series, but he is different from the evil Black Mud in this world. Black Mud only pollutes and devours, while Abyss Manzushiwa destroys. The man who single-handedly created biological nuclear weapons, Miruem. He is indeed the strongest genius. Manzushiwa, the legendary flower of the other shore, also known as the flower of heaven. But this is a beautiful flower that can only be seen in death. With a huge explosion, a bright blood-red flower appeared in the sky. But it only appeared for a second and then disappeared with the wind. Ahem! Such a move could happen. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of the Immortal of Six Paths. Worthy of being the Sage of Six Paths, the founder of ninjutsu is said to be the man who created the profession of ninja. Standing directly above the Manzushiwa explosion, he endured such a devastating explosion and yet he didn't die. Even Miruem from the original Hunter World had to turn into the Coke shape in the original under this blow. Of course, this does not mean that the body of Sage of Six Paths is stronger than that of Miruem in the original work. In fact, Sage of Six Paths' body is not necessarily much stronger than that of Miruem in the original work. But the Immortal of Six Paths has a lot of secret techniques. In terms of defense ability, he can't just use his body to resist stupidly. But despite this, the Immortal of Six Paths has also been seriously injured. A bright and beautiful red flower pattern has covered most of the Immortal of Six Paths' body, which is the pattern of the other shore flower. Once this pattern takes over the body of the Immortal of Six Paths, it will also be the time when the Immortal of Six Paths dies. The Dao-seeking jade beside the Immortal of Six Paths had already been destroyed in the explosion, and the Six Paths Zen staff in his hand was thrown away. But that doesn't matter. As long as he is given a period of recovery, he will be able to get these things back soon. After all, both the Jade of Seeking the Way and the Zen Staff of Six Paths are renewable. However, this requires the Immortal of Six Paths to survive until that time. The power of Manzushiwa is not just the explosion. The malice of this world is already eroding the body of the Six Paths Immortal. No matter how strong Lu Dao is now, he will definitely die as time goes by. Just like the original Miruem died in the Hunter World, he died of poisoning. And there is no antidote for this poison. Old man, do you still like the gift I gave you? Miruem appeared intact beside the Sage of Six Paths who was almost on the verge of drowning. This is Miruem's move. Of course Miruem has a way to defend against it. Besides, the center of malice in the entire world is right where the Sage of Six Paths was just now. But even though he won the battle, Miruem gained nothing. Miruem, the Sage of Six Paths in this state, does not dare to absorb it easily. It is the malice of the entire world, and Miruem does not have the confidence to block it, at least not now. As for that old toad, 80% of it had been turned into ashes in the explosion, and the most pity was that almost the entire Mayama mountain was destroyed. There is also a large amount of evil substance remaining in the surrounding air, and even if people come in, they will not survive for long. In short, Mayama Mountain, one of the 3 major psychic holy places, will probably be removed from the list today. Ahem, it seems that this old man from the ninja world can no longer protect you. The only thing I'm worried about is that if Mother Sama is resurrected, no one will be able to control her. But compared to this monster like you, these are nothing. No matter. Although Mother is cruel, her purpose is only to dominate, but the existence of this monster will definitely destroy the entire ninja world. Six Paths Sage, you take it too much for granted. Destroy the ninja world? I have never had such an idea. Why do you say that? Just because I am the Sage of Six Paths. You will definitely do this, you devil. This is simply unreasonable. Ahem, even if it costs me my life, I will seal you today. The Immortal of Six Paths stared at Miruem closely, and his aura began to rise again. Is it coming back to the light? It seems like this guy is planning to fight to the death. Immortal Technique, Reincarnation of Evil Earth. Following the ninjutsu of the Six Paths Sage, a man with a light blue light appeared next to the Six Paths Sage. Atsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of Atsutsuki Hago Romo, the Sage of Six Paths. Brother, I didn't expect that we would meet again in such a situation. Are you ready? I know. Brother, let the two of us use our last strength to once again protect this land we love. This monster is really too dangerous. Atsutsuki Hamura seemed to be connected with the Six Paths Sage, as soon as he appeared just understand the current situation. No, these two guys. Miruem suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This scene looked like the villain was about to be killed by a blaster. He would have run away if he had known it. Yin Yang and Five Elements Blockade. A burst of intense white light emitted from the two of them, and Miruem was horrified to find that he could no longer use space-based moves. Not only cannot the Flying Thunder God's technique be used, but even the fourth-dimensional apartment cannot be used. Damn it, these two guys. Miruem's entire face darkened. Not only was he unable to use the space-based moves, but his own body was also restricted and became so heavy. Brother, use that and seal me and this monster together. Hamura. The Sage of Six Paths looked at his brother and didn't know what to say, but finally he seemed to have made up his mind. Okay, let us two brothers make sacrifices for the peace of the ninja world again. The Immortal is back to the ban. X2's huge power burst out from the two bodies, and Miruem felt that his entire body was completely blocked. Six Paths Sage, don't think that you can seal me with just a sealing technique. Countless chains tied Miruem's body, squeezing each other, and slowly dragged Miruem into an endless darkness. In space. The moves used by the brothers of the Six Paths Sage Company were to burn their own lives, and the two of them had the idea of dying together. You can't break free at all, stop it, you two damn things. The chain was made of someone who knew what it was made of. Even Miruem couldn't break free and could only watch his body being pulled into a black hole. Not only that, Atsutsuki Hamura's figure was also dragged in by the countless chains together with Miruem. Slowly the surrounding light dimmed and finally disappeared. Finally, Miruem's body disappeared into the space of Mt. Miyuki. Finally, I finally sealed this monster. My mission has been completed. I don't know when the pattern of the Higan flower appeared on the face of the Sage of Six Paths. With a plop, the body of the Sage of Six Paths finally fell down, and his chest heaved. Returned to peace. A legendary man of a generation, known as the founder of ninjutsu, the strongest ninja Sage of Six Paths finally fell. He died in the destroyed Miyama mountain that was about to collapse. Cause of death, killed by the malice of this world. Death by poisoning. Don't worry, brother. I will guard this seal forever and ever, and I will not let this monster appear in the ninja world again. Atsutsuki Hamura, who entered the endless darkness with Miruem, murmured as he looked into the distance. However, he didn't know that his words had already set up a high flag. I don't know how long it took. In the center of the endless darkness, a pair of vertical pupils like wild beasts opened. I'm sorry. Everything you two brothers have worked so hard to do will probably come to nothing. A voice that made Hamura Atsutsuki's hair stand on end rang in his ears. Impossible. You can't break free of that chain. You can't escape that seal. In my dictionary, nothing is impossible because I am the king. I am going to take action, and everything about you will eventually become the nourishment for my growth Doughty. He ha 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 ha. That piece of deep red the figure is so conspicuous in this endless darkness. Pido. In the castle in the Mist Shadow village in the Kingdom of Water, next to Nephi, the queen of the Chimera clan, Miruem, who was only about 30 centimeters tall and looked like a miniature version, said to Pito. "Woo, meow, King, what's the matter, meow?" Peter was rubbing his eyes and looked like he was not awake. Since hatching, Peter had spent too much time sleeping. Because she continued to develop into her previous form and strength while sleeping. My true body may not be able to appear temporarily due to certain things. Now I can only handle the matter on my behalf. The smaller version of Miruem said. This was arranged as early as when Miruem implemented the plan. Backhand. The smaller version of Miruem is one of the clones of the original Miruem, but although it is a clone, its strength is less than 1/20th of the original Miruem. It is stronger than the Golden Cicada Goo, which has little combat power. It is considered a very weak type of clone. Compared to Miruem's other combat clone Musashi, it is definitely incomparable. This is where Miruem stayed to deal with some special situations while he was away. And the body in the land of endless darkness is now absorbing the power of Itsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths. Once Miruem completes this transformation, even the resurrection of Princess Kaguya will not be able to stop the transformed Miruem. If Miruem was only 50% sure of defeating Kaguya before, then after completing the transformation, Miruem will be 100% sure. Chapter 105. The Prelude to the Ninja World War. The main body is actually trapped. However, once the main body completes the transformation, it will become unimaginably powerful. Unfortunately, if the power of the Six Paths Sage is gained at that time, then the main body will become even more perfect. However, you cannot be a human being too greedy. Even if I go to any other world, I will have a place. It seems that I have to work hard, and I can't be left behind too much. We are far apart from the Kingdom of Water. In Konoha village, where the Uchiha clan lives, there is another clone of Miruem, Musashi Road. The moment Maluame was trapped, the Golden Cicada Goo on his head, Naruto's head, and the clone from the Kingdom of Water learned the news. Miruem had also expected that he might be trapped, but he did not expect that the power of the Sage of Six Paths would be so powerful. I originally thought that it would only take a short time to get out of trouble, but now it seems that it will probably take some time. Fortunately, I left a backup early on, so it didn't have any major impact on the overall situation. The Kingdom of Water also has a large number of division leaders, elite-level Chimera ants, and countless Chimera soldiers. The top combat power even includes Yuppie, who has become more powerful. Don't think that the strength of the 3 Imperial Guards cannot be increased, even the division commander can improve, let alone the 3 Imperial Guards who are already better than them. It's just that Bijou was resurrected not long ago, and Pufu didn't know his strength in the Akatsuki organization. But in terms of Yuppie's progress, he is simply a monster. In the original work, Yuppie's biggest disadvantage is his movement speed. Yuppie shouldn't be too fast now, and he is still exercising his strength every moment. It's hard to imagine how strong Yuppie is now. Anyway, he is the strongest in the entire Water Kingdom except Miruem. It shouldn't be too easy for a Yuppie to defeat a group of top division leader level Chimera ant elites. I guess it's hard to say whether the Senju Hashirama and Hashirama will fight each other, but Yuppie can't use chakras, so he can't compare with Hashirama in terms of secret skills. But in terms of level, there shouldn't be much difference. Well, of course it's Hashirama who hasn't turned on Sage mode. The strongest one in the Fire Country is Uchiha Musashi, who has quite powerful sword and taijutsu and mutated Mangekyo Sharingan, as well as dozens of Uchiha elite ninjas. By the way, I would like to mention here that the seeds planted in the Land of Waves have now sprouted. Although that ninja village is still not as good as the 5 major ninja villages or even the second-rate ninja village, it can still be called a third-rate ninja village. He has trained many outstanding ninjas, although currently the strongest ones are only special jonins. But at least the size can be ranked high in the entire ninja world, although it is at the bottom. Although it cannot compare with the Chimera Ant clan in the Kingdom of Water in terms of power, it has already established a firm foothold in the entire Konoha village. In particular, there are 2 other people, Sasuke and Naruto, whose strength is almost at the cage level without breaking out. They also take orders from Musashi. Of course, if these 2 guys break out, it will be difficult even for Musashi to face them. Compared to the Umbu who had only recovered some strength after suffering heavy losses in the Hokage line, and the roots that had been wiped out. Uchiha Musashi's status and power in Konoha are already considerable. Naruto, the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, is now taking orders from Musashi, and with Musashi's guardians, the Konoha elders cannot influence Naruto. Even sometimes, what Tsunade, the Hokage of Konoha village, said was not as effective as what he, the leader of the Uchiha clan, said. This made Tsunade very angry, and of course there was something that made Tsunade even more angry. The apprentice she taught herself, Harano Sakura, was obsessed with Uchiha Sasuke, the genius of the Uchiha clan. That genius is more than twice as talented as Kato Shizune and is the most qualified to inherit everything from him. As a result, she was hooked up with guys from the Uchiha clan again. How could she not get angry? The tailed beast capture plan of the Akatsuki organization has begun to be implemented. First, Gaara, the Kaze cage of Sand Ninja Village, was captured. Granny Cho sacrificed her life to save Gaara at the cost of one life for another. With the help of Sasuke and Naruto, the Akatsuki organization did not gain much favor. But one thing has changed, the Red Sand Scorpion is not dead. Even Sasuke and Naruto couldn't easily win against the Red Sand Scorpion with full fire power. Scorpion is completely different from the original work. He has no desire to die, but has a very high fighting spirit. The attack was so cruel that even Naruto was almost poisoned to death. In short, the Suna Ninja Village, which was severely damaged by the Konoha collapse plan, lost another advisor elder and dozens of elite ninjas to this attack by the Akatsuki organization. His strength was once again damaged, and the only thing to be thankful for was that Feng Ying didn't die. There is still hope for rising. At the same time, the two-tailed cat in Yunrin village was captured again. At the same time, Asuma of Konoha village also died. This not only made the Raikage of Kumo Ninja village furious, but also Konoha. Asuma himself belongs to the elite Jounin of Konoha village, but he is also the son of the third Hokage. Without waiting for any action from the Cloud Ninja village, Konoha arranged a sniper unit headed by several elite Jounin from Kakashi and Shikamaru. What was thought to be a sure-shot situation ended in a disastrous defeat. The reason is that because Haiden was killed early, the team member wearing the 3 rings and Kakuzu was Pyufu. Although Pyufu is a fool, his intelligence is not low. The most important thing is that he is very strong. It would be impossible for Konoha to kill him without paying a certain price. Of course Pyufu and Kakuzu's personalities were not compatible, so he didn't take action until Konoha killed Kakuzu. When the 5 hearts of Kakuzu were confirmed to be destroyed, they gave Konoha's elite ninjas a showdown with overwhelming strength. The only one in Konoha who can fight Pyufu is Kakashi. Although the other elite Jounins are also good, Pyufu doesn't care about these ninjas who are only ordinary division leaders. After the mission in Sand Ninja Village, Sasuke and Naruto met Orochimaru on their way back to Konoha. He still didn't give up on Sasuke's body. In other words, he still doesn't give up on the body of the Uchiha clan, but he doesn't dare to mess with Musashi in Konoha village, and he doesn't like the bodies of other Uchiha clan members. As a result, Naruto was taught a lesson by Sasuke, who had opened the Mangekyo Sharingan without even taking any action. Some people may be wondering after seeing this. Orochimaru should be the same level of ninja as Scorpion. Why did even Naruto almost die when dealing with Scorpion, but Sasuke could handle it alone when dealing with Orochimaru? The Scorpion even opened the scroll at the bottom of the box that did not appear in the original work. The body of the third Kaze cage was torn to pieces by Naruto's Raise Non Shuriken, and Orochimaru did not fight desperately. Besides, he was restrained by the Sharingan. However, not long after they solved Orochimaru, the two met Deidara, who was seeking revenge on Sasuke. The situation at that time was like this: Naruto vs Red Sand Scorpion, Sasuke vs Deidara. As a result, Sasuke used Genjutsu to defeat Deidara and instead went to help Naruto. For this reason, Deidara felt ashamed, so another person quietly came to seek revenge on Sasuke. It's a pity that Delata is very powerful in terms of destructive power. But in a one-on-one battle, Sasuke is no match for him. Deidara was powerless against Sasuke's Genjutsu, and at the same time, his strongest move, Sticky Gun, was restrained by Sasuke's Thunderbolt. Being bullied was even more miserable than in the original work, and even Naruto couldn't stand it anymore. Who can imagine what it feels like to have everything you have completely suppressed by another person? In the end, Naruto and Sasuke returned to Konoha smoothly, but they abducted several of Orochimaru's subordinates on the way, whether due to fate or some other circumstance. Uzumaki Karen and Anato Suijutsu. As for Yugo Sasuke, there is really no way to abduct Orochimaru without dying. Kaoru and Suijutsu were dissatisfied with Orochimaru and were taken away so easily. Yugo's situation was different. Of course Musashi agreed with Suzuki's approach of abducting talents. As for Tsunade's disapproval of allowing people of unknown origins to enter Konoha, just ignore it. Anyway, now she, the Hokage, is already in a semi-empty state, just relying on those unsatisfactory Umbu. If he hadn't been concerned about the strength of Kaibaman and Tsunade's prestige in the village, Musashi might have directly forced Tsunade to abdicate. Then Kisame and Itaka's team captured the four-tailed Jinhyuriki. These defecting Jinhyuriki were really miserable. Except for the 8 tails and 9 tails, which were more troublesome, all of them were taken care of by the Akatsuki organization without any effort. Not even injured. Haha. The Akatsuki organization is taking action, let them be proud for a while longer. Uchiha Itake, I really look forward to your battle with Suzuki in the near future. Without the Sharingan, Suzuki is already a real elite jonin. Once he uses the Mangekyo to fight, even you may not be able to deal with him. As time went by, the 5 tails, 6 tails and 7 tails were all captured by the Akatsuki organization. Again, the tailed beast Jinchuriki, who are nuclear weapons in the Naruto world, were completely unable to cause any substantial harm to the opponent. It can be seen that the strength of these Jinchuriki is really quite painful. Since Scorpion did not die, Deidara did not form a pair with Faye in Obito's disguise. Instead, Faye and Pufa formed a temporary team. There is a funny Faye and a crazy guy Pufo. I can't comment on it more. Pufu completely ignored Faye, who had been pretending to be crazy and acting stupid. He had long realized that the stupid guy in front of him was not simple. However, since I didn't know the other party's purpose, I didn't reveal it. Anyway, I wasn't single-minded in this organization. In the end, all the tailed beasts were 3-tailed, 9-tailed and 8-tailed. The Akatsuki organization, which was famous throughout the ninja world, finally suffered a big loss when it captured the 3 tails. All members of the Akatsuki organization at the ordinary ninja level were annihilated. Even the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara who were trying to capture the 3 tails were captured by mistake. Later, the Mist Ninja village in the country of water announced that the captured members of the Akatsuki organization had been sentenced to death. Mist Ninjas Itaki and Kisame, it seems that you two need to take action this time. Hi, Pufo, the 8 tails matter may trouble you too. And I will go to Konoha myself. Nagato's 6 paths. One day, Pain opened his eyes of reincarnation. Chapter 106. Pain's attack. Mr. Itake, this mission went extremely smoothly. I really don't know why a being with the strength of Yi Xia was killed. I didn't expect that the current Fog Shadow village has declined to such a point. Even a stronger master can't see it. Come. Kisame said, carrying the same Hada sword and stepping on the body of the 3 tails who had fallen into a coma. Although the strength of the 3 tails is indeed good, the Sharingan, especially the Mangekyo level Sharingan, is simply the nemesis of the tailed beasts. Not long after the battle started, Itaka defeated the 3 tails. Get out of here quickly. I always feel like something is wrong. This mission went so smoothly. Unlike Kisame, who seemed carefree, Itaki had never had a moment of peace of mind since he came to the Kingdom of Water. Isn't it good that the mission went well? Mr. Itake, you must have thought too much this time. But it's a pity that you won't be able to see those old friends from the previous village this time. Kisame said disapprovingly, this is the Mist Ninja village, the village where he used to live. Even he, Kisame, didn't feel anything was unusual. How could Itake, who had only been here a few times, know this country and village better than he did? However, out of his inexplicable trust in Itake, Kisame agreed to Itake's words and hurried to this place. In the end, nothing wrong or bad happened until the two of them left the Kingdom of Water. The moment Kisame and Itaka left the Kingdom of Water, the Chimera ants noticed their movements. Just kidding, the Kingdom of Water is now dominated by the Chimera ants. How could they not notice the arrival of a strange aura that did not belong to their race? And the 3 tails has been confirmed to have been captured by Miru-M, so why Itaki and Kisame were able to take away the 3 tails so smoothly can only say that everything was Miru-M's plan. King, those 2 guys have left our territory. Peter climbed on the bed and looked at Malu-M Hui, who was only 30 centimeters tall. Yeah, I understand. Although he was only in his 30s, the clone tried his best to look serious. But unfortunately, no matter what he did, he didn't look serious at all. The big eyes are full of curiosity. Such a small king, I feel so cute, meow. Uncontrollably, he stuck out his tongue and licked it towards Miru. Pido. Stop. It's so itchy, the main body will be jealous if I know it. After struggling to avoid Pido, Miru's clone warned again. Meow. Is this Konoha? It is indeed a place that looks very peaceful, but this kind of peace is false. It is a peace based on the pain of others. Outside Konoha village in the country of fire, 6 of the 8 people in the group, the person's body was covered with punk-style black rods, and Tendo Pain among the 8 people spoke. Conan, let's stay here and leave the rest to them. Nagato said, who was extremely weak and thin. His feet were disabled and it was difficult to move on his own. And Zionin is here to take care of him. Okay. After Zionin said that, a big tree appeared out of thin air on the ground. If you look closely, you can see that this big tree is entirely made of paper. Let the world have a taste of pain now. After Conan and Nagato left, Tendo Pain said again with full Choyunibyo. There are actually very large barriers scattered around Konoha. As long as an intruder enters the entire barrier, it can be sensed immediately. Of course, such a barrier also exists in the other 4 major ninja villages. But it's a pity that generally powerful people have special sneaking skills. At least so far, such a barrier has not successfully stopped any intruders above the level of elite jounin. Oops! Intruder found. 6 paths. Pain easily entered Konoha, and as soon as the beast path appeared, he kept channeling countless huge summoned beasts that Pain caught from nowhere. There are huge centipedes, huge rhinoceroses, huge and strange birds, and even a few giant dogs. Among the shadow-level powerhouses in Konoha, Jiraiya was killed by Miru and Mt Mayaboku. The 3rd generation was killed early in the battle. Even the reincarnation of the dirt was absorbed by Miru. Danzo was even killed by Musashi himself. Kill him and pull out all his roots. Now there are only 4 shadow-level experts left in Konoha, Tsunade, Musashi, Sasuke, and Naruto. Of course, it was impossible for any of these 4 people to let Nagato take Naruto away. So there must be a battle between Ryudeo and Konoha. Damn it! Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? Each of the 6 paths of pain is a very powerful shadow-level master. Especially Tendo Pain, the powerful Shinra Tenzen and Wangxiang T9 are simply the nemesis of all ninjutsu-type ninjas and taijutsu-type ninjas. There is also the Azura path, which has powerful physical skills, and the Hungry Ghost path, which is said to absorb all energy. Except for a few elite jounin in Konoha, no one was his opponent. Even Konoha's super elite ninja Kakashi is actually very difficult to defeat. Just one Pain 6 paths put the entire Konoha into crisis. This shows that Konoha has indeed fallen into an extremely weak state. Psychic Art. As the Hokage, Tsunade took the lead and took action. After all, enemies of this level could no longer be compensated by their numbers. Chief, the village is currently under attack by unknown enemies. Many places have been captured by the enemy. The number of enemies is only 6. The address of the Uchiha clan is located on the edge of Konoha. Although it is known as Konoha's Ministry of Security, but in fact it marginalized them. But due to this geographical location, 6 paths Pain did not come to attack them. Chief, what should we do? Are we going to dispatch? Although the elites of the Uchiha clan were very surprised when they heard that there were only 6 enemies, the warlike factor in their bodies was also ready to move. Your strength is too weak. You cannot participate in this level of battle. However, you go to the surrounding areas to rescue the suffering villagers and spread a positive image of our Uchiha clan to the outside world. But remember, don't interfere in the battle in the center. You are no match for those guys. Your sacrifice will be in vain. I, Naruto, and Sasuke will take over the battle there. As long as this incident is solved smoothly, Tsunade will do it. If another minor accident occurs, we will successfully take over the real power of Konoha. This was originally Danzo's plan, but unfortunately, Danzo, you are already dead, Uchiha Musashi ordered. In a very short period of time, Musashi has successfully spoken among the top management of Konoha. There is no doubt about Musashi's ability. Now is the best time to increase his reputation. How can Musashi let it go? Families large and small in Konoha, such as the Akimichi clan's doubling technique and the Hyaga clan's soft fist style, all came to support. But unfortunately, Kate Kai, the strongest of the Hokage line in Konoha, and his team have not returned yet. Otherwise, in terms of Kai's strength, even if the overall strength is not as good as Six Paths Pain. But strength is no joke. Once Kei-Fa goes crazy and fights for his life, even if the Six Paths gather together, the best result is that both sides will lose. Humph, they are all troublesome characters. Konoha's ninjas keep popping up like ants, but these are useless, because I am a god. Tsunade-sama, don't be too arrogant. Tiendao Pain said to Tsunade. In the end, the whole person flew up out of thin air. This kind of chakra. I have never felt it before. What on earth does this guy want to do? Let the world feel the pain. Super Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force that destroyed the world destroyed all the buildings around Konoha. Under this Super Shinra Tensei, all the buildings were like paper. In an instant, a circle of holes was formed directly in the center of Konoha. Konoha has never received such damage since the founding of the first generation. In other words, no other village among the 5 major ninja villages has suffered such a devastating blow except the Kiri Ninja Village, which has been controlled by Chimera ants. Even the Sand Ninja Village only received Delata's blasts and destroyed some buildings. Okay. You came at the right time, Naruto and Sasuke. It's time for us to appear. Looking at the arrogant Pain in the sky, Musashi pulled out the demon sword behind him. Psychic art. Countless huge pythons appeared in Konoha village, which had been turned into ruins. Although he lost the psychic beast from Mt. Mayaboku, don't forget that Musashi holds the psychic scroll of the Ryakudo clan in his hand. Even if he doesn't use it himself, it doesn't stop him from giving the scroll to Sasuke and Naruto. Let's see, Naruto, who of the two of us can kill our opponent first? Sasuke suggested as he opened his pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Okay, Sasuke, we haven't competed for a long time. But I must be the winner because I am Uzumaki Naruto. The golden chakra enveloped Naruto in an instant, and then in this Nine Tails mode then Naruto actually turned on the Sage mode. The strength of Naruto and Sasuke who exploded far exceeded the average Kage level. Hey, then I'll leave these guys to you and I'll kill the guy who is the mastermind. Musashi said when he saw Naruto and Sasuke with full firepower. To deal with Naruto and Sasuke with the current strength of Pain 6 paths more than enough. Then Uzumaki Nagato and Konan, let me meet you. Madara, tell me, if I destroy your reincarnation eye here, will things become more interesting? I really want to know what you looked like when you were reincarnated from the filthy earth and found out that you could not reincarnate without the reincarnation eye. That must be interesting. With Musashi's strength, he quickly discovered Konan and Nagato hiding not far from Konoha. We found Konan and Nagato. However, before that, let Naruto and Sasuke play for a while. Such an opponent is not something you just want to meet. Chapter 107. Pain's 6 Paths. Konoha. After the ruins of Konoha were destroyed by Tendo Pain with the extremely powerful Super Shinra Tensei. Although the power of Tendo Pain's Super Shinra Tensei is very powerful, there is still a big gap compared with the 6 Paths Immortal's almost heaven-destroying immortal technique, Shinra Tensei. The technique of the Flying Thunder God. A shining golden figure kept shuttling around the 6 Paths of Pain and the Heavenly Dao at the same speed as teleportation. So fast. Tiendao Pain was still very surprised that Naruto had such a powerful ninjutsu. Moreover, the strength shown by the other party just now was even faintly superior to his own. I didn't expect that the Jinchuriki who didn't use the power of the Nine Tails could be so strong. This guy was different from the Jinchuriki he had captured before. He was too strong. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki managed to defeat Shuradeo with just his physical skills. That was Shuradu. His body had been transformed to have a body that was almost the same as that of a tailed beast, but he was actually beaten to pieces by the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. And that brat from the Uchiha clan is also terrifyingly strong. The ninjutsu he uses can't even be absorbed by the Hungry Ghost Path. Try this. Immortal Technique, Super Jade Raise Non. Naruto caught a flaw in Tendo Pain and quickly appeared behind Tendo Pain and used one of his super special moves. The huge chakra sphere slapped Tiendao's back hard. Damn it! Shinra Tensen. A powerful repulsive force came out of Pain's body again, and Naruto was once again bounced away by this repulsive force. But Tendo Pain wasn't much better. Although the repulsive force did disintegrate Naruto's attack, the spiral power brought by the super large jade rays non did not dissipate so easily. Compared with the original work, I don't know how much stronger Naruto is. In the original work, even if he uses the Sage mode, Naruto is still beaten by Tendo Pain. Wherever it is possible to fight like now, almost all of them are suppressing pain, and except for Tendo Pain, Nagato has already failed 5 of 6 pain. Except for the strongest heavenly path, all were killed by Sasuke and Naruto, including the hell path that could resurrect the other 5 paths. To give the simplest example, in the original book, Naruto's comprehensive data value when facing pain was only 53. Of course, this data must refer to Naruto in a non-explosive state, otherwise how could he possibly defeat him? 71 Jiraiya's pain. Now Naruto's normal stats are at least 65. The overall strength is more than a little bit stronger. Damn it, what kind of trick is this? Why can he bounce back all my attacks? This is even more powerful than Niji's Kaishin. Do I have to use the full power-tailed beast cannon? The golden flash failed to attack Tendo. After appearing next to Sasuke in an instant, Naruto muttered with dissatisfaction. Don't worry, Naruto, I've discovered this guy's weakness. Sasuke waved the sword in his hand and said, opening his pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. As early as Naruto's several battles with Tendo Pain, Sasuke had been secretly observing their movements. With the extremely insightful Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke was naturally able to discover a fatal weakness of Tendo Pain. There is an interval between every time Tendo Pain uses the Shinra Tensei, and Sasuke discovered that the stronger the repulsion exerted by Pain each time he uses the Shinra Tensei, the longer the interval will be, at least 5 seconds. If you want to completely resist and rebound all the opponent's moves, such as Naruto's super large Jade Rays non just now, it is not impossible for Tendo Pain to completely offset it, but the power consumed will be very large. The next Shinra Tensen the interval between casts is definitely more than 5 seconds. I'm right, right? Pain. Sasuke raised his eyebrows after speaking, and looked at Tendo Pain standing in the center of the ruins of Konoha with some provocation. Tendo Pain looked at him silently and said nothing, because what Sasuke said was indeed the truth. All the surviving villagers and ninjas in Konoha stuck their heads and bodies out and quietly watched the battle of several people. Naruto and Sasuke are their last hope now. Tsunade-sama, are you okay? Sakura was the one who spoke. She helped Tsunade up who had consumed too much chakra to save the people in the village. At this time, Tsunade no longer looked like the 30-year-old dairy woman she had been before, and the wrinkles on her face and the skin on her hands had betrayed her age. If someone still loves her after seeing her like this, then it can only be said that it is true love. Except for the dead Jiraiya, maybe there is none. Although I don't want to admit it, Naruto and that boy from the Uchiha clan are really the hope of Konoha now. I have to admit that this guy's strength is really too strong. Tsunade gasped with some difficulty. Haha, now that I know your weakness, let me kill you with the next attack. Naruto's white god robe fluttered in the wind, looking at Tendo Pain and said confidently. And Naruto, who possesses the Flying Thunder God technique and the Nine Tails mode, is indeed qualified to say this. Idiot Naruto, if you can't kill this guy, then let me take action next time. You know, you have already lost the game just now. Sasuke said coolly. Yes, the two of them had said before that they would see who could finish off their opponent first. Each of the 6 paths of pain dealt with 3, but unfortunately Naruto happened to choose the strongest pain of the heavenly path. Using the Flying Thunder God and powerful physical skills, Naruto killed 2 of Pain's attacks almost twice as fast as Sasuke, but was repeatedly defeated by Pain's side. Humph, I won't lose to your bastard Sasuke, it's up to me. The golden chakra once again enveloped Naruto's body. Flying Thunder God technique. There is no other way but to use this move. Earth Explosion Sky Star. At this time, Nagato, who was far outside Konoha, began to leave blood on his 7 orifices. Ah, what kind of trick is this? Where does such a strong suction come from? Sasuke, look, I'm flying. Tendo Pain threw a small ball upwards in his hand, which was exactly what the Sage of 6 Paths had done before. The Earth Explosion Star technique used on Miru M. It's just that in terms of the damage caused by the two, there is a big difference. This idiot! Sasuke complained weakly while holding his forehead. Hey! Kuwabai, the capture was successful. After watching the sphere in the sky absorbing the golden Naruto to it, Tendo Pain murmured while looking into the air. Stop playing around and deal with that guy quickly. Sasuke said dissatisfiedly towards Naruto who was still playing tricks on the ball. It's impossible. No one can escape from my Earth Blast Star. Although it's much inferior to the skills of the Six Paths Sage, it's definitely not something you, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, can escape from. Tendo Pain didn't believe Sasuke's words at all. Said confidently. If it were the Earth Blast Star of the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto would have no chance of escaping. But what if it was just the Earth Blast Star that the weak Nagato used? Time and space ninjutsu is a very powerful ninjutsu. Its key point is that it can travel through space. After all, the gravity of Nagato's Earth Blast Star is still a little weak. Super mini-tailed beast Jade. The golden flash disappeared from the huge sphere and appeared directly in front of Tendo Pain. Under Tendo Pain's surprised gaze, he pressed the miniature-tailed beast Jade into Pain's body. Pain's 6 paths were completely destroyed. The last 6 paths have also been solved. Nagato said, sitting on a strange instrument, with a tone of regret, and relief. You too. It seems that I came at the wrong time. Excuse me, the culprits who destroyed Konoha, Uzumaki Nagato, and Konan. Uchiha Musashi also came to Konan after sensing that the 6 paths of pain were solved by Naruto and Sasuke. And Nagato's hideout. Who is it? Zionin reacted to Musashi's appearance instantly, but unfortunately, although Zionin was also a member of the Akatsuki organization. But her strength is not strong in the organization. Strictly speaking, her hard power is even considered to be at the bottom. In the original work, if she hadn't had the courage to die with Obito and the 600 billion detonating charms, Konan's sense of existence might only be slightly higher than Haiden, Kakuto, and his ilk. Beautiful lady, please don't move, otherwise I can't guarantee whether this knife will slide down. The cold tip of the knife met Konan's white and tender neck, and they didn't know when Musashi had appeared between the two of them. In front. Humph, do you think you can stop me with just the tip of a knife? Xiao Nan remained unusually calm without paying any attention to the tip of the knife on his neck. It's like that knife is placed on Bai Ren's neck. Hehe. Isn't this sword an ordinary sword? A beautiful young lady from the Akatsuki organization. And you can try it out. Can you still activate ninjutsu now? Musashi leaned closer and looked at Konan with amusement. I have to say that Konan is indeed one of the most beautiful women in the Naruto world. There is nothing special about his body and appearance, but his personality has become very cold since Yahiko died. When? It was only then that Zionin was surprised to find that his chakra was sealed at some point. Let her go. Your purpose here is just to kill me, right? Although he can't move physically, Nagato still has good fighting ability. But the control ability that I am currently proud of is actually ineffective against the guy in front of me. Even chakra interference can't cause any trouble to the opponent. Haha. I'm not that boring. The purpose of my coming here is just for your eyes of reincarnation that don't belong to you. Give me the eyes of reincarnation. Humph, the people of the Uchiha clan are indeed a group of greedy people. They are trying to dye God's eyes. You are provoking God's wrath. Interesting. Are you trying to call yourself a god? But now do you think you have a choice? Musashi gently pointed the tip of the knife towards Konan's neck. When? Can you escape? Musashi pushed Konan's body forward, and Konan's entire body turned into a ball of paper and scattered on the floor. Originally I wanted to resolve it peacefully, but now it seems I can only kill you. Chapter 108. 5 Shadows Conference. I still didn't get the Samsara Eye in the end. Nagato and Konan, who originally thought they were only facing a semi-crippled state, were in a sure state, but they didn't expect Obito to be the last one to come out. Although Musashi is not afraid of Obito due to his strength, Obito's Kamui space may be difficult to deal with if he doesn't know its principle, but Musashi does not feel that he will lose to him when he clearly knows that it is a space ninjutsu. You must know that he also learned the so-called Flying Thunder God technique. However, it is really not pleasant to face 3 extremely powerful shadow-level experts at once. Even if you can win, it will be a miserable victory. Now that the main body has not returned, there are still some things that need to be considered and cannot be acted rashly. You know, in a certain expansion pack in the Naruto series Knowing Creation, Konan is better than Xia. Although Scorpion didn't fight with his body in the end, Xionan's strength was indeed pretty good. He can barely rank above Haiden, Deodara, and the like. And Xionan also needs a super powerful ultimate move. Facing 60 billion detonating talismans, even with the Mangekyo Sharingan that has the ability to absorb all energy, Musashi is still a little weak. I don't know if Xionan invested all her dowry in order to save so many detonating talismans. No wonder Nagato, who had always had a crush on Konan, never confessed his love to Konan until his death. This prodigal woman used money so fast that she was gone in 10 minutes. Of course, just by looking at this expansion pack, it conflicts with many settings in the original work. For example, Haiden joins Akatsuki time. The original manga clearly mentions that Haiden is a newcomer who joined Akatsuki later than Faye, and in the expansion pack, the film was added surprisingly early. Of course, the behavior of officials slapping themselves in the face is common in many works. Anyway, from the current point of view, the time when Haiden joins Akatsuki is similar to the time in the original manga. It's just a pity to have those samsara eyes, but since you can't get them, forget it. After all, that is considered an important item used by Madara to revive Princess Kaguya. Musashi originally wanted to get the pair of reincarnation eyes and let the people in the Chimera Ant Biotechnology Department study them. Even if he didn't want to create a pair of reincarnation eyes for everyone in the Chimera Ants, he would at least create some reincarnation eyes. The degraded version of the eye, the Sharingan, is still okay. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan in his own eyes have mutated, Musashi still wants to evolve them into the Rinnegan. After all, the ability of the Rinnegan is more comprehensive and more powerful than the Sharingan. That is to say, Nagato is not very good at genjutsu, otherwise the genjutsu used by his samsara eyes would definitely not be any worse than the kaleidoscope-level genjutsu. In particular, it would be unsolvable if Madara's samsara eye was not transplanted to Nagato, but handed over to a member of the Senjo clan or the Uzumaki clan with a strong system. Nagato's system is indeed the weakest among the Uzumaki clan. Although Nagato escaped at the hands of Musashi, he would eventually die at the hands of Obito. Obito would not let those Rinnegan eyes remain in Nagato's hands. It's just that Itaki isn't dead yet. What will you do, Obito? If Itaki hadn't reached his physical limit, his strength might not be any worse than yours. Tendo Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, attacked Konoha and razed most of Konoha to the ground. After Naruto and Sasuke killed him in front of everyone, the entire Konoha was boiling. They are the heroes who saved the entire Konoha. Even their fifth Hokage, Tsunade, was helpless when facing Pain, who was as powerful as a god, and was actually killed. The Uchiha clan even mobilized to save countless villagers when Konoha was attacked, and this was widely spread among the village. Konoha needs heroes so much now. Especially since Tsunade collapsed due to a large-scale overdraft of chakra in Konoha after the crisis in Konoha was resolved. Although Tsunade fell, there cannot be no shadow in Konoha to take charge of the overall situation. Although the Konoha Council of Elders has high qualifications and a good reputation, they do not have the support of powerful shadow-level experts around them. In other words, there is not enough force to deter the surrounding areas. Then the rising stars of the Uchiha clan will successfully become the best candidates to act as Hokage. If Danzo was still alive, then he could be considered one of the candidates to act as Hokage. It's a pity that now the entire roots have been uprooted and no longer exist. The current strong candidates to act as Hokage are, Konoha's top technician Heitake Kakashi, Konoha's brain Narashikaku, Konoha's top clan leader Hinata Hinashi, and Konoha Security Department Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Musashi. But Kakashi's performance in the Battle of Six Paths Pain was unsatisfactory and he was almost killed. Narashikaku is also suitable to be a strategist, let him be the Hokage? I'm afraid not, and his own strength isn't that great either. At least compared to the above, his strength is the worst. Hinata Hisashi and Uchiha Musashi have become the most powerful candidates to act as Hokage at present, but unfortunately the performance of the Uchiha clan in this Battle of Six Paths was too eye-catching. At present, the Uchiha clan's popular reputation has reached its peak. Hinata Hisatsu was very sensible and did not compete with Musashi for the title of acting Hokage. It's just an agent anyway, so why bother? On the same day, the ninjas of Cloud Ninja Village brought a letter from Raikage. Since Obito and Pufu also captured the eight-tailed Kiribi, the Raikage who could no longer bear it finally summoned the other 4 shadows and held a 5-shadow meeting. Sasuke, Naruto, get ready. This time the 5 shadows meeting will be attended by the 3 of us. Uchiha Musashi said after arranging the tasks of the rest of the people and the reconstruction of Konoha. Of course, the Konoha elders did not agree with Musashi's decision. Why? Because Naruto is the 9 tails Jinchuriki. But Musashi's light words gave up their thoughts. In the whole of Konoha, is there any safer place than by my side? Come one of Akatsuki's people, and I'll kill one. A very domineering declaration, but now the Akatsuki organization only has the semi-disabled Nagato, Konan, Itachi, Kisame, Zetsu, Pufo, and Obito who are in increasingly poor health. After revealing his identity, Pufo will never make a move against him, so the only one to worry about is Heizetsu. This guy's strength is unknown, and he is basically unkillable unless Miruem's true form comes, which is considered the most troublesome existence. There is actually an attack by mercenary ninjas, but are these guys out of their minds? You really look down on us Konoha. After all, I am also the 6th acting Hokage of Konoha village. A group of mere special jonin and even elites 8 Shoyunin level ninja actually wants to kill us. Konoha is really degenerate now. You must know that when White Fang was still there, no ninja from any country dared to send people to assassinate our Konoha people so boldly. He was the strongest person in the assassination world back then, Musashi said after casually killing a group of mercenary ninjas who appeared from nowhere. However, while Konoha White Fang was still alive, the body he used was not born. The location of the 5 shadows meeting it was the legendary Iron Country known as the 3 Wolves, a country where there were no ninjas, only samurai. The overall strength is okay, but the high-end strength is only 1 Mifune. It's really cold here. Compared with Konoha, which is as beautiful as spring all year round, the climate in the Kingdom of Iron is indeed worse, accompanied by winter snow all year round. Strictly speaking, the country with the best climate in the Naruto world is the Land of Fire. The Kingdom of Water is always accompanied by heavy fog overseas. The climate in the desert area of the Kingdom of Wind is really bad. The Kingdom of Thunder is extremely hot in summer, so there are many people with dark skin there. The climate of the Kingdom of Earth is relatively some are better, but they are basically chubby and rosacea. Sand Ninja Village Kaze Kage Gara, Cloud Ninja Village Raikage AI, IWA Ninja Village Tsuchikage 2 Scales Onaki, Konoha Village Acting Hokage Uchiha Musashi and Mist Ninja Village Mizukage. Nephi Pito? It's true that Peter was asked to be the Mizukage himself. But it looks very interesting. Musashi nodded to the miniature Miruem on Peter's shoulders, and after making eye contact for a while, he was thoughtful. Peter, Miruem's clones, and Yuppie are all powerful after plastic surgery. Although I'm not bad here either. Of course, when the Hokage of Konoha village and the Mizukage of Mist Ninja village appeared on the stage, the ninjas from the other 3 ninja villages couldn't help but look at them a few more times. After all, the cages from other ninja villages are all well known in the ninja world, so why are the cages sent by Konoha and Kiri ninjas so strange, and have never even heard of them? Even the most junior Gaara's predecessor was a 1-tailed Jinchuriki. Welcome all the cages of the village to gather here. I am Mifune, and I will be in charge of presiding over the matter. The 5 cages meeting will begin now. The old man with an Avanti-like headband sitting in the center said. Gaara spoke first, but the Tsuchikage said a few words with some contempt because of Gaara's age. However, before he could say a few words, the grumpy Raikage smashed the table in front of him with a hammer. However, he instantly angered the other 4 cages guard ninjas like an explosive. Fortunately, the Raikage's guard ninjas were really good at blocking the attacks of others. Apart from Sasuke, Naruto, stand down. Uchiha Musashi's deep voice came. 2 people, one on the left and one on the right, pressed the 4th Raikage AI against the wall. That is to say, Raikage has always been a taijutsu ninja known for his speed and strength, otherwise he might have been embarrassed and lost his fortune. When? As expected of Konoha, what a strong guy. I heard that Konoha was attacked by the leader of Akatsuki, but the leader of Akatsuki was killed. Except for Mizukage Pito and others from the Mist Ninja village, the people from the other 3 ninja villages began to whisper. Pito, on the other hand, had not spoken much from just now to now. Instead, he looked here and there, as if he was curious about a baby. Chapter 109. Dispute. Humph, Konoha boys, Don't be too arrogant. The ill-tempered fourth Raikage was certainly not someone to be trifled with, although at first he was forced back by the sudden speed of Sasuke and Naruto. But after he reacted, Sasuke and Naruto's taijutsu could no longer get close to his body. At least, they couldn't get any closer to his body without seriously erupting their true strength. Damn Konoha! Not everyone praised the strength of Sasuke and Naruto, at least the two elite guard ninjas Nozomi and Darui of Raikage didn't think so. Although the two of them stopped the Tsuchikage and Kazekage's guards, the two people from Konoha actually attacked the Raikage in front of them. No matter how strong or fast the opponent is, this is not an excuse, no matter what. It was their dereliction of duty as the Raikage's bodyguards. Although the two of them are elite jounin at the lowest level, Nozomi is still an all-round elite jounin, and Darui will be the 5th generation Raikage in the future. But facing Sasuke and Naruto at this stage, they are not enough. If they can deal with ordinary people, but against Naruto and Sasuke, two strong men who killed 6 paths pain, maybe Darui can fight a few moves with them, but Nozomi can't. Although he also wanted to fight with the Raikage in front of him, Sasuke didn't do anything in the end. Instead, he snorted coldly to express his dissatisfaction and still obeyed Musashi's instructions. But the look of contempt in his eyes made the 4th Raikage very angry. A mere guard of the Hokage dared to look down on him so much. The already grumpy Raikage almost couldn't help but take action. However, although the 4th Raikage has a bad temper, he is not an idiot. He knows that there will be several shadows watching his movements eagerly. If he takes action now, it will not be a conflict between him and Konoha. Simple. Naruto's attitude is much better than Sasuke's. Of course, this is also related to the golden silkworm goo on his head that prohibits him from messing around. Otherwise, with Naruto's lively personality, he would probably be able to ignite the powder keg that is the Raikage. Everyone, please be patient. This is a place for talks. Please exercise some restraint. Mifune, the representative of the neutral country presiding over the 5-Cage conference, said calmly when he saw the tense appearance of several people. I said, Mizukage, you are younger than the Kazekage who looked at that boy. You can become Mizukage. I have to say, is it because there is no one in your country of water that can use you, so you are sent here? Can you not be like a sit-still like a child? Haven't your adults taught you basic etiquette? Although the situation of being ready to take action disappeared, the Tsuchikage, who had always been mean-spirited and didn't look down on young people, shifted his fire to the other side. Many people. But Bito's sitting posture was indeed not very good, because she was sitting with her legs crossed as before. And from just now until now, they all looked careless. The most important thing is that Pito and the others were the only group who didn't attack Raikage just now, and they looked like they were easy to bully. Ugh, you're so annoying, why don't I just kill you, meow. Facing the Tsuchikage nagging in front of her, Peter felt a little bored. You must know that felines are not very patient. Especially since the other party was a bad old man who didn't look very good, Pito had even less patience. Although Bito's current strength has not returned to the previous level, her murderous intent is real. That level of murderous intent instantly overwhelms the two bodyguards Akatsuki and Kuratsuka standing next to Tsuchikage. Elite the Jonin level is still a little weak against Pito's murderous intent. However, Tsuchikage was still a shadow-level powerhouse in the end, although he was also surprised by Bito's astonishing murderous intent. But he will not be affected by these murderous intentions. Since when did so many monsters appear in these villages? Forget about Konoha village, why are there such masters now in Mist Ninja village? They are really old. The Tsuchikage put his hands on his chest, be prepared to launch dust escape to Biju at any time. Pito. The smaller version of Miruem stopped Pito's behavior and calmed him down. After all, Pito's current strength has not yet been restored. If he really fights with the Tsuchikage, he will still be at a disadvantage. Although Yuppie was holding the battle, Miruem had no intention of letting Peter suffer. Tsuchikage-sama, please stop saying a few words. Musashi, who had been silent until now, interrupted again. Snort. That's enough, I'm here not to listen to your nonsense anymore, Konoha, IWA Ninja, Sand Ninja, Mist Ninja. All the members of the Akatsuki organization defected from you people in the village. How can I trust you? Not only that, there are also former shadows among them. Through investigation, I found that some of you have used Xiao. How can you let me trust you? Let alone join forces. I summoned the 5 shadows here today to ask them face to face. What is your loyalty? The grumpy Lei Ying burst out again when he saw the farcical behavior of these people. Then he questioned all the cages in public. Since Gaara was a newly promoted Kaze cage, he didn't know much about Akatsuki's past as a mercenary in the ninja world. It was the Tsuchikage who explained to him. But those are just glossy things. The weirdest thing is Yukirito ninjas. You are so isolated from the world that it is even said that Akatsuki was founded there. The reality pointer scolded all the villages present, and finally turned its muzzle again to Pito. Mist Ninja Village. Meow? Akatsuki? What is that? Peter's reaction was very cute as everyone turned their attention to him and said that she really didn't know what the Akatsuki organization was. After all, these things had always been done by Maluam. Hosted. Awu. At this moment, the tall Yuppie, who was standing behind Pijo, yawned widely and a trace of tears welled up inexplicably from the corner of his eyes. He was indeed bored. He couldn't understand what these people were saying at all. If he was good at fighting, he really didn't want to use his few brain cells to think about these issues. Seeing this situation, not only the other 4 shadows, but also Mifune, who was hosting the meeting as a neutral country, had a black line on one end. I really can't stand it anymore. Hey, they are talking about your village now. Don't act like you are talking about something other than yourself, with a nonchalant attitude. Ahem. Let me explain this matter. It was really helpless, so Miruem's miniature clone had no choice but to appear in person and explain. A simple and clear explanation of the fact that the 4th generation Mizukage was indeed controlled by Akatsuki, and that the Akatsuki organization was founded in the Rain Ninja village. At the same time, he burst into tears and angrily rebuked Akatsuki for using despicable and shameless means to control the 4th Mizukage, and for the devastating losses it had caused to the Mist Ninja village. The 4th Raikage could not say anything more about this behavior of exposing his own scars. Everyone here is very clear about the policies of the Blood Mist in the Mist Ninja village during those years. That was a policy that destroyed the foundation of most of the Mist Ninjas, and the losses caused to the Mist Ninjas by the Bloodline Limited family incident, in general. We can't do this anymore and still say that they are colluding with Xiao. This is truly sworn hatred. Mifune then took the opportunity to propose a ninja alliance. As a result, there was another dispute over who should be the leader of the coalition. The Raikage felt that no one from the Cloud Ninja village had joined the Akatsuki, so he, the Raikage, was the most qualified to take this position, but this statement was unanimously opposed by several other Kage. Why is it that no one in your village is qualified to join Xiao? Are the two related? The Mist Ninja village still has a different hatred for Akatsuki. Which Mist Ninja village is more suitable? The 3rd Tsuchikage is still the most senior among all the people. Hello, everyone. Just as everyone was arguing over who should sit in this position, a bald head suddenly emerged from the ground. Ahem, it was Baiju. The horn of attack has been sounded. Are you ready? Bai said to the crowd something unclear. But then he was killed by Raikage with lightning speed. It's just a clone of a spore. It's at most one of the 100,000 white Zetsus. Musashi didn't move from beginning to end. Now, unlike the original work, Suzuki has been in Konoha, during the 5 Shadows conference. Not the same either. But white Zetsu still appeared. So the most likely thing is that Obito asked other members of the Akatsuki organization to attack here, preparing to start a ninja war. If Suzuki is not here, then could it be Itake? No, it's impossible. Without Suzuki's bond, Itake wouldn't be able to completely obey Obito's words. Hello, everyone, one village of shadows. At some point, a man wearing a spiral mask appeared in front of the 5 shadows. My life is Uchiha Madara. A very domineering declaration, but this was of no use. Except for Peter's Mist Ninja village and Musashi's Konoha village, the shadows and guards of the other 3 ninja villages immediately attacked the self-proclaimed Madara. Obito launched an attack. However, all attacks were in vain in front of Obito's divine power, and Obito didn't have any scars at all. Even the 4th Raikage activated his body's cells to the limit and still couldn't hurt Obito. Of course, for Obito, who has the ability to blur and is completely immune to physical attacks, he wishes he had more opponents like Raikage. In this way, he can give the opponent more power. Obito then began to describe his Eye of the Moon plan with the real Madara to everyone like a pyramid scheme. So, hand over the Kyuubi. Chapter 110. Ninja Alliance. Although I don't know who you are, you definitely can't be Madara. Since the other party had pointed the finger at him, Musashi had to speak. However, the first words he spoke shocked Obito. Oh? Why do you say that? Obito said calmly, and deliberately looked like he was listening out of interest. I thought you were too weak. Although your time and space ninjutsu is indeed very good. But as the current head of the Uchiha clan, I know a lot. Your strength is not worthy of calling yourself Madara. Although I don't agree with Uchiha Madara's behavior, I have to admit that his strength is comparable to that of the first generation. And you are only good at time and space ninjutsu. I have heard about it a long time ago, and I don't know when to start. This ninja man suddenly appeared in the world claiming to be Uchiha Madara, and this man also had a Sharingan. So I went to investigate the Uchiha clan specifically for this matter. Or there are no truly dead tribesmen. What do you think it turned out to be? Musashi paused here deliberately, focusing everyone's attention here again. Everyone here has more or less heard the legend about Uchiha Madara and the first generation. Especially the third Tsuchikage can best understand Madara's terror. In other words, he is the only ninja besides Musashi who knows that Madara is fake. People. Among all the records, there are only two people who meet this condition, one is Uchiha Shisui and the other is Uchiha Obito. So you are Obito, right? Tisk tisk. It's interesting, so what if it isn't? Hehe, Uchiha Musashi, you are such an interesting person. I now declare that the Fourth Ninja World War has begun. Although his true identity was revealed in public, but Obito still remained calm. After all, he was just using Madara's name to cause trouble, and the other party would not show mercy to him or even run away without a fight because of whether he was really Uchiha Madara. I wish you good luck and don't die too early. Ha 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 ha. Just as Obito came suddenly, he left very decisively. Walk softly, just as you come softly, wave your sleeves without taking away a single cloud, this is exactly what Obito is talking about. The time and space ninjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan, there is currently no way for anyone present to stop him. If Obito wanted to escape, even the Flying Thunder God technique would not be able to enter the Kamui space. Obito's rather arrogant departure left a deep impact on the 5 cages present. Regardless of whether the other party is true or false, at least everyone present has tried their best and still cannot keep him. For someone so arrogant in front of the 5 shadows, and even someone who declares war on the 5 most powerful ninja villages in the world, at least so far he is the first one. The ninja world is about to be in chaos. The opponent has captured 8-tailed beasts. Even Kirby, who is known as the most perfect Jinchuriki, was caught. It's incredible. The thought of facing 8-tailed beasts gave Tsuchikage Raikage and Kazekage a headache. Even if they are really strong, they are not afraid even if they face the tailed beasts alone. But it doesn't mean that they can resist the attack of 8-tailed beasts. The only thing to be thankful for is that Kyuubi is still in Konoha's hands. As Obito was the culprit who released the 9 tails more than 10 years ago, how could he not know that the 9 tails Jinchuriki was Naruto? But for some reason, this guy didn't attack Naruto directly. Obito is indeed a rather contradictory guy, and his thoughts are not easy to guess. But a great ninja war? Just what I wanted. I just don't know if Orokai Kabuto will appear. 100,000 white Jew tisk, that's really a generous move. Uchiha Musashi thought as he looked thoughtfully at where Obito left. I don't care whether he is Uchiha Obito or Uchiha Madara, in short, this guy is from your Konoha, right? He is all from your Uchiha family, right? Who knows you Konoha and your Uchiha clan? Did you collude with the other party? So you Konoha are responsible for this. His brother was arrested and his life and death are unknown now. Coupled with this inexplicable farce, Raikage's patience has reached its limit. Just point at Musashi's nose and curse, who made it true that both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito are indeed members of the Uchiha clan. Oh? I don't know how the Raikage-sama wants me to be responsible. It's ridiculous. If your Kumo ninja village suffers losses, then our Konoha village will be gone? Our village is still under construction. What could it be? You, the Cloud Ninja village, think that we, Konoha, are easy to bully? Humph, do you still remember the little trick you used to steal our Konoha Byakugan? I am not as talkative as the third generation. If you want to fight, then fight. Ani first, let me deal with your Cloud Ninja village and then deal with Akatsuki. Uchiha Musashi pointed the demon sword in his hand at the beard-blowing Raikage. He had no good impression of Raikage, no matter what. Which aspect? He is one of Miruem's clones, so he also inherited most of Miruem's temper. It is impossible to endure such a thing with the overall situation in mind, not to mention that Musashi is originally from the Chimera Ant side. In the so-called Five Shadows Conference, 2 of the shadows were from other forces. The fact that 2 Kage are controlled by other forces is really ironic. I think. We are all here for talks. Everyone has heard what the guy of unknown origin said just now. This is a declaration of war by the Akatsuki organization. There is no need for us to fight internally at this time. Maybe this is what the enemy wants. I hope everyone can calm down and talk. Seeing that the 2 villages were preparing to take action again, Mifune once again stepped forward to mediate. Lord Raikage, I hope you will put the overall situation first and stop being so impulsive. It will be bad if the enemy sees the joke. There is absolutely no way Konoha can collude with Akatsuki. The attacks on Konoha village are obvious to all. It is also true that it is still under construction. Hi. Raikage didn't expect Musashi's reaction to be so violent, and he snorted to express his dissatisfaction. But he didn't say anything more. He was impulsive, but that didn't mean he was a fool. The same goes for Hokage-sama, whether it's Madara Uchiha, the person you call Obito, or the S-level traitorous ninja Uchiha Itachi of Konoha. But they are all of the same species. People of the leaf, and they are all from your Uchiha family. I think in order to avoid suspicion, Konoha, the leader of the ninja coalition, should not fight for it. Otherwise, Konoha will serve as the chief military advisor of the ninja coalition. Although Mifune said it, seems fair. But in fact, Mifune also doesn't believe in Konoha, or in other words, Uchiha. Good guy, several members of the Akatsuki organization are from Konoha, and they are all from the Uchiha clan. The emergence of Uchiha Madara in the Uchiha clan is enough to stir up troubles. Now, out of nowhere comes a Uchiha Obito whom I have never heard of. And that extremely dangerous S-class rebellious ninja Uchiha Itachi. You said that the Uchiha clan really has no contact with him at all. Who else would it be? He would have to believe it. Would you believe it if it were you? Whether you believe it or not, Mifune is not very willing to believe it anyway. And the Raikage didn't have to think about agreeing with Mifune's words. The Tsuchikage was an old fox and it would be one less competitor for him, especially Konoha. Of course he would be happy to see this kind of thing. Although Garakaze Kage didn't say it, he still felt the same way. As for Peter Mizukage, others have ignored her opinion. Besides, although Peter understands, the purpose of her coming here is just to play. Tisk, hypocrisy, Musashi said with merciless contempt. Since you don't want us Konoha to be the leader of the coalition, then you should choose a suitable person. I would like to know, how do you choose? Is it the young Kazekage? The old Tsuchikage? Or the violent Raikage? Or the new Mizukage? However, don't forget. The Kyuubi still belongs to us in Konoha. As for what Musashi said, the rest of the people present shamelessly pretended not to hear. Of course they knew that Kyuubi belonged to Konoha, and if it wasn't for this, they might have fallen out with each other long ago. According to Hokage-sama, who should be the leader? Qualifications? Age? None of these things can be used as capital. If you want to sit in the position of leader, you must rely on your true ability. This is the world of ninjas, so let strength speak for itself. Since you want to, you can't be the leader if you don't have some skills, otherwise if you are assassinated by the enemy, it will be a shame for our 5 villages, Musashi said with some evil intentions. If there is a fight between the 5 shadows, then he is definitely the one who can win in the end. It's a pity that he can't participate in this campaign at the moment. After all, Paido's strength has not recovered yet, and Yuppie can't be allowed to fight in Paido's place. Although Gaara is strong, he is really no match for the Raikage. The Tsuchikage is already very old. Even if the power of dust release is huge, there is still a question of how long he can withstand the fierce battle. But Musashi didn't want Raikage to become the leader of the coalition so easily, and he deliberately said it to disgust everyone. Regardless of victory or defeat, there will always be a thorn in everyone's heart. What Hokage-sama said does make sense. Mifune thought about it and it was indeed true. What do you mean? Okay. I have no objection. That's it. Chapter 111. Preparations before the Fourth War. In the end, the leader of the coalition formed by the 5 major ninja villages was still the original 4th-generation Raikage. There was no way Musashi did not participate in the battle, and Kaden was indeed inferior in strength based on the Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Peter who had not recovered his strength. The Raikage moved a little away. Especially now that Raikage's hands are sound. After Lei Dun stimulates cell activity, his speed is even much faster than Peter's now. Gaara and Tsuchikage also fought a battle each with no winner or loser. Although Paido's strength has not been fully restored, her strength cannot be underestimated. At the very least, Bijuo's current strength ranks among the best among all shadow-level powerhouses. After the battle with Raikage, Peter was very happy. As a member of the Chimera Ant clan, Peter was very enthusiastic about fighting. Even though Peter looked like a good girl in front of Maluem, once she started fighting, she was absolutely crazy. Unlike Gaara's previous bloodthirsty killings, she has always enjoyed fighting. In other words, it can make her feel happy physically and mentally during battle, but of course that's only when the strength is not much different. But once the matter involves Miruem's interests, Peter will become different. This is the same for Yuppie, Pufo, and others. This is the consciousness engraved in their bones. In the end, the result of the battle between the other 4 shadows except Musashi was that Raikage took the first place, Pedro was second, and that Tsuchikage was tied for third place with Gaara Kazekage because of his age and lack of physical strength. Compared to the thunder escape and physical skills that the Raikage cells can activate after activation, Peter's abilities are quite weird in the eyes of other people. After all, the world of Naruto has never heard of telekinesis, but fortunately, there are too many weird blood-stained limits in the world of Naruto. No one dares to say that he knows all the abilities of blood-stained limits, so Peter's telekinesis ability is also it can be explained by a blood-stain limit that I have never seen before. It is indeed not easy for Tsuchikage to be as strong as he is now with his old body. Dust release is indeed a blood successor elimination that is said to be above the limit of blood stains. Think about the 3rd Hokage who died at the hands of Orochimaru. Although in terms of achievements, the 3rd Hokage, who is known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, is definitely better than the 3rd Tsuchikage who is resting on his laurels. Dust release, which is said to be above the limit of blood stains, after all, blood inheritance elimination is the ability of the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage to inherit the ability of the previous generation of Tsuchikage. But in terms of fighting ability after old age, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage is slightly better. After all, this guy survived until the 4th war period, and even joined forces with the other 4 shadows to fight Uchiha Madara. It is not comparable to the 3rd generation who was killed by Orochimaru, regardless of whether the 3rd generation had any intention to fight against Orochimaru. What a boring farce, Sasuke, Naruto, these are the so-called shadows of each village. If you are facing them, are you sure? After the leader was elected and the meeting was temporarily over, he returned to his residence. Musashi asked Naruto and Sasuke. The so-called protagonist is really a very incredible creature. The strength of Naruto and Sasuke can only improve in this short period of time, and the speed of improvement is not small. Musashi's strength was like that of someone who had used a plug-in, and they all felt a great deal of pressure. Compared to Naruto, Sasuke's strength improvement is relatively limited. Because if Sasuke's strength wants to go further, he must get Ataka's Mangekyo Sharingan to change his eyes. But once you can possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, then Sasuke's ability really doesn't matter. If a few people fight seriously, Musashi will have to pay a high price if he wants to defeat each other. How strong is Sasuke who has the ability to use the Mangekyo Sharingan unlimited times? Unfortunately, Musashi, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in Hokage's original route, probably shouldn't think about it. After all, he doesn't have a brother who can change eyes. But as time goes by, Musashi's eyes are gradually developing towards the eternal kaleidoscope, but the path he wants to take is the development of Indra's Sharingan, the son of the Sage of Six Paths. Indra did not change his eyes, his brother was Azura. The so-called shadows are nothing more than that. The strength of the guards led by the Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Raikage is not worth mentioning. The strongest one is slightly inferior to Kakashi-sensei. But the red of the Mizukage, I can't tell the strength of the big-skinned guard, but he gives me a feeling that he is very powerful. At least he is on the same level as the shadows in those villages. Among them, the strength of the Kazekage is not worth mentioning, and the ability of the Tsuchikage is not worth mentioning. Although it is strange, he is too old after all. With your strength, Brother Musashi should have no problem dealing with the two of them. I have never seen Mizukage's fighting style and ability, so I can't comment very well, but he is very strong, but he has it. I find it strange that Mizukage's moves are very similar to Naruto's taijutsu. Of course they are similar, they were both taught by Miru, but one was taught by his own hand and the other was taught by his clone. The last Raikage does have some abilities. His speed doesn't feel much slower than Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique. He is a more difficult opponent. If they don't have other hidden methods, I am confident that I can win with their strength. Pass them. Sasuke paused and continued. His evaluation was more subjective. After all, he only saw a few people fighting and did not actually participate in it. And even if they are competing for the position of alliance leader, the shadows of these villages will not be able to use the best moves. These are all superficial comments. Yes, with Sasuke's current strength, the Tsuchikage and Kazekage are indeed inferior to you, but what you need to pay attention to is the Tsuchikage's dust release. That move is stronger than the blood stain limit in the general sense. It's a pity that the user is older. But Raikage's strength should not be underestimated. This guy looks rough and violent, but he is actually very sober. This guy's physical skills are very simple, rough, and extremely fast. He's not an easy guy to deal with. What about you, Naruto? Musashi commented as he gently wiped the blade of the demon sword Muramasa. Ahaha, actually Sasuke and I have similar evaluations. Naruto said with a smile while grabbing his hair. Only in front of someone whom Naruto truly recognized would Naruto show such a posture. In fact, this is Naruto's true temperament. But there's one thing Sasuke and I have different opinions on. Oh? Which point? Not only Sasuke, but Musashi was also curious. That Mizukage's guard, a big red-skinned man. His strength is definitely not simple. He always gives me a very dangerous feeling. This feeling sometimes even makes me feel that he is actually the most dangerous person here. The strongest among them. However, this is just a feeling, but he is definitely not a simple being. Even Brother Musashi may suffer in his hands. I think he may be the one who needs attention. As expected of the protagonist of the original Naruto novel, his feelings are sharper than that of Sasuke, the second male lead. It turned out that Yuppie's extraordinary strength could be seen. What? Naruto, are you kidding? Although I also think that Guy's strength is not simple, there is absolutely no way his strength can match that of Brother Musashi. Before Musashi could speak, Sasuke couldn't sit still. Although Musashi's status in Sasuke's heart is still not as good as that of Itachi, Sasuke is not a cold stone. He can still tell who is good to him and who is bad to him. Mummy. It's just a feeling. Naruto said and touched the tip of his nose. Don't be impatient. Naruto is right. That guy's strength is indeed not weaker than mine. But don't worry, the Mizukage family of Mist Ninja Village will not be our enemies. Maybe you can still fight side by side. Naruto and Sasuke were startled at the same time, and then looked at Musashi with admiration. He was indeed the elder brother of Musashi. By the way, Sasuke, how have you considered the matter I told you? You also know the situation back then. Although that guy was expelled from the family by me, he is always someone you have to face. Man. And if you want to take a step forward in your strength, you must see him. Musashi looked at Sasuke seriously and said. Under Musashi's influence, Sasuke was not as ruthless as in the original work, and he was even considered ruthless. But once Itachi is involved, Sasuke becomes very conflicted. Itachi is indeed a respectable person in a way, but from the perspective of other Uchiha clan members, Itachi is nothing more than a traitor and a spy. From Sasuke's perspective, it's even more complicated. I will go see him. Some things must be settled. When Itachi was mentioned, the atmosphere between the three began to become heavy. Naruto opened his mouth, but in the end no sound came out because he didn't know what to say to comfort Sasuke. It's not just Sasuke, Naruto. And you, are you ready? Meet your parents. Some things really need to be settled, and the sooner the better. However, the fourth Hokage has now been killed by Miruem's body, and his soul has disappeared. Even the other half of the 9 tails in Minato's body has been obtained by Miruem. So the question becomes, are Minato's soul fragments still in Naruto's belly? Judging from the original work, it should be there. After all, Minato's body had been sealed away by the ghoul at that time, but he could still appear in Naruto's body. It means that the soul fragments in Naruto's body are not related to the real body. It is an independent existence, and it should exist because of a little chakra. It will probably dissipate automatically after use. I just don't know if this Minato will have any impact on Naruto, but judging from Naruto's current attitude, even if it does, it will be very small. Rather than letting this time bomb remain buried, it would be better to deal with it once and for all. Chapter 112. 4 Battles. At the same time, a man wearing a hood, with most of his skin already scaly, and with golden snake eyes in his eyes, also came to Obito wearing a spiral mask. Even though Orochimaru did not die, he still chose to assimilate with Orochimaru's cells, claiming to have inherited all of Orochimaru's powers. Orochimaru Kabuto appeared. However, Orochimaru's body disappeared completely from the entire ninja world, just like he disappeared from the world. I know the traitor, Kabuto. When he first saw Kabuto, Obito launched an attack without hesitation. Reincarnation of the dirty soil. However, Kabuto not only escaped Obito's attack but also used the forbidden technique, and the dirty soil was reincarnated. Several coffins appeared in front of Obito's eyes. Inside were the strong men from various ninja villages who had died in the past, such as the Golden Horn Silver Horn, the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Ninja, and even familiar faces from the Akatsuki organization, men who had fought against the first-generation Kakuzu. And Uzumaki Nagato. Sure enough, Nagato died in the end. Konan must have also died a violent death, and the pair of Samsara eyes should have returned to Obito's hands. It's just that among these powerful men who have been reincarnated from the Dirty Land, there are no Delata and Crimson Sand Scorpion. In addition, there are the shadows of the 4 great ninja villages of the 5 great ninja villages except Konoha, the 2nd generation Water Shadow, the 2nd generation Soil Shadow, the 3rd generation Thunder Shadow, the 4th generation Kaze Cage, and so on. And the man stored in the last coffin, a man hailed as a demon by the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Where did you get him? But, in this case, you are indeed qualified to join my plan. Madara, who was wearing a spiral mask, finally agreed to Kabuto's request when he saw the coffin. The high-end combat capabilities of the Akatsuki organization are gathered for the decisive battle. Obito then took Kabuto to see the army he had, numerous and overwhelming white Zetsu. About 100,000. Obito said. As time went by, ninjas from other major countries gradually formed a ninja army. Konoha's ninjas are indeed the best. Even at this time, the team leader served by Konoha ninjas occupies more than half of the entire ninja coalition. It's just that the position of acting Hokage is still controlled by Musashi, and the former 5th Hokage Tsunade has no signs of waking up. Of course, all this is Musashi's secret work, the biological toxin created by the Chimera Ant Research Department. It can make a person immortal, but it cannot wake him up, and it can also cause his body's functions to slowly deteriorate. It is a very powerful neurotoxin. At present, no one in Konoha can solve this biological toxin, not even Shizune. Neither can Sakura. Their medical ninjutsu wasn't up to par, and they couldn't even check why Tsunade couldn't wake up. In desperation, the Konoha Council of Elders had no choice but to announce that Uchiha Musashi would succeed as the new Hokage. The 6th Hokage Uchiha Musashi. He is also the only Hokage Uchiha has in Konoha so far. Resurrect the original Jinhyuriki, the cages of the past, and the strong men of the past. Countless strong men with cage-level strength, and even elite Jonin strength, were reincarnated by Orochimaru Kabuto using dirty soil to appear one after another. Come on, let's fight. The 4th ninja war has begun. Countless living ninjas fought against the strong men who had died in the past. The overwhelming white Zetsu were indeed very large in terms of quantity, but in terms of quality. In short, a special Jonin-level ninja could kill several white Zetsus. Although there are not too many special Jounin and above-level ninjas in the entire ninja alliance. In the final analysis, the strong men reincarnated from the dirty soil are just a group of dead characters. Although they have immortal bodies, their strength has declined greatly. Under the control of the reincarnation of the dirty earth, his performance was greatly reduced. For example, Kakuzu was originally a veteran powerhouse among the cage level. He also had 5 hearts. The monsters embodied by each heart were not easy to mess with, but after being reincarnated in the dirty soil, he could barely deal with 3 at most. Elite Jounin is already the limit. The most important thing is that except for a few crazy people and bloodthirsty people, most of the powerful people who have been channeled are letting go. Yes, I heard that right. It is true that they are all letting off steam, and they are letting off steam very hard. Especially the shadows of the various villages are the most obvious, and they barely tell the ninja coalition where their weaknesses are. Even so, when faced with a large number of shadow-level warriors who were channeled after death like locusts, the ninja coalition still suffered heavy casualties. After all, their opponent is still a shadow, and even if they let go, their strength is less than 70% of what it was in its heyday. But no one who can become a cage or who can shock the ninja world is an easy target. The most important thing is that the opponent also has the ability to become immortal. As long as the opponent is not completely sealed, the immortal strongman can slowly recover his body. Especially the middle-aged white-haired man who now appears in the Ninja Alliance. A short sword alone blocked the path forward of the Ninja Coalition. The legendary strongman, the super master who shined most dazzlingly in World War II. There is a madman-like existence in Konoha, Konoha White Fang, Heitake Sakumo, Heitake Sakumo. He is also Kakashi's father. There was even a legend circulating in the ninja world for a while that as long as you met the White Fang of Konoha, you would not be punished even if you gave up the mission. Since the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, except for the first Hokage, only Konoha White Fang has received such treatment. I don't know why Heitake Sakumo, who was not channeled in the original work, now appears in front of the ninja coalition, riding 1,000 horses. This white-haired ninja is too strong. He is like a demon. No one can get close to him. The ninja in front of him, who was from an unknown village, was already overshadowed by White Fang's strength. No matter how many people came, no matter what level of strength they were, they all fell into a pool of blood in front of the glowing white sword in White Fang's hand. Only the older generation who had experienced the storms of World War II remembered that terrible legend when they saw this scene. Konoha's top master Konoha White Fang. Moreover, White Fang's current state is different from the previous masters who were channeled by the reincarnation of the dirty earth. He never said a word from beginning to end, and he was merciless in his killings, whether they were Konoha ninjas or ninjas from other villages. He picked up the knife and dropped it, blood splattered on the spot. Hehe. I'm not like Orochimaru-sama. My earth reincarnation has been improved. Although my current ability is to control the number of people with this kind of absolute control, there are not many. But each one of them is the top powerhouse in the world. Orochimaru Kabuto gently put down a chess piece and said with an evil smile. This is a filthy reincarnation that is more thoroughly controlled than the original work and can perfectly bring out the strength of the recipient. He must be sealed. Looking at White Fang standing proudly in front, an unknown ninja in the Ninja Alliance said. Are you kidding me? Go try it. That's Konoha's White Fang. I don't know how this guy died in the first place. This kind of strength is simply terrifying. This guy's only weakness may be that he doesn't know a wide range of ninjutsu. But ninjas of our level can't deal with it just with one sword skill. That guy just killed 3 elite jounin in an instant. Wait a minute. Here comes another guy. He has white hair and 2 red dots between his eyebrows, Kagaya Kimimaro. If it weren't for physical reasons, with Kimimiro's growth rate, he would definitely be a man no less powerful than Konoha White Fang. On the other side, the 7 mist ninja swordsmen also gathered. Finally, there are the former cage-level masters from each village in the past, more in number than in the original work, the 2nd and 3rd generation Raikage, the 2nd Tsuchikage, the 2nd Kaze Kage, the 3rd Kaze Kage, the 4th Kaze Kage, the 2nd Mizu Kage, and the 3rd Mizu Kage. Film. There are 8 figures in total. Even the 3rd Kaze Kage, who was made a puppet by the Red Sand Scorpion, also channeled his spirit. This feeling. The feeling of being full of power all over the body. At the beginning of the 4th war, the entire ninja world was plunged into war. A voice came from the depths of endless darkness. But who am I? Why do I feel joy in this power? Peter. Hey, I remembered. I am the king of the Chimera Ant clan. In the depths of darkness, there should not be a trace of light. But now a young man with a faint golden light appeared. It turns out I was wrong from the beginning. The young man looked a little strange, and a long tail suddenly appeared behind him. The whole person's appearance gradually became similar to the image of the Chimera Ant King among the full-time hunters, except for the huge green mushroom hat. This is one of the abilities Miruem gained after absorbing Hamura at Satsuki, a throwback to his ancestors. After returning to the form of a Chimera Ant, Miruem's body will be enhanced to an incredible level. Just how strong it is, Miruem doesn't know. But it is definitely more than twice as powerful as Milue in human form using Sage Mode to improve her body. Of course, the benefits Miruem gained were far more than these. Whether it's in the Chimera Ant form or the human form, it's all me. In the Chimera Ant form, my body is the strongest. In the human form, my energy attack is the strongest. In the end, Miruem's body still returned to human form. A perfect human form, and the skin is no longer the slightly green color before. And normal human skin color. Although it is all his body, after all, Miruem's aesthetic issues as a human in his previous life are still within the normal category. What happened while I was away? Oh? It has developed to the point of a ninja war? Soon. However, now is not the time to leave. I still need to consolidate the current state. Just give me a little more time. Chapter 113. Reincarnation of the Dirty Land 100,000 White Jew. The main body has awakened. The moment Maluem woke up, the three people who were his clones learned about the situation of Maluem's awakening. Musashi silently glanced at the miniature version of Miruem standing on Peter's shoulder, and the same miniature version of Miruem also looked at Musashi. It is more than words. The main body has become several times more powerful than before. Ninja coalition forces, just continue to fight with Obito's 100,000 white Zetsu. When our Chimera Ants officially attack, you will know what a million Chimera Ant army is. A mere 100,000 is nothing to worry about. Moreover, the Jutsu reincarnation is a very powerful and domineering ninjutsu. It can actually summon souls that do not belong to this world. Mizukage. Why do your troops always give others a strange feeling? The Mist Ninja village brought by Peter had been transformed by the Chimera Ants. Although it still belongs to the category of human beings, it is essentially no different from a puppet. Although it still looks human in appearance, the way it answers and acts is relatively dull. After all, if the regular army of Chimera Ants were used, it would be easy for ninjas from other villages to find something wrong with such a large number. Who knows if the Ninja Alliance will cause trouble due to non-human issues? At least now, although it is dull, it can still be explained by the special characteristics of Mist Ninja Village in terms of management. Therefore, outsiders always seem to have some things that feel inconsistent, but it is just that the sense of violation is relatively strong, and everything else is fine. Among them, the strongest puppet is Terumi Mei, the former 5th Mizukage. The two large-scale killing skills of melting release and boiling release are not very effective against the large white Zetsu. There is basically no normal human being to be found in the current kingdom of water. In a certain battlefield, there were two young men with fan patterns printed on their backs, Uchiha Suzuki and Uchiha Itachi. Finally we met. Is this guy an enemy? An S-class rebel ninja from the Akatsuki organization. Leave this guy, Suzuki-san, to us. One of the hundreds of ninjas commanded by Suzuki behind him looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of everyone. He spoke eagerly. He was originally an elite jounin from the IWA ninja village of the Earth Kingdom. He was relatively well known in the Earth Kingdom, but he was assigned to the close combat department led by Suzuki. Because Suzuki's outstanding performance on the battlefield overshadowed everyone else. However, because of Suzuki's excellent judgment, analysis, layout ability, and super strength, he was overshadowed by Suzuki in time, but most people still very much recognized Suzuki, a minister who was only 15 years old. There are only a few people who insist that they are not weak and do not obey Suzuki's discipline, and this IWA nin is the most outstanding one. His strength is considered to be only lower than Suzuki's, although the gap between the two is very large, much wider than they imagined. Of course he knew that Konoha's S-class rebel ninja Uchiha Itachi was now Akatsuki Itachi and was Uchiha Suzuki's brother. He said this on purpose. He wanted to overwhelm Suzuki. If he defeated Itachi in a one-on-one challenge, it would boost morale and suppress Suzuki. But the premise is that he can defeat Atake. Whatever. But don't blame me for not reminding you if you die. Sasuke glanced at the Iwa nin with disdain. Of course he knew what the other person was planning. He had been staring at this Iwa ninja's thorn for a long time, but he didn't even think that this Iwa ninja was strong enough to defeat Atake. That was the former Uchiha Atake. His strength was ranked among the best in the entire ninja world. Even the shadow of a village might not be able to kill him. No matter how powerful it is to kill these thorns, liquid oxygen is easy to manage. Although the ninjas from the 5 villages formed a ninja alliance, there was still a lot of intrigue among them. After all, wherever there are people, there will be fights. Look at me. Earth release, rock coffin. The elite jonin of the rock ninja simply ignored Sasuke's sarcastic tone. He only had one thought in his mind now. Kill Uchiha Atake. It was as if he had seen the scene where Uchiha Atake was killed by his proud earth release ninjutsu, and everyone cheered and supported him. Huh? The figure in front looks so familiar. Wait, isn't that your own body? With one sword, just one sword, the head of the elite rock ninja Jounin flew high. The headless corpse collapsed to the side. How is it possible? That's the elite among the elite jonin. How could he be killed with one knife? This is impossible. There was an exclamation from the Ninja Alliance, as if they had seen a ghost. Uchiha Atake unexpectedly killed the top 3 elite ninjas on his side in a single encounter, whose overall strength was only lower than that of Minister Uchiha Sasuke. Either way, this is an unacceptable fact. The difference in their strength levels is too big. Unlike other ninjas, Uchiha Sasuke had already seen it. Despite Atake's clean movements, Atake had actually used all his strength. No matter how you say it, the other party is still a top elite ninja. Even if he died in Atake's hands, he couldn't be killed so easily. Just now Atake had actually used the super illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan Tsukuyomi. You guys step back and leave this place to me. I will deal with this guy. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Uchiha Atake with his cold eyes. After hearing Sasuke's words, for some reason, most of the other coalition ninjas felt a little more at ease in their hearts, even though they didn't know why. In short, Sasuke standing here can give them a sense of peace of mind and a sense of security. The few remaining ninjas were relieved. No matter what, the scene where Atake killed the elite Iwa ninja just now put too much pressure on them. It's a good thing now that someone can take the initiative to confront him. Finally, it's finally time to solve your and my problems. The traitor to the Uchiha clan, the murderer of my parents, and my most beloved eldest brother. Uchiha Atake. Sasuke's side faced his eldest brother, and Naruto's side wasn't much better. As the last Jinchuriki of the Ninja Alliance, although Naruto is so powerful that he has almost no opponents, he is still protected by other ninjas in the alliance. If Kyuubi is lost again, the coalition will lose its last hope. No one in this world can stop the crazy behavior of the masked man. There happened to be time, so Musashi asked Naruto, who was already prepared, to face the biggest test in his life. Facing his parents who have never been masked. Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato, soul fragments. Whether you go or stay. Naruto, you need to decide all this by yourself, but now the entire Konoha is in my hands. What will the remaining fragments of the 4th generation and Kushina choose? It's really curious. I hope you can live up to my teachings for so many years, otherwise I would really hate to kill you. Musashi murmured, looking at Naruto who was guarding him. However, Naruto doesn't seem to conflict with his own plan. Even if the Yondaime and Shinkuna's wishes for him to protect Konoha, there is no big conflict with him. His goal was not to destroy Konoha, but he was afraid that Minato and Shinkuna would tempt Naruto to fight against him. But what qualifications do these two irresponsible parents have to do this? Although they didn't want to raise Naruto personally. And now he is the Hokage of Konoha. Due to emotions and reasons, as long as there are no big changes, Naruto's test will be over. The same goes for Sasuke. Sasuke is now working for Konoha, and Musashi is still the current Hokage of Konoha. Uchiha Atake has no position for Sasuke to oppose him, and Sasuke may not be willing to do so, even if he has Shisui's other eye and the eye of another god. After solving this knot, Naruto's strength will soar again. The same goes for Sasuke, after solving Atake's matter. The strength of the two of them will probably soar to the point where even Miruem's clone himself may not be able to fight against them. Sasuke, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Naruto in 9 Lama mode, once the knot between them is resolved, their strength will grow to such an extent. The two are only one step away from the Samsara I form and 6 Path Sage mode in the final battle of the original work. The war between the Ninja Alliance, White Zetsu, and the reincarnated body of the earth has also reached a fierce stage. Although they have an immortal body, the time when Gitu reincarnated and recovered their bodies was also the best time for the Ninja Alliance to seal them. Among them, countless blood successors and the younger generation shine in this battle. Especially Konoha's 12 strong are the most outstanding. Among the Ino, Deer, and Dai trio, the Dai no Akimichi clan is worthy of being the strongest among the three. The perfect doubling technique doubled their strength. Akimichi Koji, who was originally not taken seriously and who was not very powerful during the Konoha collapse plan, has attracted much attention in this battle. Their fighting ability is no less than that of the elite guard ninjas who have been famous in the ninja world for a long time and have been guarding the cage of their respective villages. In addition, there are the super genius Hyaga Niji of the Hyaga clan and the martial arts expert Rock Lee. Moreover, Konoha also has Sasuke, a great changer who defeated all the others and became minister at the age of only 15. If it weren't for the fact that Naruto couldn't take action as the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, I'm afraid the ninjas in other villages would be extremely jealous. There are also many ninjas among the Sand Ninja, Earth Ninja, and Cloud Ninja who are equally outstanding, but compared to Konoha's elite ninjas, they are inferior. There are no outstanding ninjas among the Mist Ninjas, but there is nothing holding them back. They are the most well-behaved type among all the villages, and they never get into trouble. Because it was a period of frequent wars, people paid little attention to mediocre people. Over time, everyone's attention to the ninjas in the Mist Ninja village declined. After all, the so-called mediocre people are the ones who receive the least attention. Most people believed that the Mist Ninja was on the verge of decline. Only a few people like Shikamaru felt a little weird. Chapter 114. The Reincarnation of the Dirty Land 100,000 White Jew. The main body has awakened. The moment Maelum woke up, the three people who were his clones learned about the situation of Maelum's awakening. Musashi silently glanced at the miniature version of Miruem standing on Peter's shoulder, and the same miniature version of Miruem also looked at Musashi. It is more than words. The main body has become several times more powerful than before. Ninja coalition forces, just continue to fight with Obito's 100,000 White Zetsu. When our Chimera ants officially attack, you will know what a million Chimera ant army is. A mere 100,000 is nothing to worry about. Moreover, the Jutsu reincarnation is a very powerful and domineering ninjutsu. It can actually summon souls that do not belong to this world. Mizukage. Why do your troops always give others a strange feeling? The Mist Ninja village brought by Peter had been transformed by the Chimera ants. Although it still belongs to the category of human beings, it is essentially no different from a puppet. Although it still looks human in appearance, the way it answers and acts is relatively dull. After all, if the regular army of Chimera ants were used, it would be easy for ninjas from other villages to find something wrong with such a large number. Who knows if the Ninja Alliance will cause trouble due to non-human issues? At least now, although it is dull, it can still be explained by the special characteristics of Mist Ninja Village in terms of management. Therefore, outsiders always seem to have some things that feel inconsistent, but it is just that the sense of violation is relatively strong, and everything else is fine. Among them, the strongest puppet is Terumi Mei, the former 5th Mizukage. The two large-scale killing skills of melting release and boiling release are not very effective against the large White Zetsu. There is basically no normal human being to be found in the current kingdom of water. In a certain battlefield, there were two young men with fan patterns printed on their backs, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. Finally we met. Is this guy an enemy? An S-class rebel ninja from the Akatsuki organization. Leave this guy, Sasuke-san, to us. One of the hundreds of ninjas commanded by Sasuke behind him looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of everyone. He spoke eagerly. He was originally an elite jounin from the IWA ninja village of the Earth Kingdom. He was relatively well known in the Earth Kingdom, but he was assigned to the close combat department led by Sasuke. Because Sasuke's outstanding performance on the battlefield overshadowed everyone else. However, because of Sasuke's excellent judgment, analysis, layout ability, and super strength, he was overshadowed by Sasuke in time, but most people still very much recognized Sasuke, a minister who was only 15 years old. There are only a few people who insist that they are not weak and do not obey Sasuke's discipline, and this Iwa Nin is the most outstanding one. His strength is considered to be only lower than Sasuke's, although the gap between the two is very large, much wider than they imagined. Of course he knew that Konoha's S-class rebel ninja Uchiha Itachi was now Akatsuki Itachi and was Uchiha Sasuke's brother. He said this on purpose. He wanted to overwhelm Sasuke. If he defeated Itachi in a one-on-one challenge, it would boost morale and suppress Sasuke. But the premise is that he can defeat Itachi. Whatever. But don't blame me for not reminding you if you die. Sasuke glanced at the Iwa Nin with disdain. Of course he knew what the other person was planning. He had been staring at this Iwa ninja's thorn for a long time, but he didn't even think that this Iwa ninja was strong enough to defeat Itachi. That was the former Uchiha Itachi. His strength was ranked among the best in the entire ninja world. Even the shadow of a village might not be able to kill him. No matter how powerful it is to kill these thorns, liquid oxygen is easy to manage. Although the ninjas from the 5 villages formed a ninja alliance, there was still a lot of intrigue among them. After all, wherever there are people, there will be fights. Look at me. Earth release, rock coffin. The elite Jonin of the rock ninja simply ignored Sasuke's sarcastic tone. He only had one thought in his mind now. Kill Uchiha Itachi. It was as if he had seen the scene where Uchiha Itachi was killed by his proud earth release ninjutsu, and everyone cheered and supported him. Huh? The figure in front looks so familiar. Wait, isn't that your own body? With one sword, just one sword, the head of the elite rock ninja Jounin flew high. The headless corpse collapsed to the side. How is it possible? That's the elite among the elite Jonin. How could he be killed with one knife? This is impossible. There was an exclamation from the Ninja Alliance, as if they had seen a ghost. Uchiha Itachi unexpectedly killed the top 3 elite ninjas on his side in a single encounter, whose overall strength was only lower than that of Minister Uchiha Sasuke. Either way, this is an unacceptable fact. The difference in their strength levels is too great. Unlike other ninjas, Uchiha Sasuke had already seen it. Despite Itachi's clean movements, Itachi had actually used all his strength. No matter how you say it, the other party is still a top elite ninja. Even if he died in Itachi's hands, he couldn't be killed so easily. Just now Itachi had actually used the super illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan Tsukuyomi. You guys step back and leave this place to me. I will deal with this guy. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Uchiha Itachi with his cold eyes. After hearing Sasuke's words, for some reason, most of the other coalition ninjas felt a little more at ease in their hearts, even though they didn't know why. In short, Sasuke standing here can give them a sense of peace of mind and a sense of security. The few remaining ninjas were relieved. No matter what, the scene where Itachi killed the elite Iwa ninja just now put too much pressure on them. It's a good thing now that someone can take the initiative to confront him. Finally, it's finally time to solve your and my problems. The traitor to the Uchiha clan, the murderer of my parents, and my most beloved eldest brother. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's side faced his eldest brother, and Naruto's side wasn't much better. As the last Jinchuriki of the Ninja Alliance, although Naruto is so powerful that he has almost no opponents, he is still protected by other ninjas in the alliance. If Kyuubi is lost again, the coalition will lose its last hope. No one in this world can stop the crazy behavior of the masked man. There happened to be time, so Musashi asked Naruto, who was already prepared, to face the biggest test in his life. Facing his parents who have never been masked. Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato, soul fragments. Whether you go or stay. Naruto, you need to decide all this by yourself, but now the entire Konoha is in my hands. What will the remaining fragments of the 4th generation and Kushina choose? It's really curious. I hope you can live up to my teachings for so many years, otherwise I would really hate to kill you. Musashi murmured, looking at Naruto who was guarding him. However, Naruto doesn't seem to conflict with his own plan. Even if the Yondaime and Shinkuna's wishes for him to protect Konoha, there is no big conflict with him. His goal was not to destroy Konoha, but he was afraid that Minato and Shinkuna would tempt Naruto to fight against him. But what qualifications do these two irresponsible parents have to do this? Although they didn't want to raise Naruto personally. And now he is the Hokage of Konoha. Due to emotions and reasons, as long as there are no big changes, Naruto's test will be over. The same goes for Sasuke. Sasuke is now working for Konoha, and Musashi is still the current Hokage of Konoha. Uchiha Itachi has no position for Sasuke to oppose him, and Sasuke may not be willing to do so, even if he has Shisui's other eye and the eye of another god. After solving this knot, Naruto's strength will soar again. The same goes for Sasuke, after solving Itachi's matter. The strength of the two of them will probably soar to the point where even Miruem's clone himself may not be able to fight against them. Sasuke, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Naruto in 9 Lama mode, once the knot between them is resolved, their strength will grow to such an extent. The two are only one step away from the Samsara I-form and 6-path sage mode in the final battle of the original work. The war between the Ninja Alliance, White Zetsu, and the reincarnated body of the earth has also reached a fierce stage. Although they have an immortal body, the time when Gitu reincarnated and recovered their bodies was also the best time for the Ninja Alliance to seal them. Among them, countless blood successors and the younger generation shine in this battle. Especially Konoha's 12 strong are the most outstanding. Among the Ino, Deer, and Dai trio, the Dai no Akimichi clan is worthy of being the strongest among the three. The perfect doubling technique doubled their strength. Akimichi Koji, who was originally not taken seriously and who was not very powerful during the Konoha collapse plan, has attracted much attention in this battle. Their fighting ability is no less than that of the elite guard ninjas who have been famous in the ninja world for a long time and have been guarding the cage of their respective villages. In addition, there are the super genius Hyaga Niji of the Hyaga clan and the martial arts expert Rock Lee. Moreover, Konoha also has Sasuke, a great changer who defeated all the others and became minister at the age of only 15. If it weren't for the fact that Naruto couldn't take action as the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, I'm afraid the ninjas in other villages would be extremely jealous. There are also many ninjas among the Sand Ninja, Earth Ninja, and Cloud Ninja who are equally outstanding, but compared to Konoha's elite ninjas, they are inferior. There are no outstanding ninjas among the Mist Ninjas, but there is nothing holding them back. They are the most well-behaved type among all the villages, and they never get into trouble. Because it was a period of frequent wars, people paid little attention to mediocre people. Over time, everyone's attention to the ninjas in the Mist Ninja village declined. After all, the so-called mediocre people are the ones who receive the least attention. Most people believed that the Mist Ninja was on the verge of decline. Only a few people like Shikamaru felt a little weird. Chapter 115. Uchiha Madara. GG, is this the base camp of the 5 major village coalition forces? I was able to sneak in so easily. The so-called coalition forces are nothing more than that. In an unknown lake near the hinterland of the ninja coalition army, a shark with a long head climbed up. A blue-skinned man whose face and entire body are almost the same as those of a shark. An S-level rebel ninja from the Kiri ninja village, Kisame Kisaki. This time he came under Obito's orders to capture the last Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. I don't know what caused Obito's convulsion, but one thing that is certain is that Naruto's current strength is definitely not something that Kisame can handle. Especially since he was the only one who wanted to capture Naruto alive, it would be even more impossible. But by coincidence, it was at this juncture, at this critical time, that Naruto was dealing with his own life experience. Although sneaking into the hinterland of the coalition forces is also very dangerous for Kisame, with Naruto's current state, he does not have no chance. Naruto Uzumaki, let me show you how powerful I am. Looking up at the barrier not far away, Kisame said, waving the huge Samehada sword. As long as you pass through this final barrier, you can see the 9-tailed Jinchuriki inside Uzumaki Naruto. These damn white monsters can actually transform into our companions. Although the individual strength of the white Jew spore clones is not high, they are superior to them in large numbers and the exquisite transformation ability that everyone possesses. As long as you meet anyone, including the other person's chakra and abilities, you can copy them flawlessly. Even sentient ninjas generally have a hard time telling them apart, let alone ordinary ninjas. Baiju's harassing spy war really gave the ninja coalition a huge headache. To put it in perspective, if the basic combat power of Obito's Shiman White Zetsu gave ordinary ninjas a huge headache, then the countless top shadow-level powerhouses who appeared through Orikuma Kabuto's reincarnation channeling made the high-end combat power of the coalition very difficult. Several shadow-level experts from the coalition faced off against the predecessors or former village chiefs of their respective villages. Although they cannot fully display their strength as dead people, their victory lies in their infinite chakra and physical strength. And there are so many people, that is the shadow of a total of 8 villages. In addition, there are 2 strong men who are like monsters running rampant among the ninja alliance. Heitake Sakumo and Uzumaki Nagato, White Fang's sword skills and Nagato's 6 paths ability, those ordinary ninjas present were just like delivering food. Especially as the battle progressed, Nagato absorbed the opponent's chakra and even recovered a lot of his body. Without the help of the original attacker, Naruto, and the 8-tailed Jinchuriki Rabbi, the others would have to sacrifice their lives if they wanted to kill or seal Nagato. And just when the ninja coalition was being defeated by these monsters, an invincible demon appeared on the battlefield. Uchiha Musashi finally showed his power. With an absolutely powerful, invincible, and powerful intervention, the battlefield has changed. He defeated Konoha White Fang's sword with sword skills, and defeated Nagato's Samsara Eye with pupil skills. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was fully exerted by Musashi, using the absorption ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan to resist the ability of the Hungry Ghost Path. Musashi's strength raised the hope of victory in the hearts of countless coalition ninjas. Finally, after the remaining cage sealed their seniors, Musashi almost single-handedly defeated all the remaining cage-level experts in the reincarnation of the earth. It can be said that Musashi is now qualified to be called the soul of the coalition, and his performance is much inferior to that of the 4th-generation Raikage AI. Worshipping the strong, especially in the ninja world, is an inevitable thing. Moreover, this Musashi, who is as invincible as a demon, is still one of their own in the coalition, so the result is self-evident. Musashi's prestige in the coalition forces grew quietly and invisibly. Compared with the shadows of the previous villages that faced serious losses, the opponents Musashi faced were all fighting with a dead hand. Not long afterward. In addition to the 5 shadows from the 5 major villages, there are also a series of super masters. Uchiha Sasuke with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Uzumaki Naruto in Kurama mode. For Naruto, who has a sense of malice, those ninjas transformed from white Zetsu are like beacons in the dark night. It's so obvious. Apart from the ability to transform, Baiju's so-called combat effectiveness is simply a piece of cake in front of the ninja coalition. After finishing dealing with the ninjas reincarnated from the dirt on the field, Orikuma Kabuto's chess pieces have been almost used up, and there are not many Shiwanbei Zetsu left at this time. The previous situation of losing ground has been completely reversed, and victory is only a matter of time. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction, but, until Orochimaru Kabuto channeled the last coffin in his hand. Uchiha Madara. What on earth is that guy Obito thinking? Instead of using Samsara, he summoned me with Ursa reincarnation. This guy didn't go according to the previous plan at all. But it doesn't matter, I'm here again anyway. The world is over, this is enough. Uchiha Madara, who had just stepped out of the coffin, said standing alone in front of the entire ninja coalition. Are you guys just forming a new army? That's all. After coldly scanning around the people present, Madara continued. In other words, there is no ninja present who can match Madara's discernment, so let him take a closer look. That person, that person. The 3rd Tsuchikage, who had been lucky enough to meet Madara once, felt bad when he saw the person in front of him. That is a kind of fear from the bottom of my heart. In front of Uchiha Madara, the so-called ninja coalition was like a pottery dog and a chicken. They were defeated in just a few battles. Uchiha Madara didn't even use the Sharingan, but just a few fire escape techniques made most of the water-type ninjas in the Ninja Alliance drain all their chakra. Uchiha Madara's powerful fire is simply not something that normal people can resist. Even Naruto, Sasuke, and Musashi had to sigh at Madara's strength. He is simply too strong, with an unbelievably powerful fire escape, super strong physical skills, and a pair of eyes that have evolved into Samsara eyes. What an extremely powerful opponent, but having such strength makes me even more excited. Uchiha Musashi, who had been staring closely at Madara, suddenly laughed. Leave it to me here. When facing Uchiha Madara, who was as powerful as a god and made people despair, Musashi was the only one to stand up. I really want to know how strong the man who is my ancestor is. Oh? Those eyes of yours. Are you also from the Uchiha clan? What happened to that guy? There are still other people there. Uchiha Madara was a little surprised that someone dared to stand up and face him. Especially when he saw that the other party was also a member of the Uchiha clan, he was even more surprised. Those eyes are the Mangekyo Sharingan. Not bad. He's finally decent. After carefully looking at Musashi, Madara made this evaluation. But with your eyes right now, you are still no match for me. If you don't try it, how will you know? The juniors nowadays are really getting more and more arrogant. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Musashi finally fought against each other. Madara's physical skills had already been developed during the Warring States period, and he was the best in every aspect. But Musashi's swordsmanship is also not bad. It is a swordsmanship that even defeated White Fang. In terms of strength, Uchiha Madara is the reincarnated body of the dirty earth. Although he has immortality, he is still not as good as the real body after all. Uchiha Musashi's body has been carefully trained and transformed by Miru-M, so in terms of strength, Musashi still has a slight advantage. If he had another opponent, Musashi could continue to expand his advantage and defeat his opponent with his own ability, but this advantage did not continue to expand when facing Uchiha Madara. It was obvious that he had the slight advantage in strength and body, but he was actually suppressed. So strong, he deserves to be Madara Uchiha. A man as famous as the first Hokage Senjo Hashirama. Musashi said as he gently wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth that had been injured due to an excessive battle. Don't mention that name in front of me. Wooden Release World Tree is coming. When Madara heard the name Senjojuma, it was as if the other party had touched his G-spot, and he went crazy without warning. Hi, do you think you are the only one who knows the ultimate move? The secret technique Amaterasu's fire. Countless black flames shot out from Musashi's eyes. Of course, this was not the first time Musashi used this move. But both the scope and color of the flames were much stronger than the first time. Black flames as dark as night were raging on the big tree released by Uchiha Madara. Countless huge roots were burnt into charcoal, and even the arrival of the boundary tree could not compete with the black flames that could burn everything. In terms of Amaterasu's ability alone, Musashi has surpassed Itachi, the creator. You are such an outstanding junior, how do you like it? Are you interested in participating in my plan? That guy must have told you about the plan. After several battles with Musashi, Madara actually extended an olive branch to Musashi. In other words, Musashi's strength has been initially recognized by Madara. That so-called hypocritical and ridiculous Eye of the Moon plan? In my opinion, it is just a manifestation of self-deception. What's more, the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi is just a way for Kaguya to obtain the fruit of the sacred tree. Musashi didn't say the last half of the sentence, but that's what he thought in his heart. Humph, you are really ignorant. It seems I can only kill you. Chapter 116. Complete Susanoo. Two huge purple giants appeared in front of everyone in the Ninja Alliance. As the battle between Musashi and Madara intensified, the levels of ninjutsu used by the two became stronger and stronger. Even the complete Susanoo's level of ninjutsu has been performed. Unlike the ordinary Susanoo, the complete Susanoo is stronger and has a more complete stage of evolution. However, although they are both complete Susanos, Musashi and Madara's Susanoo shapes are completely different. Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo is shaped like a tengu, which means it symbolizes infinite destructive power. And there is a pair of big wings behind him, as well as a sharp samurai sword. Musashi's perfect Susanoo is more like a samurai wearing armor. However, in terms of height, Musashi's Susanoo is slightly smaller than Madara. In fact, Musashi's strength is indeed worse than Madara. Hoo. Although I don't want to admit it, I really can't beat this guy with my current strength. He is indeed one of the big bosses in the later stages of the Naruto world. If there were no Black Zetsu and Kaguya, then this guy would be the final one. Boss. Hey, he hasn't turned into Six Paths mode yet, even in his reincarnated state, Madara is invincible to me. How on earth did he kill the first Hokage Senjo Hashirama? Is it worthy of being his true form? This is my battlefield now. Musashi breathed heavily after he and Uchiha Madara each controlled the complete Susanoo for a few hits. I said it. Although you are a good backup, I am stronger than you. I will give you one last chance to join me. Otherwise, you will die. Madara, who was standing inside Susanoo, folded his arms and looked down at him. Musashi said. If it hadn't been for Sasuke and Naruto who just sensed that Obito brought the 8 reincarnated Jinchuriki of the dirty earth, they would have beaten you together long ago. After the two of them deal with those reincarnated bodies of the dirty earth, let's see if you are still arrogant. Musashi ignored Madara's words and expressed his answer with practical actions. The two huge giants once again fought together. Are the other Kage just standing aside to watch the show? Even if they are not as powerful as Madara, they should still come and help. Damn! If I had known better, I wouldn't have pretended/forced myself into the limelight. Uchiha Musashi said with a sullen face. Controlling Susanoo, he began to argue. It seems that the 6th Hokage can no longer hold on any longer. Madara is indeed a monster, really terrifyingly strong. Said the Tsuchikage, who was floating in the air and watching the battle not far away. Madara is indeed a monster, but the Hokage who can fight him is not bad. Although I don't want to admit it, I am indeed not as good as the two of them. The bearded Raikage standing next to the Tsuchikage said. If Naruto loses, then we have to face Madara head-on. What's more, we are allies now. Seniors, please take action. Gaara, the Kaze Kage carrying a gourd on his back, said. Damn it, that guy Mizukage has gone somewhere now. Ignore her, the Hokage can hardly hold on any longer. Dust escape the art of stripping away the original world. Thunder torture level Chiamai. Sand waterfall gun burial. Just when Musashi could hardly hold on any more, the attacks from the other 3 shadows finally reached Uchiha Madara. Susanoo absolute defense. Uchiha Madara's big Tengu-like Susanoo stretched out his right hand and blocked it with a dark purple shield, causing the 3 shadows' attacks to immediately lose their effect. A few troublesome bugs came in when I was having fun? Do you want to die? Uchiha Madara said coldly as he looked at the 3 shadows that slowly appeared. Ninjutsu Multiple Shadow Tree Clone Technique. Uchiha Madara divided 20 shadow clones like a fool. Musashi included the other 3 shadows, 5 on each side, and Uchiha Madara's body stood on a peak and looked down. Looking at the 4 people below. More people bully fewer people? You should fight them first. Haha, do you think my clone can use Susanoo? Or can't it? In addition to the 4 shadows facing off against Uchiha Madara, Sasuke and Naruto also faced off against the Jinchuriki troops led by Obito. Naruto, who had fully grown into the 9 Lama mode, and Sasuke, who was in the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan state, joined forces and were defeated steadily. Even if the 8 Tails breaks out, the situation is the same. The combat effectiveness of Naruto using the Flying Thunder God technique in 9 Lama mode is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. On the other side, Sasuke, who has the Thunder Escape technique style, is not easy to mess with, and he also has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Found it. Meow. Are you the enemy? You're so ugly. On the last side of the battlefield, the long-lost Peter led Yuppie, the miniature version of Miru-M and the puppet 4th generation Mizukage to find the last resort of the Ninja Alliance. One enemy is Kabuto Orokai. The one who spoke just now was Yuppie, and he said this to Kabuto, who had turned into a white snake. Orikama Kabuto glanced at Yuppie speechlessly, thinking that you look so embarrassed to call me a red-skinned freak. Haha. I thought you were weird before. After seeing you, I am even more sure of this fact. Although I don't know how you did it, but that woman is a puppet, right? It's the same way as the reincarnation of the earth. Kabuto said. The patterns on his face and eyeshadow became darker, and his ears and back began to bulge inexplicably. Sage Mode. Orikama Kabuto's Sage Mode. After sensing the threat from Yuppie, Orikama Kabuto entered the battle mode very quickly, because he knew that if he didn't deal with it carefully, he would be killed. Oh? It's really interesting. Let me show you Yuppie's strength. After seeing Kabuto's transformation, Yuppie also felt a little excited, and the muscles in his body began to deform. Yuppie, who possesses Warcraft genes, is ready to enter combat mode. On the opposite continent, those ninjas are fighting each other. It's a pity. The king said it's not time to attack yet. The Blood and Masters are really exciting to think about. In the Kingdom of Water, starting from the Mist Ninja Village, people have gathered. Countless Chimera ant warriors and soldiers. They are always ready, waiting for orders from their king, Malu-M. Countless masters and countless elites have gathered here. These are the fighting troops of the Chimera Ants, and the Faith Group has taken advantage of the battle between the Ninja Alliance and the Akatsuki organization led by Obito, and they all dispersed and invaded each village and began to promote their faith. At the same time, the Modified Biological Research Force is continuing to accelerate the development and expansion of the Chimera Ant Army, and is experimenting with different combinations to optimize the modified genes. When the Ninja Alliance returns to their respective villages after the battle, the Chimera Ants will give them a surprise. Of course, that is if they can come back alive. The so-called shadows are really weak. Nowadays, ninjas are really degenerate. There is not even a single person that is worthy of attention. It's ridiculous that the only good ones are the juniors of the same clan. Uchiha Madara looked like he was watching a show. Watching Musashi and the other three shadows fight with their wooden clones. Although the Raikage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage are not weak in strength, the gap between them and Madara is really too big. Even if they are only facing each other's clones, they can do it in one glance. Stop playing games, Junior, and continue our unfinished battle. Madara said to Musashi impatiently. As you wish. Demon Sword III/. The evil flash of light flashed from Uchiha Madara's 5 wooden clones, and not long after, Madara's 5 wooden clones turned into 5 pieces with a bang. Wood. What an amazing swordsmanship! I didn't expect that your swordsmanship has reached such a level. You are the second person after Senju Hashirama who is qualified to take me seriously. Wait. Body Spot just said. After saying this, the skin on my body started to fall off on its own. It's really a sign that the reincarnation in the filthy land is about to be lifted. The main body of Madara appears to be physically unstable, let alone his clone. The remaining 15 wooden clones turned into wood one after another, and the crisis of the 3 shadows was resolved. It seems that Pito and the others have solved Kabuto, but now is not the time to let down our guard. Uchiha Madara's strength can eliminate countless filthy reincarnations. The current unstable situation is only temporary. Musashi is different from the rest. Sankage, he knows Uchiha Madara's situation. Hoo. I finally got rid of those 8 guys. I'm so tired. On the other side, Sasuke and Naruto also resolved the crisis. Although the Kyuubi is the strongest among the 9-tailed beasts, facing the remaining 8 guys at the same time, Naruto is also overwhelmed. Did Kabuto fail? Che has already guessed this. So what if he gains Orochimaru's power? Waste is still waste. Obito, who was wearing a spiral mask, slowly pulled out the Uchiha from behind. The clan's signature weapon, the giant fan. Looks like it's up to me. Come out. Heretic Golem. A humanoid monster that looked as rough as tree bark emerged from the ground. Behind him were mountains as large and small as volcanoes, and there were countless eyes on his forehead, which was extremely ugly. But as long as a normal ninja can sense the endless chakra in this monster, I will capture the Kyuubi myself. Obito stood on the heretic demon statue, controlling the demon statue to catch Naruto, who had not yet exited the 9 Lama mode. Don't even think about it. Flying Thunder God's technique. Do you think of me as a dead person? Amaterasu. The first person who couldn't sit still in the face of Obito's attack was Sasuke. Black flames instantly burned on top of the outer demon statue. Chapter 117. 10 Tails. Do you think you can really trap me in this mere reincarnation of dirt? Under the gaze of the 3 shadows, Uchiha Madara, who was about to dissipate, once again condensed into a solid entity. I'm going to use my full strength from now on. Madara stared at the people present with his eyes wide open. Is it really you? Obito? You are indeed what the 5th Hokage said. On the other side of the battlefield, 2 elite ninjas, Kakashi and Kai, also arrived. Although Kakashi had been mentally prepared for it, he didn't expect that the masked man was actually Obito. Kakashi revealed a delicate face under the half-mask of Honkai. Although it had been baptized for more than 10 years, Kakashi recognized that it was Obito Uchiha. Fortunately, Obito threw aside the undamaged other side of the mask, revealing the other half of his face that was almost disfigured because it was buried by rocks. No matter what, today, I must catch the Kyuubi. Ninjutsu, Bakufu Renbyu. Kamui. Leave this to me. Although Naruto, your space-time ninjutsu can also cause damage to him, leave this battle to me. Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan started to spin crazily, transferring Obito's ninjutsu into the Kamui space. Let me get to know him. Kakashi resolutely stopped Naruto, who was about to take action. Fire escape Long Yanyi Song. Wind release, Garura's shield, and earth release, rock golem Goran Madara's ninjutsu is really too abnormal. A random fire release ninjutsu made the Kazekage and Tsuchikage join forces to use their respective powers. The strongest defensive ninjutsu could barely block it. Even so, a lot of Gaara's sand has been burned and crystallized. This shows how high the temperature of his fire escape ninjutsu is. Hokage, can you defeat this guy? The panting Tsuchikage had to admire Uchiha Musashi, the sixth Hokage who had fought Madara alone for so long, and asked him in a low voice. Now Musashi can be said to be the only hope for several people. The Tsuchikage's dust release can be absorbed by the opponent, let alone the Kazekage, which can't cause even the slightest damage to Madara. The Raikage may be better off with some thunder release that stimulates the activation of cells. There might be a glimmer of hope of hurting Madara at the limit. But the opponent is the reincarnated body of dirty soil, so hurting the opponent is of no use. Even killing him is not enough. Even the caster of the evil earth reincarnation has lifted the evil earth reincarnation, but Madara has not dissipated. The only way to deal with Madara is to seal the opponent. How many of them can seal Uchiha Madara? Arabian Nights. I'll do my best. Musashi said firmly while looking at Madara's position, but none of the others saw Musashi reveal a sarcastic smile after saying this. Everything goes according to plan. Kakashi, please use your death to apologize to Lin. Although Kakashi is a veteran elite jounin, and now he has the strength of a shadow-level powerhouse. But it was still not enough in front of Uchiha Obito. After stopping the actions of Naruto, Sasuke, and Kai, it was too difficult to deal with Obito by one person. He was completely being beaten by Obito. Regardless of whether it was ninjutsu or not, how could Obito, who inherited most of Madara's ninjutsu, not be able to defeat Kakashi, who only used Sharingan copy ninjutsu? Not to mention the physical skills. Although Kakashi used to be a physical ninja who used sword skills, in the later period, he was too decadent and his strength remained stagnant for a long time. If Kai hadn't asked Kakashi for a duel with Taijutsu when he was fine, Kakashi might be weaker now. Obito, who already has the ability of Senjo Hashirama's cells, far exceeds Kakashi in terms of strength, speed, and recovery power. Finally, there is the secret technique. Kakashi's strongest secret technique is the Mangekyo Sharingan, but the Sharingan belongs to Obito. Therefore, there is only one ending for Kakashi and Obito, and that is death. Unless Kakashi has the protagonist aura and can explode, he will definitely die when the two of them are one-on-one. This big guy is not easy to deal with. Nine-tailed Naruto still complained leisurely when he blocked the attack of the outside demon. But no one paid him any attention. Sasuke and Gai's attention has been on Kakashi and Obito. It is definitely no problem for Naruto to deal with an outsider golem with no one to control and only low-level intelligence. Didn't you see that this guy still had time to complain outside of fighting? Hey Obito, what are you doing? Haven't you dealt with these weak ants yet? At this moment, the battlefield changed again. Uchiha Madara, wearing medieval costume, suddenly appeared in front of several people. How is that possible? Why are you here? Damn brother Musashi, how are they doing? Seeing Uchiha Madara's appearance, not to mention Naruto, even Sasuke, who has always been like an iceberg, was not calm. According to normal logic, it is impossible for Uchiha Madara to appear on this battlefield. Unless, he has already dealt with his opponent. His previous opponents were the three shadows plus Uchiha Musashi. Ah? Are you talking about those guys? He. I'm afraid he's not long gone now. But when it comes to that junior Uchiha Musashi, his strength is really good. He can actually let me use all my strength to deal with it. But it's a pity. I am Uchiha Madara. Oh? I just realized it now. Your eyes look like you are also a member of my clan. You are indeed an Uchiha. Even though the Senjo clan has disappeared, our Uchiha clan still has many talented people. How about it? Do you want to join my plan? Uchiha Madara looked at everyone present and was very interested in Uchiha Sasuke's presence. He did not expect that the Uchiha clan, which he had originally given up on, would have so many outstanding juniors. I'm going to kill you. Tailed Beast Cannon. Before Uchiha Sasuke could reply, Naruto on the other side had already launched an attack on him. Only with the power of the 9 tails. Uchiha Madara calmly stretched out his hands when he saw the oncoming tailed beast cannon. That was the ability of the Hungry Ghost Path, and it even absorbed the tailed beast cannon. It's just a bunch of rabble, Obito, how long do you want to ink? Uchiha Madara said to Obito very dissatisfied. It's time for you to see the complete form of the 10 tails. A huge one-eyed super behemoth climbed out from the underground position. If ordinary ninjas are as small as ants in front of the 9 tails and other tailed beasts, then the 9 tails and other tailed beasts are as small as ants in front of the 10 tails. Damn it! I want to avenge Brother Musashi. Super tailed beast cannon. Naruto once again gathered a huge chakra energy ball. But in front of the 10 tails, this sphere was like a child's toy. It can't cause any harm to it at all. Just a simple movement of the 10 tails made the 9-tailed Naruto miserable. Naruto, don't panic. We are here. Countless ninjas descended from the sky, some appeared instantly, and some emerged from the ground. That is the ninja alliance of all absolute opponents. Like the original, they came to support Uchiha Madara. Don't underestimate us. Distribute the power of the 9 tails to the rest of the ninja coalition, and continue to attack the 10 tails. But the current 10 tails is only one step away from the final perfection. You know, the 8 tails has been successfully captured. Although the ninja army worked very hard, they suffered heavy losses under the attack of the 10 tails. Without the first, second, and third generations, how are you going to defeat the top boss composed of Obito, Madara, and the 10 tails? Moreover, I have prepared a big gift for you. Hee hee. On a mountain peak far away from the center of the battlefield, a hole appeared in the void, and a man in white walked out of the hole. Miruem's body. It's almost over. The layout of this world. Now all that's left is the arrival of Princess Kaguya. A strange rune suddenly appeared on the ground near Miruem, and a man in black suddenly appeared. Uchiha Musashi. Miruem's strongest clone. How's that for being too slow? That guy Madara is so powerful. Miruem said without looking back. A very good guy. If you don't want to retain your strength, I will fight him with all my strength. That kind of level of fighting can only be experienced by Nitro. Speaking of Uchiha Madara, Musashi had a thought in his heart. The feeling of fighting against it again. But he knew that this was impossible. Hehe. Do you want to compete with masters? There will be many opportunities in the future. Now that you are ready, let's deal with these guys as soon as possible. Leave this world as soon as possible. Except for the last Princess Kaguya and the fruits of the sacred tree, there is nothing left in this world. What is worthy of our nostalgia? Miruem said. Huh? There are 4 more powerful chakra sources? Oh, it turns out to be them. Although there are no 4 Hokage in Konoha, he actually summoned the first generation cage of the remaining 4 villages. The reincarnation of the Dirty Land, now the only person who can still use it is Orochimaru. This guy is just like the original, he can still see the direction of the situation clearly. He knows that once Uchiha Madara's plan succeeds, the ninja world will cease to exist. Miruem was slightly surprised. He glanced at the battlefield and said. However, although the first generation cage of other ninja villages were summoned, their strength was too different from that of the first generation of Konoha. But I can barely solve the problem. Hehe, it's really interesting. Then let's wait a little longer and see how things develop. But this time, even if Obito becomes the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, it will be the complete version. Because the other half of the Kyuubi's chakra was already given to Black Zetsu when I was sealed by the 2 brothers of 6 paths. Chapter 118. 6 spots. No. 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 Why are you old guys the only ones here? Where is Hashirama? Even if they are both reincarnated bodies of dirty soil, even if they are both cage-level powerhouses during the period of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. But in front of Uchiha Madara, the reincarnation the first-generation shadows of the 4 villages were as different as adults and elementary school students. He had absolutely no power to fight back and was suppressed in all aspects. Let Senju Hashirama come out to see me. I want to continue the battle with him that I have fought to complete. My patience is limited. I'll give you 10 minutes. If that guy Hashirama doesn't show up again, I will ruin everything. How obsessed is Uchiha Madara with Senjo Hashirama? Only he knows. So when he came to this world again, Madara's first reaction was to fight Hashirama again. However, his hope may be in vain, because Senjo Hashirama, including his soul, has long been digested by Miruem's body. Everything has turned into nourishment for Miruem's growth. Why can't the reincarnation of the earth channel him out? Damn it! Where did Hashirama go? Uchiha Madara looked at his hands in depression, his face was gloomy and terrible. The ninjutsu of the reincarnation of the earth was very important to Uchiha Madara. It is not difficult to master. Uchiha Madara and Hashirama are friends and enemies, so it would be a very simple matter to get the dirt from Hashirama's body to reincarnate him. But Madara tried countless times, but couldn't channel Hashirama's filthy earth reincarnation. As a fateful enemy and at the same time his closest friend, Uchiha Madara's feelings for Senjo Hashirama are very strange. Even competitors are also friends, so when Madara's plan is coming to an end, he wants Senjo Hashirama to see it even more. Just like when two best friends are arguing about a certain matter, one of them shows the facts to the other and lets the other admit his own side. It's like a child who must show off something good to his best friend. That is an indescribable sense of accomplishment. But if Hashirama couldn't see all of this, most of Madara's sense of accomplishment would immediately disappear. Madara didn't like that feeling. He is right, so there can be no peace between people. Hashirama's idea is wrong. Only by letting the whole world fall into endless illusions can happiness be obtained only in illusions. A large part of the reason why Madara is so obsessed with this is also because of Hashirama. As expected of Uchiha Madara. Even if I try my best, I can't defeat him. The first Tsuchikage sighed when he was free. Nonsense. That's Uchiha Madara. I think back then he was as famous as the Senjo Hashirama who single-handedly pacified the ninja world. I thought that even if our strength is not as good as the Senjo Hashirama, there will be no difference. It's too far, but I never expected that Uchiha Madara wouldn't be able to defeat us even if we join forces. The gap is a bit big, the black first-generation Raikage said. The time has come. I can't wait any longer. You old guys, go to hell. Hashirama will let me finish everything before I show you the world I created. Wheel Tomb Border Prison. Attention, this guy is coming. The first-generation Mizukage. There was no sign of any attack from Madara, and in just a short moment, the 4 first-generation Kage were knocked down instantly. Disappear. 4 shadows. The world will be cut off. Uchiha Madara, who was doing his best, was not something that the 4 first-generation Kage could resist. After getting rid of the reincarnated bodies of the 4 first-generation Kage, Uchiha Madara seemed to have shifted his attention to Obito. However, Obito still did not solve Kakashi at this time. I can't wait any longer. Anyway, I don't need the other half of Nine Tails Chakra now to carry out the 10 Tails Jinchuriki's plan. Then, Obito, your mission has been completed. Who? Damn it, you are Black Zetsu. When? I don't know when Black Zetsu has climbed onto Obito's body, and half of Obito's face has been occupied by Black Zetsu. Hey, Obito, you have only the last mission left. Black Zetsu, who was controlling Obito's body, said strangely. It would be great if you let Nagato resurrect Madara-sama earlier. It's a pity that you killed him. Obito, just use your life to resurrect Madara-sama. Reincarnation. Born. Although Obito struggled as hard as he could, his resistance was still too weak in front of Black Zetsu. Obito, who had been the 10 Tails Jinchuriki for a short period of time in the original work, now didn't even have a second chance. Hehe. That's how it feels. It's better to have a body with flesh and blood. Only such a body can make my blood boil. After the white strong light shone on Madara's body for a while, Madara's body changed from the previous one. The clay state gradually becomes solid. Uchiha Madara is resurrected. Okay, ants, prepare to accept the punishment of the devil. After receiving a reincarnation eye handed to him by Baizetsu who emerged from the ground, countless chains flew out from Madara's back. Their target is not the Ninja Alliance. But the 10 Tails was summoned. No. Stop him quickly. Not all the Ninja Alliance are idiots. Seeing such a strange scene, they also know that once Madara succeeds, the entire ninja world may really cease to exist. It's too late. No matter how quick the reaction of the ninja coalition is, it's useless. No one can stop Uchiha Madara now. Not even Naruto in Kurama mode and Sasuke in Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But it's useless even if it's not too late. Rows of Megatama appeared behind him, his hair became much longer, and there was even a strange decoration of an unknown horn product on his head. See you 6 spots. Hehe. It's appeared, it's appeared. That guy Madara has finally become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Unlike the nervousness of the ninja coalition, Miru and Musashi on the mountain looked excited. This guy thinks he is the mastermind behind the scenes, but he doesn't know that he is actually being used from head to toe. Hey, all the efforts will eventually become the fruits of others. The mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole is behind. But we are after the oriole. Where's the poisonous snake? Now that 6 Paths Madara has appeared, Black Zetsu will also be ready to attack him. Kaguya is the final boss, and this is all her plan. However, Black Zetsu would never have imagined that there is another person waiting for Kaguya's arrival, and all his plans are known to others. The water country, which is surrounded by water and is isolated from the world, cannot be detected by him. Although there are many chimera ants sneaking in and invading various ninja villages, at such a critical time, even if Black Zetsu finds out, he will not do anything. What's more, although he is known as the incarnation of the earth, he has no energy to pay attention to these at this time. Because resurrecting his mother Kaguya is the most important thing in his heart now. Ha 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 ha. This is the power I want. Perfect power. 6 Paths Madara, who had become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, ignored Uchiha Obito who fell aside with only half a life because he had lost his use value. Now, I want to see who else can stop me. I want to build a new order. But first, let's get rid of those ninjas who think they are bringing disaster. After making a strong appearance and everyone present being unable to cause any harm to Uchiha Madara, Madara, who was somewhat proud, had the time to explain Lin's death to Obito. All this is his conspiracy. And he dug out the reincarnation eye embedded in Obito's right eye alive and placed it in his own right eye. The complete body of 6 spots. This time Madara became even more invincible. In his eyes, the so-called ninja coalition was no different from ants. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara finally felt that enough was enough and it was time to end it all. Finally he rose into the air and tore off the decoration on his forehead. That third eye is revealed. The Rhine Sharingan was projected on the moon, and almost everyone fell into the world of illusion in an instant. The unique whirlpool state of the Samsara eye appears in the eyes of countless people, and both humans and animals have fallen into the world of illusion. He, it's such a good ability. It can actually make all creatures in the world fall into the illusion of endless dreams. Miru admired, but even though he was admired, he was more disdainful. The world of illusion? It's just a coward's way of escaping reality. Miru was indeed quite disdainful of Madara's so-called wish. But it's a pity that such an ability is ineffective against our Chimera Ant clan. Musashi took over. Over the course of several years, the Chimera Ants had already developed ways to deal with Madara's endless Tsukuyomi illusion. It is true that a person with extremely strong strength can resist the infinite Tsukuyomi with a strong spirit, but what about a person with weak mental strength? Wouldn't it be enough to bring them together and integrate them into a whole? Yes, the Chimera Ant's all-seeing telepathy is reflected here. After the weak spirits of millions of Chimera Ant soldiers were put together, not to mention the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi, even Miru couldn't bear it when faced with it. I turned hell into heaven, and I am the savior of this world. Madara opened his arms and looked up to the sky and shouted. Hehe. The savior? He's just a pathetic frog in the well. A tease. 2 figures appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Who? Impossible. How could there be another person awake under my infinite moon reading? You are Uchiha Musashi. Impossible. You should be dead. I killed you with my own hands. And who are you? I'm sorry. My name is Miru, the king of the Chimera Ant clan. Chapter 119. Black Zetsu x Madara x Obito. Miru? Chimera Ant? Never heard of it. When Miru came to the world of Naruto, Uchiha Madara was already dead, and it was only a day before Madara's body came again. It is normal to not know the existence of Miruem and Chimera ants. No matter who you are, only I am the savior of this world. Although I don't know how you two escaped the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi, but I give you a chance to surrender to me or be destroyed. Uchiha Madara held the Six Paths power. Zhang looked at Meilum and Musashi and said expressionlessly. Uchiha Madara, who has obtained the power of the Six Paths and became the ten-tailed Jinhyuriki, is theoretically almost invincible in the world of Naruto except Kaguya. Even Azura and Indra cannot see him alone. You have to be able to beat him. Not only that, while gaining the power of the Six Paths and the Ten Tails, he also inexplicably understood many top-level ninjutsu. Perhaps under the influence of that kind of power, it can no longer be called ninjutsu. To be precise, even senjutsu in the general sense is not necessarily stronger. I really don't know where you got the confidence from. Submission? Destruction? Just because of you, Madara Uchiha? I'm afraid you're not that capable yet. Miruem hadn't spoken yet, but Musashi on the side was the first to speak. But they are one body, so this is no different from Miruem. However, Miruem is an exception. Even if Otsutsuki Hamura's power is not obtained, the Six Paths Madara may not be able to cause any harm to him, let alone the current Miruem. Looking for death. Since you choose to die, let you feel my invincible power before you die. Die in endless fear. Immortal technique, Yin Release Thunder Sect. Countless huge black lightnings, this is one of the Six Paths immortal techniques obtained by Uchiha Madara after mastering the power of Six Paths. It's a very good ability. Hey, I'm in human form now. If you want to play ninjutsu, I'll play with you. Immortal technique, Yin Release Thunder School. The exact same black lightning appeared in the same form, entangled with Madara's black lightning together they magically cancel each other out. What? How could you do this? This was one of the ninjutsu that he only learned when he gained the power of Six Paths and became the Ten Tails Jinhyuriki. Although this is not a powerful ninjutsu, it is not something that ordinary people can master, let alone release. Without the power of the Six Paths, even in immortal mode, it may not be possible to display it. It's very simple. I just watched you cast it once. Miruem raised the corner of his mouth and said, but in fact, Miruem learned it after watching Six Paths Madara cast once. Nonsense. Then show me how you are learning this move. Immortal technique, Arashi's Light Fang. As soon as Lu Dao Madara finished speaking, he spit out a laser beam and headed towards Miruem. It was obvious that Six Paths Madara didn't believe that Miruem had the ability to learn the move he had just performed. He thought it was just a coincidence. As you wish. Immortal technique, Landun Light Fang. Once again, the same laser was spit out from Miruem's mouth, and the two collided again, but this time, instead of cancelling each other out, it was Miruem's after breaking through Madara's laser, the laser struck towards Madara's position. Susanoo. The purple giant Tengu appeared again and blocked the blow. I don't believe that you can also learn my unique ability. Tianzu Shenxing. Six Paths Madara and the Tengu Susan he summoned formed seals almost at the same time, and two meteorites that blocked the sky and sun appeared in the sky above Miruem. You bastard, disappear for me. Sky blocking Shenxing, where it? Countless meteorites of different sizes appeared in the sky around Miruem at the same time, seemingly blocking Miruem's route. It's just a meteorite, that's what you're capable of. Miruem, who was unhurried, faced the huge group of meteorites head-on. Idiot! No matter how strong you are, there is no way you can survive this attack. Madara Six Paths dismissed Susanoo and looked at Miruem's move which was tantamount to suicide with a mocking look on his face. However, it didn't take long for him to discover that he was wrong. The opponent's strength has exceeded his imagination, even if he faced the attack of the meteorites head-on, he still survived. And unscathed. Why are you in a daze? Madara. After just a brief moment of confusion, Miruem's voice came from behind Six Paths Madara. When? Looking at it again, it turned out that Miruem who was standing in the distance before was just an after-image. Brother Madara, which one is harder between my fist and Hashirama's? When Madara turned around, he could only see a fist getting closer and closer to him. Shinra Tensen. Six Paths Madara subconsciously used the unique ninjutsu of the Samsara Eye. However, the repulsive force that should have appeared actually failed on Miruem's body, and Miruem's fist punched hard on Rokido Madara's cheek. It was shot away like a cannonball and slammed into a mountain peak on the opposite side. To be precise, Madara's body penetrated several small mountain peaks along the way and crashed into a huge mountain towering into the clouds. This shows how heavy Miruem's fist really is. I'm going to kill you. Not long after, Madara, who was already in a state of embarrassment, rushed out of the mountain peak, although Miruem's attack did not do him any harm. Reversal of injuries. But this is a great insult to Madara, who has become Six Paths. He couldn't forgive that there were still people in this world who could overwhelm him so easily. Whether it was the Hashirama period or the Four-War period, Madara's strength has always been one of the top beings among the top. However, after gaining the power of Six Paths, he was easily injured by a guy who came out of nowhere. It's unforgivable, unforgivable. All things are black. This is a more powerful suction force than all things are attracted by the sky. Even Miruem's body flew in the direction of Six Paths Madara involuntarily. Wagon Tomb, Border Prison. Six Paths Madara quickly created several shadows. If the opponent did not have the Samsara Eye or similar things, it would be impossible to see these shadows. Six Path Scepter. A black stick appeared in Madara's hand, but this time it no longer looked like a stick, but a sharp sword. It seems that Madara Six Paths intends to kill Miruem with one blow. Shinra Tensen. Just when Six Paths Madara's method was about to succeed, a powerful repulsive force burst out from Miruem's body. You. Lu Daobon looked at Miruem in disbelief with an expression on his face that said, "You're fucking kidding me. The move just now seems to be a move unique to the Samsara Eye. Shinra Tensen, right? Your current strength is indeed quite good. Let's play with you a little more seriously." Miruem moved his body in front of Six Paths Madara and said. Then, in front of Six Paths Madara, Miruem showed off his overwhelmingly powerful physical skills. No matter what moves Madara uses, it can even be said that he is almost helpless in front of Miruem today. Azure away. Madara, who was suppressed to the point of helplessness, no longer cared about image issues. He only had one goal in mind now. Kill the opponent. He will use any means without scruples as long as he can defeat the opponent. The Wheel Tomb and the Border Prison, together with the four arms specialized in physical arts of Shuradeo, were able to barely block Miruem's attack. But it still didn't help the situation, and Six Paths Madara was still at a disadvantage. Let you try Konoha-style Taijutsu. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Although Six Paths Madara blocked Miruem's kick, his body still flew up involuntarily due to Miruem's strength. Konoha's Powerful Whirlwind. Miruem appeared in front of Six Paths Madara's flight path with astonishing speed and power, and then used a backspin kick, and Six Paths Madara's body once again flew out like a ball. Konoha Batiwasho. Originally this move required an elbow attack, but Miruem changed it to a knee. Peacock in the morning, tiger in the day and elephant in the evening. The powerful physical skills that originally required the use of 8-gate dungeon were fully unleashed by Miruem in his normal state. The powerful destructive power can be seen at a glance. Except for the last move of Yekai, Miruem has fully displayed the Konoha Taijutsu style. Even the founder of this set of Konoha Taijutsu does not necessarily do it better. Did you feed him to death? Miruem asked as he looked at the dying Madara Lyudeo lying on the ground. Miruem knew that he had not made a fatal move, even though he had already exerted 7 or 8 points of strength. But Six Paths Madara's body is not that fragile. In terms of pure strength, Kaguya is not necessarily much stronger than Six Paths Madara. The difference between the two is only in the secret techniques they master. Six Paths Madara cannot compare with Kaguya. Although it seemed that Six Paths Madara had lost almost half of his life, Miruem knew that this guy's body was slowly recovering. Hey Zetsu! Come out and hurry up. This guy will recover in a short time. Ignoring Madara, who was hurrying to regain his strength, Miruem said a name that surprised Six Paths Madara. Black Jew. Isn't that my will? Ludeo Madara looked at the arm inserted into his chest in disbelief. It was Heizetsu's arm. Thank you, Lord Ant King. Mother will know everything you have done, and she will definitely thank you for your help. After Heiju finished all this, he first thanked Miruem, whose strength has already been much exceeded my expectations. I originally thought that Miruem might want to take advantage of the opportunity to help him resurrect his mother, but now it seems that it may not be that simple. But no matter what, just resurrect the mother. Then, Black Zetsu told the truth about everything to Madara, whose body was gradually changing. Only then did Madara, who thought he was playing with control, understand. I think I am a chess player, but I am actually just a chess piece for others. It was quite ironic that he had used Obito like this not long ago. Chapter 120. Kagaya. In the end, the Six Paths Madara was succeeded by Black Zetsu, and his whole body underwent drastic changes. It first expanded, and then began to slowly deform as time went by. Maluem watched all this quietly, knowing that the changes in Six Paths Madara were just to break the seal for Princess Kagaya. The Six Paths Madara is a sacrifice to break the seal, which is the same as the sacrifice needed for the reincarnation of the Dirty Land, but it is more advanced. Dressed in white, he has long white horns on his head like the Bull Demon King. Even his pupils are white, a pair of white eyes. Orion Sharingan appears just above the forehead like the Six Paths Madara. A tall woman finally appeared, the mother of Kagaya and the sage of Six Paths. The moment she appeared, the color of the world changed. Even the surrounding seasons have changed. On one piece of land, the grass is full of life in spring, on the other side, it is hot summer, and on the next piece of land, the leaves have become withered and yellow. In the last place, snowflakes actually appeared. 4 seasons appear in the same place. It can be imagined that Kagaya's strength can already affect the changes of the seasons. This kind of ability is definitely not something that a mere Six Paths Madara can achieve. You must know that Kagaya didn't do anything when she appeared. Amazing woman! The amount of chakra of this level is indeed extraordinary. I originally thought that Madara Six Paths was similar to Princess Kagaya. Unexpectedly, I couldn't believe it simply from what I saw in the comics. Naruto and Sasuke can beat this. The guy who relies on this can only be explained by the halo of the protagonist. Miruem also gave a rare compliment when he saw Kagaya coming. Kagaya's strength and power exceeded Maluem's expectations. Who are you? Kagaya asked as she gently fiddled with her excessively long hair. Kagaya's entire image was white, with white hair, white eyes, and white clothes. The clothes are almost pure white except for the series of unknown Megatama-like patterns. Even the skin is pale, like someone with albinism. But Miruem certainly knew that Kagaya could not be a person with albinism, or she could not be called a human. King of Ants, Miruem answered Kagaya's words succinctly. Here. Kagaya launched an attack on Miruem without any warning, and her long hair attacked Miruem as if it had vitality. However, despite the sudden attack, Miruem easily avoided the attack at such a speed. He is different from Naruto Sasuke in the original work. With the power of Hamura and the power of Six Paths, it is not difficult for him to stay in the air or even fly. Black Zetsu. You'd better talk to your mother. His behavior is not good. Miruem stared at the position of Kagaya's sleeves. Or is it that the habit of your Atsutsuki clan is to burn bridges across rivers? He knew that guy Heiju was hiding there. I can't stop what Jija's mother is going to do. Heiju's slightly hoarse voice came from the cuffs of his sleeves. Miruem never thought that Black Zetsu would speak out to stop Kagaya. Although his purpose was to use Kagaya, Black Zetsu's behavior of crossing the river and burning bridges as soon as he achieved his goal still made Miruem feel uncomfortable. Is it the power of Princess Kagaya that gives you confidence? Although I also admit that Kagaya's strength does exceed my expectations. But I'm not unsure. Miruem? Never heard of why you smell like Hamura. Kagaya's tone was like a superior asking a question to a subordinate, condescending, which made Miruem very unhappy. Because I killed him, by the way, I also killed your other son, Six Paths Sage Atsutsuki Hago Romo. So Miruem also planned to make Kagaya feel unhappy as well. Oh. However, Miruem was disappointed. Kagaya's answer was very calm, as if Miruem had not killed her son but an insignificant passerby. Then Kagaya began to look at Daichi in a daze. Oh, your sister, your son has died. Ugh. However, what Miruem didn't expect was that after a while, Kagaya suddenly started to cry again for no reason. The earth has been destroyed like this. This is my important nursery. When Miruem thought she was crying for her son, Kagaya said something that made Miruem dumbfounded. For a moment, Miruem felt that he could not keep up with Kagaya's thinking rhythm. This guy is from the radio system. Let's end this war. Kagaya instantly moved the space where Miruem was, including Kagaya herself. Of course Miruem knew, but he did not stop Kagaya from doing this. There were not just a few of them here, but also a large number of ninja coalition forces and the developing sacred tree. If Miruem destroyed it, it will be annoying and troublesome. This is my space, you can't defeat me. Miruem and Kagaya were teleported to an unknown location, and then Kagaya looked at Miruem coldly. Whether I can defeat you or not, I won't know until I fight you. Do you still want me to surrender? Chakra is my thing, give me your chakra. I want to integrate chakra into one again. In Kagaya's heart, she saved the world, so she felt that she could do anything. It should be a matter of course. Including the other person's life. However, not to mention Kagaya's thoughts of not knowing where to draw the conclusion, her memory still stays in the period when she saved the world. But this happened so many years ago. Not to mention that Miruem is not from this world. Whether Kagaya saves the world or not has nothing to do with him. Even if Miruem is from this world, is it possible for him to leave everything to Princess Kagaya? Let alone Miruem, who else would do it? Crazy woman! Miruem cursed secretly as she looked at Kagaya with a fierce look on her face. This guy has been sealed for so long that his head is damaged, right? If you want to fight, fight. How can I be afraid of you? Although Kagaya has some mental problems, her strength is really not bad at all. The competition between Miruem and her skills was simply not on the same level as the competition between Miruem and Six Paths Madara. Earth, wind, thunder, fire, and water, Kagaya has mastered the 5 elements, and not only that, the integration of various attributes has also reached a quite terrifying state. Take Ice Escape, for example, which is a combination of wind and water. Kagaya can be easily summoned to freeze Miruem. Although this level of freezing could not trouble Miruem, it also caused a lot of disturbance to him during the battle. Of course, Kagaya's abilities are more than that simple. Whether it's the vitality of the wood release, the burning of the boiling release, or even the collapse of the dust release, Kagaya can do it all at her fingertips. Although these abilities caused a lot of trouble to Miruem, Miruem learned more from them. Hehe. It turns out that Ice Escape can still be used like this. It turns out that this is the principle of Boiling Escape. Dust Escape. Get. Both of them are people with extremely strong physical strength, so this battle cannot be resolved in a short time. Miruem only gets stronger as time goes by. What a terrifying understanding this is. Even my sons Hago Romo and Hamura can't compare with it. No wonder he can kill them. But for my eternal life, he must die. With the time and space ninjutsu, Kagaya can freely travel through any space. This is one of her most proud abilities, and it is also the reason why she dares to call herself a god. What? The time and space ninjutsu that had always been invincible in the past was defeated this time when facing Miruem. In the space-time rift where Kagaya started fighting, Miruem's fist hit Kagaya's stomach hard. Miruem's power not only made Kagaya cough up blood. How did you find me? Kagaya wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth and stared at Miruem. It's very simple, because of the flow of breath in the air. With your strength, you can't attack without affecting the flow of breath. Miruem, who is a physical monster, wants to use this kind of close-range attack method. It can only be said that Kagaya is asking for trouble. Mother, kill this guy quickly, there won't be any chakra left. When the situation was already at a disadvantage, Black Zetsu said. He already felt vaguely that something was wrong. Kagaya, whom he relied on, actually suffered several losses in front of Miruem. Hypergravity space. The samurai Sharingan on Kagaya's forehead lit up. My body is so heavy. Miruem's body, which had been staying in the air, suddenly dropped. He only felt that the gravity of the ground had increased countless times. The original ground also changed its shape due to changes in gravity. However, Miruem's body was so strong that even if he fell to the ground, he would not be injured. When Miruem turned to look at Kagaya, she couldn't help but laugh. I saw Kagaya herself falling from the sky, not far from Miruem, and the technique she released actually affected herself. This is simply too weak. Don't laugh. Several unknown rod-shaped substances appeared in Kagaya's hand. Miruem, who had read the comics, certainly knew that such things should not be touched. That is a move that is stronger than Dust Release's Honkai ability. Do you think this mere gravity technique can trap me? Under Kagaya's unbelievable gaze, Miruem actually stood up under this quite powerful gravity and avoided Kagaya. The attack of that rod-shaped object. You want me to bow my head just because of this gravity? I am Miruem, the Ant King. If you were a god, then I am the God's lair. Chapter 121. Asura x Indra. When Miruem, Kagaya, and Black Zetsu were fighting in an unknown space, the position and situation of the ninja coalition where Musashi and others were previously changed once again. Two forces are now confronting each other. One is Uchiha Musashi, who had not been able to participate in Kagaya's battle before. On the other side are unexpected characters, Sasuke and Naruto. But it's not so much Sasuke and Naruto, but Asura and Indra who control the bodies of Sasuke and Naruto. It can be seen from the appearance of the two people now that they are not the same as Sasuke and Naruto before. Asura had a strange white cloth wrapped around his head and his face was clean, and Indra looked like he had obvious dark circles under his eyes as a result of staying up too late and two strange dot-like patterns on his eyebrows. Let alone Musashi who has read the original work, even another person would know that the current situation is obviously wrong. Naruto and Sasuke were completely controlled. As for the reincarnation of Indra and Asura, that was only said by the Six Paths sage in the original work. Whether this is true or not remains to be seen. After all, the situation in the original work was that Ashura, Indra, Hashirama, Madara, Sasuke, and Naruto who were reincarnated in another generation were all gathered together. Does the soul also have the effect of splitting after reincarnation? After all, it is just the words of the Six Paths Immortal. I've already guessed that you two guys will come out to cause trouble. It's just as I expected. Looking at the two people walking towards each other in silence, Musashi slowly pulled out the demon sword from his waist. These two guys are not easy to deal with. I may not be able to deal with either one of them, let alone my colleagues now facing two. Although Musashi said he was unwilling to be outdone, in fact, he was not confident in his heart. The main body is not here, and the remaining Chimera Ant army does not know when it will arrive. Even if the strength of Asura and Indra is not as good as that of the Six Paths Sage, they are definitely not weak. Even if Uchiha Madara has not become the Six Paths Madara, he may not be their opponent. In the original work, Kagaya was able to be sealed by Sasuke and Naruto. It would be unbelievable even if these two people did not secretly kill Musashi. The two of them suddenly stopped when they were less than 100 meters away from Musashi. Then Indra's eyes began to move crazily, and Asura also began to form seals. No, it's not an attack. Following the movements of the two people, the ninja alliance that was supposed to be trapped in the infinite moon reading by being tied into rice dumplings by the sacred tree and illuminated by the projection of the moon in the sky crawled out of the tree cocoon one by one. What's the use of you two trying to get all these useless trash out? Decisive battle. Save the ninja world. Kill you. Asura, who had remained silent, spoke for the first time. It seems like this is going to be a tough battle. Looking at the increasing number of ninja troops, Musashi felt a little sweat on his forehead. I don't know what Asura and Indra did, but every ninja who woke up automatically stood behind them. As a result, even if Musashi wanted to deceive the coalition forces, he would not be able to speak, as if the other party knew everything he had done before. Ants bite an elephant to death. This is a true portrayal of Musashi now. He is not Miruem, who has almost endless physical strength and absolute power, although his strength is not bad and can almost rival Uchiha Madara. However, it is simply too difficult to guarantee a complete victory when facing two top powerhouses whose strength is slightly superior to Uchiha Madara, and with the help of a large number of elite ninjas. Not being killed so far is considered an extraordinary performance by Musashi. Complete Susanoo. Once again, he could not withstand the attack of the coalition forces and launched the Uchiha clan's absolute defense ability. Even so, Susanoo, who originally wore armor, now became tattered. Of course, not only Susan but also Musashi's body was seriously injured. Asura and Indra are too powerful together. Even though his mutated Mangekyo Sharingan has surpassed the Eternal Sharingan to some extent, he still has an absolute disadvantage against them. The most critical point is that these two people not only occupy the bodies of Sasuke and Naruto, but also use Sasuke and Naruto's moves at will. Naruto's power of 9 tails, Sage Mode, Time, and Space Ninjutsu, Sasuke's exquisite Thunder Escape Ninjutsu and Sword skills. Musashi bets that the original Asura and Indra would never know these moves. You know, even if Asura can learn the Sage Mode and Space-Time Ninjutsu, what is the power of the 9 tails? Indra, as the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, even if your sword skills are similar to Sasuke's, what will happen if Indra, the ancestor of Uchiha who has always been famous for his fire escape, uses thunder escape of that level? Fortunately, he had seen the two people's ninjutsu many times during training. Musashi probably knew the situation of the two people's ninjutsu. If he hadn't been familiar with them, he might have been killed long ago with Musashi's strength in the face of such an offensive. Damn! The main body, labor, and capital can't stop it. How long do you want? Amaterasu's fire. Musashi was already stunned, and he dared to release Amaterasu in front of Indra, who possessed Sasuke's ninjutsu. Added Earth Life. The dark Amaterasu fire released by Musashi was controlled by Indra's wide-open Mangekyo Sharingan in just an instant. Instead, he turned around and attacked Musashi. Fuck, I forgot. Absorb. 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 Musashi's Mangekyo Sharingan once again produced powerful suction to absorb the black flames released previously. It's really a pain in the ass. Both ninjutsu were released by Musashi himself. The move made by Indra only controlled the flames and did not consume much chakra. But Musashi was different. He had almost reached his limit and now he didn't have much energy left. Since coming to this world, Musashi was in such a mess for the first time. Destroy the cannon. Just when Musashi was about to despair, a rough voice interrupted. A huge energy cannon exploded among the ninja coalition, and many ninjas were involved and turned into ashes because they could not avoid it. That move. I finally got here. Musashi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the destructive wave and the rough voice. Finally we're here. We're not late, are we? The red body has a pair of long wings on its back, but the original human body has transformed into various magical beast forms. Yuppie, one of the 3 guards of the Ant King, brought part of the Chimera ant army to visit. What kind of monster is that? Wait, that guy seems to be the guard who was with Mizukage-sama of the Mist Ninja Village before. I was just wondering why I couldn't see anyone from Mist Ninja Village anywhere. With the appearance of Yuppie and others, there was also a commotion on the Ninja Alliance, but under the command of Indra and Asura, it quickly calmed down. At this moment, I saw a lot of unknown phosphorus powder floating down from the sky, instantly covering the location of the entire ninja coalition. Commit yourself to death, you damn sinners who dare to offend the king. With a pair of butterfly wings, he descended from the sky like a gentleman. He was one of the 3 guards of the former Ant King and a member of the Akatsuki organization. After capturing the 8 tails, he Pufo, Lord of the Flies, has disappeared. Ah! My body won't obey its orders. I don't want to die yet. Among the coalition forces, there were many ninjas with low strength or even jonin or above. They accidentally inhaled Puff's phosphorus powder, and their whole bodies were he committed suicide in front of everyone after being hypnotized. Lin powder is the spring of love. One of Pufo's proud abilities is the ability to sense and even control the opponent's phosphor powder. Yuppie, I won't let you show off in front of the king alone. And meow. King, we are late. The last person to appear was Catwoman Peter. Although his body has not recovered, Peter's strength cannot be underestimated now. What's more, behind Peter is an endless army of Chimera ants. The overwhelming Chimera ants didn't know where they came from. Many of them even appeared out of thin air in the sky and underground. A huge number of Chimera ants instantly surrounded the so-called Ninja Coalition. And it is surrounded and compressed into a small range of activities. The most important thing is that the number of Chimera ant army is still increasing. Compared to the Chimera ant army, which was said to be over 1 million uninjured and even in a very energetic state, it took a lot of energy to deal with the 100,000 white Zetsu. In addition, the Ninja Coalition, which had suffered more than half of its casualties in several consecutive battles, was really a weak side. Humph! Asura, Indra, you didn't expect it. The situation has now reversed. In front of my army of Chimera ants, the Ninja Coalition you rely on is no longer a concern. Surrender, maybe you can consider it. Spare your lives. Musashi, who was being treated by Pito's toy repairer, looked at Asura and Indra and said, "Kill you and bring peace to the ninja world." There was no direct answer to Musashi's words, but Indra had already made their position clear. "That is war. My Chimera Ant subordinates, kill them." Following Musashi's order, the overwhelming Chimera Ants continued to kill the ninja coalition that was huddled in a small area. "Your opponent is me." Yuppie stopped Asura, who was about to join the battle, while Pufu also stood in front of Indra. Soldier against soldier. Against the general. If these two people are allowed to participate in the battle, although the Chimera Ant army will definitely win in the end, they will definitely pay a heavy price. The strength of the two has surpassed that of ordinary ninjas by so much that even the shadows from various villages cannot be their opponents. Although there are still many outstanding ninjas in the Ninja Alliance besides the two of them, they are not of much help to the situation. If nothing unexpected happens, the ninja coalition will be wiped out here. Chapter 122. Atsutsuki Tonari. There are many outstanding people in the Ninja Alliance, but the Chimera Ant army is gone? No, quite the opposite. The number of outstanding people in the Chimera Ant army is even greater. As the supreme leader of your 5 villages, the 5 shadows are all gone. What qualifications do you have to fight against our Chimera Ant army? During the battle, one of the division commander level high-level Chimera Ants faced off against the ninja coalition. One of the strong men with shadow level strength said, "Is it just because of the 2 people you rely on that you are so good? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, those 2 guys you rely on can only draw with the clone of our king together. When our king returns, it's time for all of you to surrender. Stop talking nonsense. Lay down pseudo-darkness. Stubborn." Similar things like this can be seen everywhere in the battle, and some people from the Chimera Ant army are constantly bewitching the ninjas during the battle. It constantly puts pressure on them and affects their performance in battle. It's okay if you meet someone who is determined, but as long as the Chimera Ants catch a flaw, they will be killed by overwhelming attacks and captured alive. Kakashi. "This may be the last time we fight side by side," Kai said, back to back with Kakashi, after killing a Chimera Ant soldier with his powerful taijutsu. "Yeah, I didn't expect things to develop to this point." The entire Ninja Alliance was actually fooled by others. Kakashi's Reikari also kept killing the heads of low-level Chimera Ant soldiers. The strength of these 2 people is already considered to be the top powerhouse in the Ninja Alliance, except Asura and Indra. But even so, when faced with such a large number of Chimera Ant troops, with top powerhouses constantly emerging, they still felt deeply powerless. "In that case, Kakashi, let us compete in the end to see who can kill more enemies," Kai said with great enthusiasm. Maybe this is really the last time the 2 of them face each other. It is really difficult to survive this battle. Open the door, close the door, open the living door, open the injury door, do the door, and open the scene door. Kai opened 6 doors in a row, and the substance like chakra wrapped around his body formed an explosive energy like a warrior in Dragon Ball. Modeling. At the same time, Kai, whose strength had greatly increased, killed a large number of ordinary Chimera Ant soldiers in an instant. It can be said that 1 punch is 10, and 1 kick is 10. This guy. It seems that I have to fight hard. The Mangekyo Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye started to spin crazily. Divine power. The power of time and space ninjutsu instantly tore the bodies of dozens of Chimera Ant soldiers. In terms of destructive power in real battles, Kakashi may not be as powerful as Guy's 8-gate dungeon. But for monsters like Chimera Ants whose bodies are very tough, pure physical destructive power is not as effective as the time and space ninjutsu. After all, there are only a few Chimera Ants with spatial abilities, and most of them rely on their physical fitness to survive. Return to heaven. On the battlefield, not only Kakashi and Kai showed amazing strength, but even the aristocratic families in each village had to use their respective families' unique skills. Especially for the Hyuga clan of Konoha village, the techniques of acupuncture, kaishin, bagua formation, and soft fist, which are used to destroy the enemy's interior, are not very effective against ordinary Chimera Ant soldiers. There are also a large number of Genjutsu ninjas, although Genjutsu is not effective against the powerful Chimera Ant army. But when dealing with those weak Chimera Ant soldiers, you can catch them all accurately. They are completely unable to resist the attacks of Genjutsu-type ninjas. But don't be too optimistic. The Ninja Alliance is constantly harvesting the lives of the Chimera Ant army. What's wrong with the Chimera Ant army? The powerful Chimera Ants should not be too quick to kill ordinary ninjas. Its own speed, strength, resilience, and vitality are beyond ordinary ninjas, coupled with those weird telekinesis abilities. There are even some Chimera Ants that can use ninjutsu, not to mention the casualties on the Ninja Alliance side. What can be confirmed is that the number of Chimera Ants they killed was definitely not as many as the number of dead ninjas. And those powerful Chimera Ants also began to pay attention to the ninjas who were more active on the battlefield. For example, Kai, who has opened 6 doors, is now being targeted by 3 Chimera Ants at the level of division leaders, and they are also Chimera Ants who specialize in physical arts. Kakashi's side is similar, there are also 3, and 2 of them can use some spatial abilities. If Kakashi seals Kakashi's divine power and Sharingan, then Kakashi's strength will definitely drop to an incredible level. Jingmen. Open. Kai once again opened the 7th door among the 8 gates of Dunjia, Jingmen. Chao Peacock. Day Tiger. Kai used 2 powerful moves at the same time. It was so powerful that it even killed and injured 3 Chimera Ants at the level of division leaders who faced him. Although this effect is outstanding, it is a big burden on Kai's body. If he opens 6 doors at the same time, even if the battle is over, his body will be sore at most. But once you open the 7th door, it's much more than just some soreness. For the body, even with Kai's physique, injuries can take weeks to recover from. And once Kai opens the 8th door of death during the battle, it will be more than just cultivation. Although Death's Door allows the caster to gain extremely powerful power, the price is the burnt life of the caster. Once life is burned to the limit, then the body will turn into ashes like Kai in the original work. If Naruto hadn't continued his life, Kai would have turned into ashes in the end. There is a ninja over there who seems to be surprisingly powerful. But it looks like that ninja used some secret technique. Capture that ninja alive and get the secret technique. There are many high-level officials in the Chimera Ant army. The strong man has paid attention to Kai. That was the ability to kill 2 division commander level ninjas with 1 move. Even if the 2 division commanders were killed carelessly, they were not miscellaneous soldiers or passers-by after all. In particular, the Chimera Ant research team is already trying to figure out the reason why the opponent suddenly became stronger. At the same time, several more Chimera Ants at the level of division leaders joined the queue to deal with Kai. Hey, boy, your moves are pretty good. You can actually make me feel a little pain. On the other side of the battlefield, Yuppie, flying in the sky, pointed at Ajura, the son of the 6 paths facing him. Jinlun Reincarnation Explosion. A powerful whirlwind suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The power of wind, which is more powerful than a normal tornado, is definitely the result of human manipulation. Everywhere he went, whether it was ninjas or Chimera Ants, they were torn to pieces by the power of the wind. I didn't expect it to be so lively on the ground right now. No wonder you 2 didn't hesitate to contact me. Are these guys? They are indeed a group of monsters. A man who was 78% similar to Kagaya appeared in the air directly above the battlefield. Grey hair, albino-like skin color, black and white clothes, and circles of megatama around his neck. At a glance, he knew that the person coming was definitely a member of the Atsutsuki clan. Atsutsuki Tonari. Ajura and Indra are the descendants of Atsutsuki Hago Romo, and Atsutsuki Tohato is the descendant of Atsutsuki Hamura. Strictly speaking, Atsutsuki Shiren and Ajura and Indra can still be related to each other. If you say that they have never been in contact, you won't believe it to death. Here you are, help us kill these guys. After Indra saw the person coming, although he still had the same dead look on his face, there was a hint of joy in his tone. As expected, I still hate you too. However, I can help you. But as promised before, you will hand over the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan to me afterwards. Atsutsuki Tonari frowned after hearing Indra's words. Head said. The so-called Naruto is just a farce of family conflicts between the Sage of 6 Paths and his family. This is absolutely true. Ashura, Indra, Atsutsuki Hamura, Atsutsuki Hago Romo, Atsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu, Atsutsuki Tonari. Strictly speaking, they are all a family, and the 9-tailed beasts that the ninjas fight over are the pets of the Atsutsuki clan. The sacred tree is the food and the plants raised by the Atsutsuki clan. Such an explanation immediately makes me feel that the ninjas in the Naruto world are living in dire straits. Okay. Indra agreed to Sharen's request without hesitation. When talking about the eldest lady of the Hyaga clan, Azura's eyes flashed with a different look and a different look of struggle, but then disappeared. But all this was captured by Musashi in the distance. It seems that Azura and Indra are not able to perfectly control Naruto and Sasuke. In other words, the relationship between the two of them actually still exists. I was careless. I really didn't expect Azura and Indra to be able to control Sasuke and Naruto. In the original work, these two people simply influenced them, or Miruem did not expect that the souls of these two people still had consciousness. He would even take the initiative. He thought that it would be enough to master Naruto and Sasuke, but he didn't expect that this was where he made a mistake. He simply underestimated the influence of the so-called Children of Destiny. Psychic Art. A tall stone statue like a tailed beast was summoned by Otsutsuki Tonari, and rampaged unscrupulously on the battlefield between the Ninja Alliance and the Chimera Ant Army. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Tonari stood directly above the stone statue and released the exclusive ninjutsu of the Tsang Sagan. Although a large number of Chimera Ants were killed, many ninjas were accidentally injured or even killed accidentally. Facing such a level of Otsutsuki Tonari, no one in the Chimera Ant Army could stand in his way. Chapter 123. Miruem vs Kaguya. For Otsutsuki Tonari, who was so indistinguishable between friend and foe, the Ninja Alliance dared not speak out in anger. But because they were afraid of Tonari's excessive strength, they could only swallow their anger. Tonari doesn't care at all about the casualties of these ordinary ninjas. They are all like ants anyway. He only thinks about Miss Hinata of the Hyaga clan. Are all the members of the Otsutsuki clan here? There won't be any cats and dogs popping up soon. But according to the plot, they should be these people. It seems that I was born to be a hard worker. Otsutsuki, leave the Musa people to me. Uchiha Musashi looked at the unscrupulous Otsutsuki she people not far away among the crowd. Mangekyo Sharingan Final Form. Kaguya, use whatever skills you have left. Miruem floated in the air condescendingly and looked down at Kaguya, who fell on the ground. There were people flying around behind Lu Aim. Miruem doesn't know how to fly in the air, so he can only fly in the air by relying on the ability of flying props unique to the Naruto world and asking for help from Daidama. 100 Styles of Guanyin. 100 Ghosts of Night Parade. At the same time, two huge images appeared behind Miruem, one on the left and one on the right, embodying the strengthening ability. This time, Miruem manifested two of them at the same time to fight. Although Kaguya is powerful and possesses a large number of secret techniques, he is also proficient in each ninjutsu battle, but this is the first time he has encountered an opponent like Miruem who can almost teleport with just physical skills. The most ridiculous thing was the previous hypergravity spell, which even affected her. But he didn't expect that Miruem could stand up under that level of gravity with his body. Kaguya wants to remove that technique, but it takes time. In just a few seconds, he suffered a big loss, and Miruem just seized this golden opportunity to severely injure Kaguya and lay the foundation for victory. Damn it! Do you think you're sure to win? At worst, I'll fight you in another dimension. Heaven's Royal Center. I'm sorry. I blocked this space just now. Miruem looked down at Kaguya and said. Now you have no way to escape. After Miruem, who originally had spatial abilities, gained the power of Odiri Hamura, his understanding and use of spatial abilities once again improved to an incredible level. Although it is not said that Kaguya's spatial ability is completely blocked, it can still be done if it is sealed for a period of time. But the key point is that Kaguya doesn't know about this now. What she could confirm was that her spatial ability had really failed. Impossible. Impossible. I am the only one in this world who can use this technique. Try this, Yomi Hirazan. Kaguya tried to open the space wormhole again to escape from here and find a place suitable for fighting to recover her strength. Another battle with Miruem. However, the space cave did not open as expected. I told you. Miruem's fist struck Kaguya's abdomen hard, followed by Miruem's knee kick, and then the upper kick. Even someone as powerful as Kaguya couldn't resist the series of physical attacks. Mother, damn it, I'm here to help you. Black Zetsu in Kaguya's sleeves saw that the situation was bad and was ready to help. His black body followed Miruem's fist and covered Miruem's body. In an attempt to control Miruem, It's just a shadow. Just you. Miruem's body shook rapidly at a super high speed, and all the black matter that originally covered Miruem's body was thrown away. I'll take care of you later. Please stay you. Heiju's body was thrown out by Miruem and floated in the air. A black stick appeared in Miruem's right hand. This is the substance formed after the Taoist jade undergoes transformation. It can seal the movement of all chakras. It is surprisingly effective against incorporeal creatures like Black Zetsu. Just stay aside for now. Miruem quickly threw it towards Heizetsu's position. Like a javelin, it penetrated the incorporeal Black Zetsu and nailed it to the ground. Shimada, finished, I can't move. Black Zetsu huddled up and tried to move closer to Kagaya, but he failed. The black stick formed by the Chiu-Deo jade was like a seal, sealing his actions. Have you recovered enough? Then let's continue. After doing all this, Miruem once again said to Kagaya, who was using Miruem to deal with Black Zetsu in the short time to recover her strength. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Yasushi got air strike. Oops. Acupuncture. 100 styles of Guanyin, 100 demons at night. Although he is in human form, Miruem is also extremely powerful in physical skills. What he fears most is the moves that can ignore the body's defense and directly act on the inside of the body. Because the hard Miruem in an ability can, to a certain extent, ignore the Hyuga clan's strongest taijutsu, Juken. The reason is that the level difference between the two is too big, and the soft fist cannot even break through the defense of Miruem's body, let alone damage it. But Kagaya is different. Although Kagaya's body is slightly inferior to Miruem's, her acupuncture technique is a god-level taijutsu that can easily break through the defense of Suzanu's complete body. I didn't expect you to hide something. I thought you were too weak to use this technique now. Hehe, I was a little careless. Although Miruem's reaction was already very fast, he was still hit. Many acupoints/paths also received some damage. However, this injury has no impact on the current situation. If it were my heyday, that blow just now would be enough to kill you. Kagaya. But, there are not so many ifs in this world. Miruem. Kill the grey bones together. It's not that easy to kill me. Grey bones stretched out from Kagaya's arms. This move is a god-level move that can cause the opponent's body to collapse. As long as one is hit by this move, the opponent's body will slowly begin to collapse until it turns into ashes. The dark jade that seals the power of the universe and summons chaos. Using her grey bones to block Miruem's attack, Kagaya concentrated all her chakra. Summoned a huge Tao-seeking jade, which is a huge block of chaos that can swallow up all the properties of the five elements and yin and yang, and hides the power to return the world to nothingness. It seems that Kagaya has been forced to have no choice but to resort to the last resort. What a difficult character. Is it possible that I can only use Manjusawa? No, in that case I won't be able to get Kagaya's power. I don't want to devour a person in that form who has been corrupted by the evil of the world. Moreover, I can't guarantee that Manjushawa's power can erase that thing with the power of chaos. Miruem was referring to the giant seeking jade created by Princess Kagaya, which can return everything to nothingness. It is also Kagaya's last resort. There is no other way. I can only use that move. Although it will consume a lot of physical strength, I can now control that move. As long as I can get the power of Princess Kagaya. Heaven and earth. I am the only one who is supreme. Miruem used this move again, gathering the most powerful technique of the essence of Miruem's martial arts. And the power displayed this time is stronger than the last time, because Miruem is constantly improving, and Miruem's martial arts is also constantly improving. It can be said that this move is Miruem's most powerful killing blow. What is that? Kagaya stared at the scene in front of her with her eyes wide open in disbelief. A figure that was even bigger than those previous moves, a figure that was even bigger than the date-seeking jade that was made up of all his chakra, that huge Miruem. The left hand points to the sky and the right hand points to the ground. I am the god of this world. Return me to nothingness. The power of chaos. Seeing this situation, Kagaya seemed to have gone crazy and took the huge Taoist jade towards Miruem's position. You are the one who should return to nothingness. Miruem and the giant self behind him pointed in the direction of Princess Kagaya. A scene like the end of hell and the end of the world took place. The entire space, not even other spaces in Naruto's world, was shaken to varying degrees. Even the location where the Chimera Ant Army and the Ninja Alliance were fighting felt this violent shock. Among them, the place where Kagaya and Meluem disappeared was particularly dramatic. The feeling of chakra is. Princess Kagaya. What kind of monster is she fighting? Azura also rarely spoke this time. It seems that my reincarnation eye needs to be strengthened again. If it reaches this level, it's not enough, it's not enough. Feeling the shock, Tonari Itsutsuki's face darkened. To what extent should it be reached? Only by fighting can the stability of all spaces be affected. At least, he is far from enough now. Ahem, I didn't expect it to cause such a huge explosion. As time passed, a figure staggered out of the center of the explosion as the smoke dissipated. But it is more like a humanoid monster than a human figure, because there is a huge tail behind him. That was Meruem in the form of a chimera ant. There were many injuries on the body, but most of them were just superficial injuries. There were really not many internal injuries. When the two collided and exploded, Meruem felt that his human form alone could not stop him. So the transformation is completed in an instant. Hehe. As I expected, Princess Kagaya, you are not dead yet. Meruem in the form of a chimera ant has all 5 senses sharp to an extremely terrifying level. As he spoke, Meruem walked towards Kagaya's location calmly. Only half of Kagaya's body was left in the explosion. Chapter 124. Separated Souls. Poof! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Uchiha Musashi's mouth. Not only that, Uchiha Musashi's eyes also had 2 lines of clearly visible black tears. The body that had just been treated by Peter's toy repairer was injured again, and it was no better than the previous injury. Otsutsuki Tonari's eye of reincarnation is simply too powerful. Sure enough, even if my Sharingan mutates, it's not much different from the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but it's still a little worse than the eye of reincarnation, which is at the same level as the Rinnegan. Even if the eye of reincarnation is not as powerful, the Rinnegan eye is big, but it is not comparable to my eyes. I just don't know how Tonari Otsutsuki, who was supposed to have captured Hinata Hanabi before becoming the Eye of Reincarnation, obtained the Eye of Reincarnation now. Could it be that this guy still stole Hanabi's eyes? I really didn't expect to encounter a monster that originally appeared in the theatrical version. Obviously there are a lot of bugs in the theatrical version. Uchiha Musashi and Otsutsuki Tonari fought countless times. Although Musashi's current strength is considered to be among the top in the Naruto world, it is still a bit difficult to encounter the Otsutsuki clan who uses cheats. Although strictly speaking, he himself is considered a member of the Otsutsuki clan. What the hell is this guy doing? It took so long to deal with a mere Kagaya. Well, even if there is another Black Zetsu, based on Black Zetsu's abilities, he can't pose much of a threat to him. At this time, Musashi still had the time to complain. But there is one thing that Musashi did wrong: Meruem, although the strength of the main body is not on the same level as the clone. But Kagaya's strength is also not on the same level as others. In the original work, Sasuke and Naruto were able to seal Kagaya with the help of the protagonist's aura, plus the help of the supernatural explosion and the 6-path sage Otsutsuki Hago Romo. Otherwise, seal? You must know that from the beginning to the end of the battle, Kagaya did not suffer any pain at all. The reason why her arm was torn off was just because of the special nature of the Chiudeo Jade. She could press it on at any time if she wanted. Otherwise, why would the Sage of 6 Paths not have any power after sealing Kagaya, and couldn't even stop the battle between Sasuke and Naruto? It's not that he doesn't want to, it's that he can't. The strength is exhausted and can only be restored slowly. Although Kagaya looks ruthless and determined, as a mother, how could she not love her children? It seems that Kagaya is fighting to the death with Sage of 6 Paths and Hamura Otsutsuki, but is the truth really like this? Who knows? The most important thing is that Ashura and Indra are still her grandchildren in a strict sense. They say that the older generation loves the next generation the most. Kagaya, Grandma, fought with Ashura and Indra, 2 grandsons, Sasuke and Naruto, who were reincarnated. Who would believe it if they said they wouldn't hold back? Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it anyway. The only disadvantage that Kagaya suffers from is the presence of a bunch of tailed beasts and rabbit-shaped chakra aggregates in her body. This is because of the chakra riot of the 9 tailed beasts in Kagaya's body. But fortunately, I have been prepared for it. Uchiha Musashi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Sasuke. Naruto. How long are you two planning to wait? It's time to take action." "What? Are you crazy? Those two people have already, how is it possible? Body." Before he could finish speaking, his right hand was pressed on his chest. A look of great pain appeared on Ajura's face. "Hey! Brother Musashi, you've been waiting for a long time." Naruto's iconic six-striped beard once again appeared on his silly face, changing from the dead, mechanical face before. It is said that Ajura was once the leader of a group of ninja masters, but because so much time passed, he himself forgot to smile. And now that such a sunny smile appears on his face can only mean that the optimistic Naruto is back again. The same thing happened to Indra, and the look of Sasuke, the slender iceberg cool guy, also appeared on the original Indra's face. When did it happen? Indra's condition seemed to be better than Ajura's, and he could barely speak now. "Want to know? I won't tell you." "Want to know why?" Everyone seems to have forgotten the existence of one person. Or there is a clone that seems to be disconnected all the time, but in fact he is always there. In fact, all of this was done by the golden silkworm goo on Naruto's head, another clone of Miru M. Although he has no fighting ability, he also has certain auxiliary abilities. He can still do this to help awaken Naruto and Sasuke's consciousness. But Indra and Ajura didn't know this, so they were duped as a matter of course. Dark blue chakras slowly emerged from Sasuke and Naruto's bodies, and human faces appeared on the huge chakra. Those are Ajura and Indra. Their souls were being forced out of their bodies bit by Sasuke and Naruto. No. Absolutely not. The two souls who were about to be forced out desperately wanted to crawl back, and a few people began to form a tug of war. Damn it! In the end, Ajura and Indra still couldn't do what they wanted, and their souls were floating in the air. But even so, no one dared to underestimate the two people who had lost their bodies. That has already formed a body of chakra that is like a substance. Even if they don't have a physical body, their performance will be somewhat checked, but this cannot deny the powerful strength of the two. Sasuke and Naruto, who have lost the power of Ajura and Indra, cannot be underestimated. Although they no longer have the same strength as a plug-in, their original strength is one of the best in the ninja world. By the way, if Sasuke, Naruto, Ajura, and Indra are united, the power they can unleash is the power of the true destiny of this world. That is indeed an ability that can overpower Kaguya, and even Tonari who has obtained the Eye of Reincarnation may not be able to match it. Brother Musashi. Hehe, I'm sorry, we're late. Naruto gave a big thumbs up towards Musashi's position. Sasuke. Naruto. That guy over there is a threat to the entire ninja world. If we let them, they will destroy the entire ninja world. You two know it. That guy is not human at all. Seeing Naruto like this being close to Ajura, Musashi was a bit exasperated. It's so noisy. However, before he could speak, he was interrupted by Naruto's loud shout. I don't care what kind of person Musashi-san is. I don't care if Golden Silkworm is a non-human. When I was being manipulated by you, I thought a lot. A lot. Although I can't make any big reason, I want to understand something. From the beginning to the end, Brother Musashi never said a word about destroying the ninja world or destroying mankind. Is it because Brother Musashi wants to destroy the ninja world, or do you want to maintain your position and continue to rule the ninja world? No matter what he becomes, he is still my big brother. Leave these two guys chattering away to me and Stinky Sasuke. Clenching their fists, Naruto and Sasuke turned their attention to Ajura and Indra not far away. Forget it, Naruto. Leave this battle to us Chimera ants. He is right, we are indeed not human beings. Musashi stopped Naruto who was about to try. It is very rare for Naruto to be able to do what he is now. Now he and Sasuke are on opposite sides of the entire ninja world. Hearing Musashi's decisive admission, Naruto's face darkened, while Sasuke continued to remain expressionless. But one thing you said is right, we are not here to destroy the world. Nor are we here to eliminate human beings. At this point, Musashi quietly issued an order to the Chimera Ant army to release those who were in the various ninja villages. Captive humans. Then what are you doing for? At this time, everyone had stopped fighting, whether it was the Chimera Ants or the Ninja Alliance. The person who asked this question was a ninja from the Ninja Alliance, but he asked everyone's thoughts. 4 chakra. Hearing someone say this, Musashi secretly gave him a thumbs up. Chakra. Yes, it is said that chakra was passed down by the sage of 6 paths to bring happiness to the world. However, this is not the case. It is precisely because of the chakra that the ninjas gained powerful power that wars occurred. Then Musashi criticizes the consequences of chakra throughout the article, and puts the original sin of all wars on chakra. It sounds reasonable at first glance, but in fact it's all nonsense. Without chakra, there would be no struggle for humans. Nonsense, wherever there are people, there will be fights and dissatisfaction. How can a place of absolute fairness and absolute peace possibly exist? There was no chakra in the world of Miruem in the previous life, but there was world peace? What a bullshit! But Miruem understands, but others don't. They have never experienced a world without chakra. How do they know whether a world without chakra will become peaceful? Shirking responsibility and pushing certain things onto others is one of the original sins of mankind. The Chimera Ant Army, which originally started as a church, is not weak at all when it comes to deceiving people. Even if some smart people notice something is wrong, they will not take the initiative to bring it up. It's better to die than live, but now those monsters have an absolute advantage. The worst result now is just losing chakra, there is no need to refute. Even a small number of people pretend to be confused while pretending to understand. So the purpose of our coming is just to take away the chakra and return peace to you. It's just that this matter was instigated by someone with good intentions, which is why the two of us are fighting. Think about it carefully, everything is your initiative attacked us. Musashi was right that the fight between the Chimera Ant Army and the Ninja Alliance was indeed because of Asura and Indra. It's really disgusting. Asura and Indra, who had been quiet for too long in terms of eloquence, were no match for Musashi, even if they knew what the other said was unreasonable. Tonari, on the other hand, felt there was no need to say it, as he didn't care about the death of ordinary humans. Excuse me, did I miss any good show? At this moment, a crack appeared in the sky, and a figure walked out. King. Chapter 125. Chakra Fruit. Miruem's true body returned at this time, and things became simpler after the true body returned. Not to mention that Asura and Indra now only have the power of their original souls. Even if they and their reincarnated bodies exert their full power, they are no match for Miruem in front of them. Just now, Miruem had absorbed Kagaya's power. Although it has not been completely digested, it is no longer something that the two of them can fight against. In front of Indra and Asura, his hand accidentally slipped a few times and severely injured them. As spirits, the two of them were almost scattered. It is no exaggeration to say that Miruem is now the strongest person in the Naruto world. Even if the former founder of the ninja world, Rokido Sage, was resurrected, he was just a food delivery when facing Miruem. And Tonari Satsuki is equally tragic. He originally stayed on the moon and lived a good life like a landlord, although now he is the only one left on the moon. If he had not appeared on the earth, Miruem would never have thought of his existence, but he insisted on listening to the bewitchment of Asura and Indra and ran down to seek death. It really proves the old saying, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Tonari's strength is said to be strong or not. Compared to the likes of Madara 6 Paths, Sage of 6 Paths, and Kagaya, he is still a step behind the boss. Dinkian can even compete with Ban in ordinary form. The original and Asura have already changed from Ming. Naruto, who left the human body, was only a 50-50 winner in the battle. When encountering Miruem, whose strength is now completely overwhelming Asura and Indra, who are almost as strong as Madara, there can only be one result, being tortured. And it is still a one-sided torture. It is really difficult to compare the strength and weakness between the Reincarnation Eye and the Reincarnation Eye. After all, the two pairs of eyes were originally owned by two brothers. But in terms of overall ability, the Samsara Eye with the first practicality and the super sealing technique Earth Exploding Star is definitely better. Even Miruem's Reincarnation Eye is no longer unusual now, because after absorbing Kagaya, Atsutsuki Hamura, and the 6 spots in Kagaya's body, Miruem's eyes mutated. Well, rather than saying it was a mutation, it would be more appropriate to say it was an evolution. And don't forget, Hamura's eyes are the eyes of reincarnation. In other words, Miruem now has the full version of the Tsansagan ability. Of course, it's not surprising that Tonari's mutilated version is a natural thing to do. Miruem, who had not fully digested the energy in his body, naturally looked down upon Tonari's strength, and in view of Tonari's behavior of seeking death, Miruem took the opportunity to eliminate him. Asura and Indra ultimately had an inextricable hatred with Miruem for killing their father, Six Paths Sage Hago Romo, killing their milk, Kagaya, and killing their uncle, Hamura, so they were eventually killed by Miruem. Ruam is done. After doing all this, Miruem has become unscrupulous in the world of Naruto. In the end, only the original purpose of coming to this world, the fruit of the sacred tree, was left. Miruem wants this fruit, but the remaining ninjas don't have the strength to stop him. It would be the same even if all ninjas could learn the 8-gate Dunjia and open the door to death. At best, it can compete with the current Miruem, but in the end it will definitely end with Miruem winning. When Kagaya obtained the fruit of the sacred tree, she trapped a large number of humans into the infinite Tsukuyomi and turned them into white Zetsu, extracting their power from it and bearing it into fruit. But that doesn't mean that this is the only way to get the fruit. Just like what Musashi said before, if all the chakra in this world is unified, the chakra fruit of the sacred tree can be produced. Feeling the final statements of Naruto and Sasuke, Miruem made a decision. If you trust me, I will give you a peaceful world. All the chakras of everyone in the Naruto world were extracted, leaving only the chakras of Sasuke and Naruto. The world will be left to the two of them, and I believe that peace can be achieved in the face of their absolute strength. At least it was peaceful until the two died. I finally got this fruit. Looking at the red fruit that exuded a strange aroma, Miruem resisted the urge to swallow it in one mouthful. Why hold back? The reason is simple. Miruem has not yet digested the power of Kagaya in his body. If he eats this fruit again, he will probably be exploded by the power contained in the fruit. Although Miruem claims to have a perfect body, there are limits. If you want to become stronger, you can only evolve step by step and move to a higher level. Miruem had never thought that the fruit of the sacred tree contained such amazing energy. No wonder even Kagaya, the strongest person in the Hokage plane, has never forgotten it. Moreover, he dared to say that eating the chakra fruit of the sacred tree would lead to immortality. Originally, Miruem only regarded it as a joke, but after seeing the chakra fruit that had formed, Miruem felt that it was really possible to eat this thing. Immortality. Although it is not said that it can live forever, it is certain that it can prolong life. The question comes back to the original point: what is chakra? Life energy. Couldn't the fruit of the sacred tree, which contains almost infinite chakra energy, extend life? In particular, Miruem was willing to bet that the divine tree fruit he obtained now definitely contained more energy than the one Kagaya ate long ago. In fact, if you think about it, you can understand it. When Kagaya ate the chakra fruit, how many people in the world were practicing chakra training? The Sage of Six Paths claims to distribute chakra to everyone, but it only gives everyone a seed that guides the emergence of chakra. Among the people, those with talent will take root and sprout from this seed and eventually form a towering tree. Such people are called ninjas. Later, people discovered that chakra can also be produced by the exercise of cells in people's bodies. This was the original chakra training method in the ninja world. As more and more people practice, the number of ninjas increases, and the total amount of chakra possessed by Naruto in the entire world will increase. In the end, the chakra fruit of Miruem was formed. If Miruem was determined to turn everyone in the world into white Zetsu, then the energy contained in this fruit would be even greater. But there is no need to do that. Exterminating a plane is still too exaggerated. Besides, there are still some people in this world who are not worthy of Miruem doing this. But Miruem also cut off the existence of chakra for everyone except Sasuke and Naruto. Simply put, no one in the Naruto world can use or obtain chakra except Sasuke and Naruto. Of course, there are exceptions for those who are willing to follow in Miruem's footsteps, such as the current remaining members of Uchiha. The previous battle was really not something that elite Jounin level ninjas like them could participate in, so Musashi did not let them participate in the battle. After the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the remaining clan members suffered almost no casualties in this war. As for whether the children born after Naruto and Sasuke get married in the future will be able to obtain chakra, it is difficult to say, but the possibility is as high as over 80%. Of course, the premise is that the child must have the qualifications to become a ninja. So in the future, it is very likely to develop into a situation where the two of them cough for the purpose of inoculation. Of course, the premise is that they are willing. Originally, excluding Miruem and others, they were the two strongest people in the world, but now they are invincible after everyone else loses their chakra. Let me give you peace. I believe that with Naruto's personality, the world will be peaceful for a while after Miruem and others leave. At least that was the case until both of his deaths. Eternal peace? That only exists in fairy tales. It has to be a children's fairy tale. Dark fairy tales and adult fairy tales are not enough. Host. Congratulations, you have obtained the fruit of the divine tree and can open the next world. When Miruem obtained the fruit of the divine tree, the system voice that had not appeared for a long time appeared again. Where is the next world? Can I choose? Yes, the system chose the most suitable world because it felt that the host's life was in danger. Can I go to the world of the grandson of the slippery ghost? It is possible to search, but the plane level of this world is low and has little effect on the growth of the host. It is not recommended for the host to choose. It is recommended that the host chooses Dragon Ball, Saint Seiya LC, Saint Seiya SS, Inuyasha, Fairy Tail and Digimon and other worlds. It doesn't matter. I just went to that world to get one thing. But I can understand the rest of the world you proposed in the system, but why are there two Saint Seiyas? And, what the hell is that Digimon? Isn't it? Is he a selected child? Is he still 12 years old? The level of the Digimon world is very high. Don't ignore the danger just because there are children. The ones fighting in it are Digimon, not children. Any one of the 12 royal knights and the 7 demon kings has the power to destroy the ability of the world. Saint Seiya LC is the prequel of Saint Seiya SS, which is the orthodox history, but the world line of Saint Seiya SS and Saint Seiya LC may not be equal due to the emergence of another parallel history line of Saint Seiya ND. And change. In other words, the history behind the Saint Seiya LC world is chosen as Saint Seiya SS, but Saint Seiya SS may change because of the existence of Saint Seiya ND. What a mess! The historical route after the Saint Seiya SS Pluto chapter is Saint Seiya ND. It's okay if you just say that. Which world is that bastard Yao Ma in? Both worlds really exist, and neither world has any impact on them. The system does not recommend that the host go to that world, although the host's current strength is not weaker than the 12 main gods of that world. But the object the host is looking for is broken. Feng Ho's true strength is above that, and there are far more powerful people in that world than just those on the surface. Prepare for the world of slickers.